Phone glued to her ear, Jiangmin weaves through a packed mall, telling the guy on the other end she's already arrived. Across the way, Xian plays it cool on the phone by the popcorn counter, though he can't quite hide his surprise that she beat him there. Then he actually spots her, and that cool composure cracks wide open into pure, sparkly-eyed delight. Jiangmin catches sight of him too and lets out a small, flustered ah, so much for playing it cool herself. Found you, he calls out, and Jiangmin can't help but grin right back. She fusses with her hair for a second, silently hoping her outfit passes muster for their movie date. Xian teases her for showing up so early, wondering aloud if she just came for the popcorn, while Jiangmin quietly panics she looks off somehow. He waves her back to pick her own flavor, and she breathes easy if he's not commenting on her look, she must be fine. Left alone a moment, Xian goes quiet, chin propped on his hand, clearly turning something over in that head of his. Back in the packed lobby, Jiangmin fans herself, grumbling under her breath about the heat and the crowd. The crush of moviegoers jostles her sideways, and out of nowhere a hand shoots out and grabs her. Careful, a voice warns as the stranger steadies her by the arm, then quickly apologizes for grabbing so hard. She waves it off with a quick "it's nothing, thank you," until she actually looks up at him and freezes. It's Yi-hyuk, just as stunned to see her as she is to see him. For a beat the two of them just stand there, way too close, neither one quite sure what to say. Yi-hyuk finally manages her name, then trails off, clearly scrambling for something to fill the silence. You're here for a movie," she blurts, and he just laughs it off awkwardly. "Yeah, you too, huh?" He tries to make a graceful exit, wishing her a good movie, but Jiangmin can't quite hide her surprise at the sudden goodbye. Then he grabs her hand before she can walk off, asking if her movie's even started, yet clearly not ready to let this end so fast. The air between them goes tight and awkward, two exes standing way too close for comfort. "Can we just talk for 10 minutes? That's all," he pushes, and Jiangmin hesitates, not sure how to say no. In her head she's already dreading it every single time she talks to Yi-hyuk, things spiral into a mess. Somewhere close by, unnoticed, Xian is watching while Jiangmin fumbles for an answer, having no idea he's already seen everything. A flicker of movement catches her eye and her stomach drops. Somebody's watching them. Sure enough, there he is in the distance, standing dead still by the movie poster, having clearly seen the whole thing. Xian's face settles into a smile that is absolutely not friendly. "Heh," he says quietly, and that is never a good sign. He strolls over, calling her name, easy and unhurried, while Jiangmin's stomach sinks. "Yeah, this just became a very big deal. This is the kind of situation where I should step in and help, right?" Xian asks, all silky smiles and zero warmth. Yi-hyuk, for his part, looks like he'd very much like to be anywhere else right now. "No, it's not," Jiangmin insists, trying to diffuse things before they blow up, and gets a flat, cold no right back. Next pitch, dragging her along shopping as his personal prop. She's not exactly sold on that one either. "Coffee shop, nice try. Turns out they already hit that spot yesterday and today. These two really are inseparable." She's had enough of his vetoes. "Stop just saying you don't like it," she snaps, "and actually give me an opinion for once." His genius idea, "just stay home, it's brutally hot out anyway." Her response is an instant flat "don't like it." He just blinks, totally baffled. "Then why even ask me?" "Honestly, fair point." Then she perks right up with a genius idea of her own: come hang out at her place. He's mildly stunned. Turns out he's never actually set foot in her house before. "Come on, I'll even crank the AC for you," she says, sealing the deal, and yeah, she's blushing a little as she says it. That settles it, though for a second she goes quiet, just letting the idea sit. Cut to the next morning, sunlight creeping through the curtains on another lazy summer day. Her mom pokes her head in to check if she's up. Half asleep, Jiangmin mumbles that she's actually got plans today. Mom calls her out. Yesterday she swore she had nothing going on. Jiangmin just mumbles something noncommittal, still barely conscious. Classic teenage logic: if it were actually late, somebody would have called by now. Case closed, apparently. Next thing you know, she's at Si-yoon's front door, and he's grinning ear to ear, welcoming her in. She shuffles inside a little awkwardly. It's her first time actually seeing where he lives. He waves her further in and casually drops the key detail. It's just him living here, nobody else around. He's already lent her something comfy to change into, though by the look on her face, comfy turned out to be an understatement on size. They settle in to watch some ridiculous cartoon about mermaids finally snapping and going to war with humanity. She's cracking up. Turns out doing absolutely nothing together, ramen in hand, might be the best plan they've had all day. Two grown people losing it over cartoon mermaids. Then he remembers the mess is going to need cleaning up eventually, and by the look on his face, something already went wrong. Just keep watching, he tells her, pod in hand. I've seen this thing like 100 times already, the ultimate roommate flex. Wait a second, she looks down and realizes something splashed onto the shirt she's borrowing. Great, ramen water all over it. She groans and Si-yoon leans in to see what the fuss is about. It's soaked, she tells him. His answer comes a little too smoothly uncomfortable. Just take it off, I'll wash it for you. Bold opening move. He doubles down, suggesting that since she's already changing, she might as well hop in the shower too. Only snag, no spare underwear. He can't resist a joke about lending her some of his own, smooth as ever, and somehow she just rolls with it. She heads off to get changed, already muttering to herself about exactly how oversized this borrowed shirt really is. Yeah, it's basically a dress on her. She tugs at the hem, equal parts amused and mortified. Then it hits her, wait, what exactly was she just casually chatting with him about a second ago? Cue the internal alarm bells. Sure, she's used to teasing him like he's some kid, but newsflash, he's very much not a kid. I'm alone, at a boy's house, she realizes, eyes practically spinning. Somewhere along the way they'd gotten so comfortable together she'd genuinely forgotten that detail. Panic mode, fully engaged, she never should have let him near that washing machine. How's it even going to dry in time? She comes barreling out to stop him. Si-yoon, please tell me you haven't washed it yet. And promptly gets nothing but a confused what you say, in response. She tries again and yep, he confirms it's already spinning in the wash. Mission too late. Oh, okay then, she says, plastering on a smile, silently trying to convince herself there's nothing weird about any of this. Except she clearly just saw something that left her completely speechless, and things are about to get a whole lot closer. He steps in close and asks, casual as anything, whether the shirt actually fits her okay. Then out of nowhere he just pulls her into a hug. She freezes, oh yeah, not exactly complaining, just completely blindsided. Why are you hugging me? She stammers, heart clearly doing somersaults. Very fresh, he murmurs against her, all smug innocence, like sniffing out clean laundry is a totally normal excuse to hold someone this close. Late at night he leans in over her sleeping body, brushing her hair back. Are you really asleep? He murmurs like he's testing how far he can push his luck. His own face gives him away. He's not nearly as calm about this as he'd like to be. She stirs, half-lidded and flushed, not quite awake but not exactly asleep either. Dangerous territory for both of them. He closes the last bit of distance between them, slow and deliberate. Her heart is pounding so loud you'd think the whole room could hear it. Neither of them says a word. Honestly, what is there left to say at this point? He pulls back, rubs his face like he's trying to physically knock some sense into himself. Have I lost it? He mutters. Yeah, I've officially lost it. He steps back and just watches her sleep for a moment, clearly not sure what to do with whatever he's feeling right now. The room stays dark and quiet, but that racing heartbeat doesn't let up for either of them. She's wide awake now, cheeks burning, one hand pressed to her mouth like she's trying to keep her own thoughts in. Morning light floods in and he's already back to business as usual, gently calling her name like nothing happened at all. She groans awake, still groggy, with zero memory yet of how weird this morning is about to get. She mumbles, blinking her way back into the land of the living. Then it hits her all at once where she is, whose place this is, and what almost happened last night. Wake up, it's morning already, he says, way too breezy for a guy who spent half the night losing his mind over her. She, meanwhile, can barely look him in the eye. He's got that smug little smile going and she can't stop the thought creeping in, he actually likes me, right? She sits with that thought a beat too long, still not ready to trust it out loud. Turns out her clothes got soaked and are stuck drying, which is the only reason she's still here. Don't know, he shrugs, way too pleased. Why don't you go check yourself? She narrows her eyes at him. You did that on purpose, didn't you, just so I'd have to stick around? KK, you like it too, don't you, he teases. When did I ever say I liked it? She fires back, absolutely not convincing anyone. If you really didn't like it, he smirks, you'd have noticed sooner and just gone home. The man has an answer for everything. What's the point of not going home over one wet shirt, he adds. Use the dryer or just wear mine and head out. You had so many options, he shrugs, all innocence, like he isn't enjoying this way too much. Isn't that right, he calls over from the sink, not even bothering to hide the grin. She's got nothing, just a flustered blank stare and burning cheeks. If I walk home in a guy's clothes, she panics, my mom is going to get the wrong idea completely, before something else snaps her attention away entirely. She checks the laundry herself, still not completely dry, she admits, and just like that, she's talked into staying a bit longer. She catches her own reflection, swallowed up in his oversized shirt, and just kind of stares at herself for a second. He sprawls out on the couch, scrolling his phone, thinking to himself that he wouldn't mind if she stuck around just a little longer before heading out. She plops down right next to him, and for once he's the one caught off guard. Can I look at your phone, she asks. Go for it, he says, nothing special on there anyway. Wait, why is there literally nothing in your gallery, she asks, baffled. I just never really took any pictures, he admits. So take one now, she says. Picture with me, let's make the ugliest face possible, he grins, camera up, and she's fully in on it. Okay, deal. But the joking drops out of his voice fast when he leans in close and asks, low, so why haven't you actually looked at my face until now? Seon reminds her to take her medicine once she's inside, and Jeongmin brushes it off with a lazy yeh. She teases right back that he doesn't need some fancy smart dream tonight, just actual sleep for once. Instead of letting go, Seon pulls her back in close and murmurs that he already knows. Then, almost reluctantly, he asks why she isn't going inside yet, and for a second neither of them seems in a hurry to actually say goodnight. Seon flashes that trademark smirk and announces that since he's already here, he might as well walk her the rest of the way. Jeongmin just blinks, caught off guard. The real reason slips out easily, he just wants more time with her. Jeongmin goes a little red at the ears. Something catches Jeongmin's attention and she goes quiet. Seon notices too, squinting past her. Who's that? Seon asks what's wrong. Jeongmin waves it off, nothing, just some random number calling her phone. The same unknown number lights up her screen again, and once more she just lets it ring out. Seon raises an eyebrow, she's still not picking that up. Jeongmin just shrugs a quiet yeh. Across town, Yi-hyuk frowns at his phone. That's strange, he mutters to himself. She saw his text, he realizes, but never replied, and she hasn't picked up his calls either. Panic creeps in as he wonders if Jeongmin is trying to cut him out of her life for good. His mind flashes back to the movie theater, to how he'd cornered her and made her talk to him whether she wanted to or not. Yeah, he thinks grimly, that would do it. Maybe she can't even bring herself to say she hates him to his face. He realizes she was probably just faking forgiveness to get him to back off. Face down on his bed, he groans that he's a piece of trash. Congratulations, sir, self-awareness. An oblivious piece of trash, he adds for good measure, still spiraling. Then his phone buzzes with a message preview and he practically shoots upright. Jeongmin. Wait, she already had his number saved, could she have actually deleted it? His thumb hovers over the screen as he checks, dread building with every second. Across town, fresh out of the shower, Jeongmin stares at an unfamiliar number that just introduced itself. I'm Yi-hyuk. She hovers a finger over the screen, hesitating on whether to even open it. She checks her contacts and realizes his old number is just gone. Did he change it? No wonder he went quiet on her, she realizes, and still, some part of her figures she owes him a little consideration. Before she can decide what to do about it, the new number is calling her right now. She picks up with a cautious hello and Yi-hyuk's voice comes through, relieved and a little too eager. He fumbles right into it, asking if she'd even seen the message he sent earlier. She admits she just forgot to reply, which throws him for a second. He asks again what exactly she meant by her text, and the line goes quiet. She explains she'd only wanted to apologize to him properly in person and asks if he has time. Then she second-guesses herself out loud, wondering if her boyfriend would even be okay with this. Yi-hyuk blinks, boyfriend. Oh, she says, you mean Seon? No, it's not exactly that kind of thing. Yi-hyuk's eyebrows shoot up, it isn't. She scrambles to explain they just happen to share the same dream, that sort of thing. Actually, they're not even dating. Smoothest cover story of the year, truly. Silence on the line, then Yi-hyuk just asks simply when she wants to meet up. She sounds almost shocked he's actually agreeing. He just reminds her, didn't she say she wanted to meet him? He suggests they meet up to study together at a coffee shop, and Jeongmin hesitates. She stalls, clearly weighing something in her head before answering. Privately, she worries Seon wouldn't love the idea of her meeting another guy alone, especially this one, and she almost blurts it out to Yi-hyuk. Catching herself, she backpedals fast. It's not that she doesn't want to meet him. She can practically feel Yi-hyuk fidgeting nervously on the other end of the line. She figures a guy like Yi-hyuk would spiral with guilt if she just brushed him off. Meanwhile, back home, Seon mentions he could use a few days to himself. When she works up the nerve to mention meeting Yi-hyuk, Seon just shrugs it off. Of course, that's fine. Suspiciously chill about it, but okay. Relieved, she goes back to the call and tells Yi-hyuk this week actually works for her. Caught off guard by the quick yes, Yi-hyuk fumbles out an alright, just let him know when, and she promises she will. Alone again, Yi-hyuk wonders if it's normal to get this flustered just talking to her. Whatever the reason, he figures it's worth it. The guilt he still carries over how he treated her eats at him. And yet she still treats him kindly, same as always, which somehow makes it worse. That kindness is exactly what's leaving him completely lost on what to do next. They settle on meeting sometime in that first week of summer vacation. Back home, Seon casually asks what she and Yi-hyuk actually talked about. Late at night, Seon's still wide awake, laptop glowing in the dark, telling himself it's fine, she's been right there this whole time, one quiet day shouldn't rattle him this much. That guy probably won't hurt her again, he tells himself, so why can't he shake this rotten mood? He reminds himself not to pile any more pressure on her, but her face keeps surfacing in his head, along with a nagging voice insisting she's not really his. After everything, how could he ever treat her badly? But what if she walks away from him too, just like everyone else has? He replays it over and over, all the time she's flinched around him, clearly scared. He can't unsee it. And yet, even if he scares her, he decides he has to hold on. If he loses her, he's convinced he won't survive it. Then the guilt creeps in. What if letting her go is the thing that would actually make her happy? Isn't her happiness supposed to be what he wants? But then wouldn't that just mean she stops needing him at all? He tells himself to just go to bed already, his head's too tangled up to think straight tonight. Lying there, he can't drop it. Does she still have feelings for that guy? Could she really move on to someone else that easily? He goes quiet for a moment, then tells himself it's fine either way. As long as she stays by his side, he decides, that's really all that matters. He just has to believe everything's fine, he tells himself, reaching out into the dark. But the if not hangs there unfinished, and it will not leave him alone. He genuinely doesn't know what crazy thing he'd do if he actually lost her. Alone in the dark, he admits it, he doesn't know what happens when he finally can't control himself anymore. His emotions, he realizes, are spinning further out of his grip with every night that passes. Fine, he decides. Keeping all of this locked away is the only thing that makes him feel secure. Doesn't matter either way, he tells himself. This stays his secret and only his. He pictures her studying with that guy from before and decides maybe she never has to know any of this, not for the rest of her life. Elsewhere, as their study session wraps up, Jeongmin tells Yi-hyuk to get home safe. He just waves it off with a quick bye. Watching her walk off, Yi-hyuk admits to himself she really did only come to study, and honestly he's just relieved she's forgiven him at all. Meanwhile, Jeongmin walks home at sunset, oddly on edge, wondering why she suddenly feels so restless. Seon hasn't called or texted her all day, which is strange, and she starts to wonder if his head's really as steady as he's been letting on. Then it hits her, wait, is she seriously just standing here waiting on his text? She flusters, mortified at herself. Still red in the face, she finally caves and calls him. He picks up, sounding rough, clearly just woken up, and when he asks if she met her friend, she trips over her own words. He teases that's exactly why she called, and she scrambles to insist she just wanted to check he'd woken up. She can't help thinking his voice sounds unfairly good this early while he asks if she's worn out. When he asks what's actually wrong, she hesitates, not quite able to admit she just missed hearing from him. He asks her to grab dinner with him, then immediately decides he'd rather just come over to her place. She goes quiet for a beat and he flips the plan again, telling her to come to him instead. He tells her simply he'll be waiting. She heads over, taking one steadying breath before she goes in. The second she steps inside, he yanks her into a hug from behind, catching her completely off guard. She yelps in shock and still holding on, he leans in close and asks if she's done talking to him. She mumbles it was really just some studying, and he presses again, not quite buying it really now. Satisfied for now, he pets her hair approvingly and she just blinks back at him, thrown by the whiplash mood swing. Back in the kitchen, he asks what she's in the mood for, takeout works, and she just hums along in agreement. He excuses himself to the bathroom and she waves him off, telling him to take his time. With him stepping away, her phone sits there on the table, screen dark for now. Then it lights up and starts buzzing, an incoming call flashing right there on the screen. Seon catches the caller's name before she can, and just like that his whole face goes dark. That guy again. Seon can't stop replaying it. The one time he lost his composure, he ended up hurting the guy who'd grabbed her. That's the part still eating at him. He tells Jeongmin straight up, the same thing nearly happened again at the cinema, and no, he can't promise it won't happen a third time. There's more he's not telling her, he admits, that easy smile of his flickering into something darker for just a second. Cut to Jeongmin walking the quiet streets alone, still turning over that tense conversation in her head. If she'd known all this about him beforehand, he wonders, trailing off, would she have run the other way? He just stands there a moment, hand pressed to his mouth, working through something he's clearly not ready to say out loud. So instead he pulls her into a hug. She told him once that hugging calms him down. Is this better? He asks quietly. There's still hope in him, he thinks, holding onto that one soft truth like a lifeline. If it's her, he decides, arms tightening around Jeongmin, then maybe he really can handle anything. Can someone actually accept all of him, he wonders, the sweet parts and the genuinely scary parts too. Okay, he tells himself quietly, let's just make this whole mess disappear. His mind drifts somewhere darker, a flash of some guy who clearly makes him uncomfortable just by existing. This girl too, he thinks, a memory surfacing of some rough-looking crew crowding someone, just more names quietly added to his list. Wouldn't everything be so much easier, he muses, if certain people just vanished from his sight for good? Useless bugs, the lot of them, he thinks coldly, none of them do a single thing for his life. But if she ever actually found out what's going on in his head, he thinks, that's a whole different problem. Truth is, Jeongmin's gotten used to having him around now, tucked against him on the street like it's nothing new at all. He figured she'd want a few days alone. Instead, less than a day later, here she is, coming to find him anyway. If he just keeps at this, keeps quietly wrapping her up in him like this, maybe, he thinks, just maybe, she'll end up caring about no one but him. Then her voice cuts through it, Beak Si-yoon, and he blinks back to reality, dazed. Are you okay? She asks, worried. Yeah, he answers, just a beat too quickly to be convincing. What now? She asks, catching something in his face. He brushes past it and says he'll go change so they can head back to her place. On the way, he adds they should swing by a convenience store for snacks too. Nothing says romantic tension like grabbing chips. Jeongmin, he murmurs, leaning in close, maybe a little too close. What's wrong? She stammers, very aware his head is dipping lower than it needs to. I've calmed down, it's fine now, he says smoothly, then can't resist adding that her little hug trick is really cool. Smooth recovery, Seon. He studies her face a beat too long. Is there something on my face? She asks, self-conscious. I kind of want to lick it, he says, dead serious. She short-circuits completely. What? as he leans in, eyeing her cheeks like they are the main event. "They look so sweet," he says with a grin, clearly enjoying every second of her flustered spiral. Her brain finally reboots straight into panic mode. "Did you wear makeup?" he asks far too casually. He wonders out loud if it was for that guy from the cinema. "Wrong move. Idiot, I put it on to see you tonight," she snaps right back. "Guess I still can't lick it off then," he shrugs, while she's internally spiraling over whether he's actually being serious right now. Then again, she figures if he's back to saying unhinged things like that, he's probably actually fine. "I'll go change and be right out," he tells her. "I'm really okay now." "Get home, get some rest," he tells her. "We'll just meet up in our dreams." She lingers anyway. "Even so," she starts, not quite ready to let him go. "It's fine," he laughs it off. "It's dangerous for you out here today anyway." She just blinks, completely lost on that one. Later, Jiangmin walks the rest of the way home alone, still somewhere deep in her own head. "I shouldn't have put on makeup," she thinks, second-guessing the whole night. Whatever this thing between her and Seon actually is, she admits to herself, it's definitely not ordinary. Lying awake, she has to admit there's real affection between them now. She never expected this, her and Baek Si-yoon, actually. This time, she's sure she's not misreading it. He actually likes her too. But tomorrow's the start of a new school year, and that changes things. Cut to their new normal, him parked on the couch with his laptop, her curled up on the floor beside him, already living like an old married couple. She can't help but wonder why he still won't just say it. In a quieter moment together, she finally pushes him for an answer. "Say something," she tells him. How long, she wonders, is this relationship supposed to stay this vague? Seon just goes quiet, jaw tight, clearly wrestling with something he can't quite bring himself to say. "I'll be in the bathroom a second," he finally says, ducking out. "Ah," she manages, watching him go. "I know," she sighs to herself. Alone again, she can't shake the thought it's strange that he won't just take the actual step forward. In the bathroom, his fists clenched tight around his own shirt at just the thought of it. Out front, she's still turning it over normally, his mouth never stops running. Is the great Baek Si-yoon actually just shy? The longer she gets to know this man, she realizes, the less she actually understands him, and that's exactly where tonight leaves things. Hyejin and her green-haired sidekick corner Jiangmin in the hallway, sneering that now she's melted down. Nobody's left to defend her and joking about how exhausting it must have been faking a decent personality all this time. Jaehyun steps in ice cold, twisting the knife about Jiangmin's breakup, needling that she's been living half-dead ever since and wondering aloud with a laugh if she's actually given up on life. The insult lands like a slap. Jiangmin's eyes well up, the mockery cutting straight through her composure. Off to the side, Seon watches in silence, jaw tight, one slow breath escaping him as he takes it all in. They scoff back. "You think I'm as pathetic as you too?" Insisting they're not falling apart over some breakup and that they never liked Jiangmin's crowd anyway. Jaehyun just shrugs, "Fine," and Jiangmin, done biting her tongue, dares them to keep messing with her and see how far it gets them. Jiangmin mutters under her breath, writing the whole pack off as crazy dogs as she storms away. Word spreads fast. Over summer break, Jiangmin apparently ghosted her whole friend group and blew up at Jaehyun, or so the rumor mill says. Classmates can't figure out why Jaehyun's suddenly acting like this, while Jiangmin just stares off, quietly wondering the exact same thing. A flashback flickers by Yihyuk jabbing a finger at Jaehyun, practically interrogating her, and Jiangmin can't shake the thought. Could this all be about her? Jaehyun insists there's nothing going on, even as her eyes brim with tears, irritated that Yihyuk's suddenly so invested in Jiangmin of all people. Jiangmin figures if Jaehyun were really that innocent, she wouldn't have pulled the stunts she did at the start of the semester, and that morning the classroom felt so poisonous she bailed straight for the cafeteria. Even bracing for the worst, she's caught off guard when 3 classmates flag her down, calling her name across the hall. She turns, confused, as 2 classmates fall in behind her, clearly wanting to talk. They ask her straight up, was everything supposedly said about Jaehyun actually true, right down to being forced to smoke back in elementary school. One classmate admits that details the only thing she still remembers. It shocked her so much and tells Jeongmin she must have suffered a lot, since none of this bullying ever started with her. Startled, Jeongmin asks who even told them all this. Yoonju throws up her hands insisting it wasn't her, and points the finger straight at Sora. Still rattled, Jeongmin brushes past a knot of classmates in the hall, mumbling an apology after bumping into someone. Someone checks she's not hurt anywhere, but Jeongmin just frowns, baffled by a swirl of questions she can't make sense of. Yoonju just grins, admitting the whole mess actually worked out lucky for her, and the room erupts with a scandalized "oh my gosh." The gossip keeps spinning. Someone's sure Sora's the leak, snapping that anyone who doesn't back Jeongmin now looks like the villain, and bringing up the day they all sat down at a cafe with Yoonju as proof. Two classmates recall that cafe visit was actually the first time Jeongmin ever opened up about her history with Jaehyun. The memory replays Jeongmin across the table from her friends, laying out everything that happened between her and Jaehyun. Jeongmin points out only she and Yoonju knew that particular secret at the time, so if Yoonju swears she never said a word, there's only one person left it could be. Still, she admits there's another angle. Yoonju might not have talked herself, but she could easily have passed it on to someone else that same day. Jeongmin insists again that she isn't picking sides in any of this. Once the whole school learned who Jaehyun really is, the mood flipped overnight and Jeongmin gets an uneasy chill realizing she's basically become the Jaehyun everyone used to fear. It hits her all at once, everything she wished for during that lucid dream actually came true. Haunted, she pictures the three classmates who used to corner her, the roles now completely, eerily reversed. Standing at the door, she can't help but wonder why getting exactly what she wanted doesn't feel half as good as she thought it would. Down the hall, Seyun quietly washes his hands at a bathroom sink, while nearby Jaehyun sits alone staring down at her own bruised hand. Watching her, Jeongmin's throat tightens even after everything. Seeing Jaehyun actually hurting feels like this has gone too far. She falls silent, guilt written all over her face. Jeongmin and Jaehyun end up face to face in the empty hallway, the tension between them thicker than ever. Later, back at the sink, Jeongmin washes her hands while Jaehyun lingers behind her, unreadable. Jeongmin's expression goes blank, nerves scuffed as raw as the floor tiles under her feet. Meanwhile, totally oblivious the tides already turned against them, Hyejin and her sidekick are still cackling in the classroom about how trashy Jeongmin supposedly is. It gets funnier fast. Jeongmin catches them red-handed gossiping at her own table, and the girl has the nerve to introduce herself with a smug little nickname like nothing happened. They backpedal into fake sympathy, cooing poor Jeongmin through smirks they can barely hide. Then the mask slips. They let it slip that Jaehyun herself secretly told them to torment Jeongmin in the first place, right as she was already falling apart after her breakup. Her green-haired sidekick admits Jaehyun dumped her anger out on her first, before turning it on Jeongmin once she got tired of being the punching bag, and now swears she always meant to take Jeongmin's side. Naturally, the gossip turns nosy fast. They want to know if Jeongmin's really dating Seonbeek. They pile on, teasing that her boyfriend clearly doesn't play around and that Jeongmin's turning out way more interesting than anyone gave her credit for, and right there mid-tease, the chapter cuts out. Jeongmin is walking home replaying one single moment on loop, hands yanking at her own hair like she can physically shake it out of her head. Why did she just reach out and touch him like that? Smooth Jeongmin, real smooth. Her brain drags her somewhere darker. A memory of the old schoolyard fence and two older girls closing in on a classmate. Search her pockets, one sneers, they want cigarette money and they don't care whose it is. The girl on the ground only has 10,000 won on her. They mock her for it, sneering that she's always bragging her mom's rich. Cruel, petty, and completely one-sided. Young Jeongmin just stands there frozen while the bullies order her to hurry it along. Lunch break's almost over after all. Once they are gone, she's left alone with a single tear and a quiet, desperate check that nobody's still watching. Back in the present, footsteps behind her, Jeongmin turns and comes face to face with the last person she expected on this street, Jaehyun Ha. Jaehyun flushes, clearly replaying her own guilty memory. Even hit her too, huh? Yeah, she remembers exactly what she did. Jaehyun can't figure out why Jeongmin suddenly changed toward her. Jeongmin fires right back. Didn't you tell me to stop talking to you? Jaehyun pivots, needling her instead about drifting away from her old friend group. Is it because of me? Jaehyun asks, blushing and honestly the nerve of that question. Jaehyun grabs her wrist. Jeongmin isn't having it. Who does she think she is that Jeongmin owes her one more second of putting up with this? Jaehyun pulls her in close, talking about limits to imagination. Jeongmin just wants to know why any of this is her problem to fix. Jeongmin finally snaps. Why is Jaehyun suddenly acting like she cares? This has nothing to do with her, she says, and nobody else wanted her to end up like this. Your wish finally came true, didn't it? Jeongmin says, bitter and dead serious. Jaehyun deflects hard, telling her she should be happy, that's just how it normally goes, and asking why Jeongmin's face makes her feel like the failure here. Jaehyun flashes a smug little smile. Jeongmin just goes quiet, staring her down. Things are getting out of hand though, Jaehyun mutters, and Jeongmin finally loses it. Just look down on me like you used to. Jaehyun shouts right back, why is she always so stupid? The others don't care about her either way. There it is, the lonely truth underneath all that attitude. Jeongmin yanks her arm free. Stop doing stupid things, she says, and just like that she's done. She walks off down the street, leaving Jaehyun standing there alone. But the question won't let her go. That time back then, is it really any different from right now? She pulls the memory back up. How did she even handle it back then, sitting frozen in that classroom while it happened? The memory swirls, dragging her deeper into that same old dread, hand pressed to her head like she can hold it together. Young Jeongmin, caught in the same spiral, looking utterly lost. The truth finally comes out, even if it's only to herself. She did nothing back then because she was scared her friends would turn on her the exact same way. Back in the present, she just stands there in silence, that old guilt sitting heavy on her. Her phone buzzes, a message from Yehyuk of all people. Her brain briefly floats an alternative solution, courtesy of imaginary Baek Si-yoon, just kill them all and you're done. No, she absolutely cannot do that. She hesitates at the fence, phone in hand, working up the nerve to actually reach out. She texts Yehyuk asking for advice on something she's been stuck on. He's quick to offer and suggests just calling instead. She calls, he picks up mid-hangout, friends loudly heckling him in the background for ditching the conversation. Someone in the background wonders out loud if he's got a girlfriend now. Yehyuk just tells her to go ahead and spill it. She takes a breath, trying to figure out how to even frame this. She poses it as a hypothetical. If you saw someone you hated getting bullied by classmates, what would you do? It's not that she wants to help, she says, it's just eating at her. Even though Jaehyun told her flat out not to care anymore, that only makes it worse. She wonders what the old Yehyuk would have told her to do. Yehyuk admits honestly, if it were him, he'd probably hesitate too, scared and not sure what to do. He admits he's made plenty of wrong calls himself. Not everyone realizes something's wrong as fast as she does, he tells her. You're really cool, he says, staying rational even about someone she hates. Lately, he admits her words stick with him more than she'd think. His mind drifts to his own guilt. Back then, Ju Hyun only had him as a friend. If he just left her like that, she'd be left completely alone. He asks himself if he really never thought about that, even as a kid. Jeongmin admits to herself that maybe it was easy to shrug off as just a kid thing, but now that she's stuck in the same spot again, she finally gets it. Yehyuk's confession lands heavier than expected. The one bullying Ju Hyun is his friend too, and he never once told them to stop. That was on him. Jeongmin scrambles, flustered, insisting she was just babbling because she didn't know. Don't dwell on it, she tells him, you went through plenty yourself. Thank you, Yehyuk, she says softly. He brushes it off, insisting he didn't even give her real advice. After she hangs up, he can't help but smile. She turned his own confession right back into comforting him. She really is a good person, he thinks. Meet Seon lounging at home with his coffee, phone already in hand, because his brain never really left Jeongmin in the first place. He catches himself grinning like an idiot, admitting he was just thinking about her right as her text lands. She can't stand being stuck around certain people in her class anymore. That line is enough to make him spit his coffee clean across the kitchen. Something is clearly going on at that school. Cut to the school itself, sunlit and quiet, though judging by that message, the peace is not going to last. On a bench outside, Jeongmin sits beside the last person you'd expect next to her these days, her old rival Jaehyun, the silence between them thick enough to cut. Jaehyun finally breaks it. "Have you calmed down yet?" Jeongmin says nothing. Jaehyun mutters that thanks to her, she's stuck skipping class too, so they might as well head in. Jaehyun adds, half joking and half not, that if a teacher calls her mother over this, she's as good as dead. Jeongmin just stands alone afterward, staring at the ground, working through it. Jeongmin's honest about it too. She doesn't really know what this is between them yet, only that she's not helping Jaehyun because she likes her or because she's forgiven her. Jaehyun's reason is just as blunt. She's furious not one classmate will even offer her an apology, and she wants to punish them her own way. Jeongmin tries to put her own reason into words too. She just never wants to see a scene like that again, someone getting bullied, shut out, turned into an outcast. An outcast, I'm sick of it, she says, the memory clearly still raw. Her mind flickers back further though. Turns out there's more to this than just old bullying wounds. Outside the school building, Jeongmin gathers herself, the weight of it all still sitting behind her eyes. In an old memory, Jeongmin once told Jaehyun flat out that she used to see her as her one and only enemy, Ha Ju Hyun, and no one else. Now though, the two agree on one thing: neither of them wants their classmates or anyone else turning into what they used to be to each other. Absolutely never again, Jaehyun says. Jeongmin walks back toward class and finds the room waiting for her, cold and unwelcoming. Sure enough, her classmates are already whispering. She's got a hot boyfriend now, so suddenly she thinks she's above everyone, and to think she used to be too scared to even look them in the eye. Jeongmin just lets it roll off, thinking to herself, yeah, fair enough. Class is almost over, she tells herself, just hold on a little longer, right as a slammed door echoes through the room like a warning shot. Then out of nowhere, a voice cuts through the blur. Hey, Cha Young-min. It's her chatty friend Hyejin, all smirks, inviting herself along. Let's hang out after school just for a bit. Jeongmin curses under her breath, clearly hoping to dodge her, but another classmate chimes in that today's teacher is too busy for the usual after-class greeting, so there's no need to wait around. Then the real gut punch lands. The homeroom teacher wants both Jeongmin and Jaehyun in his office tomorrow morning. Well, Jeongmin sighs, lucky me, I guess. Figuring she'll get stuck waiting around anyway, Jeongmin tries to slip out early, but Hyejin isn't having it. Hey, where do you think you're going, brat? I told you to hang out with me. Busted mid-escape, Jeongmin freezes wide-eyed as Hyejin lands the accusation. Sneaking off to see her boyfriend, are we? Hyejin doesn't let up, needling her about dating a delinquent and acting all high and mighty. And by the way, half the internet is out here cursing Seon's name these days. But seriously, Hyejin presses, smirking, what does that guy even see in you? Or is this not really that kind of relationship at all? Unseen by either of them, Seon is right there at the door, gripping the frame, and what he hears next hits like a slap. Bed partners, she means, not boyfriend and girlfriend, something else entirely. He falls into step behind Jeongmin without a word, jaw tight, clearly not done with this conversation. Jeongmin, oblivious, walks on until something or someone makes her stop short. Choi Young-min, Seon says, low and serious. Why didn't you answer any of my messages? She blinks, caught off guard. Oh, probably because my phone was on vibrate. She checks her phone and nearly drops it. 45 missed calls. Why would you call me that many times? Seon pulls her close, dead serious now, demanding to know what her message actually meant, and she fires right back, scolding him for sneaking onto her school grounds like he's not worried at all about getting caught. That's not the problem, he cuts her off flatly. Who, he asks, then quieter and more dangerous, which one said it? He's got her arm laced through his before she can even answer, and she's blushing so hard she's forgotten how to speak. He teases her over just how flustered she gets around him, then finally asks it outright, want to go on a date tonight? I know a place you might like, he says, already steering her somewhere. Of course, he's got it all planned out. Or he adds with that trademark smirk, we could just skip straight to my place. Jokes aside, what he really wants is simpler than that, just a little more time with her before the night ends. Cut to the next afternoon, sun sliding low over the school gates as the day winds down. Across the street, Yi-hyuk's stomach is in knots. If Seon ever goes too far and Jeongmin winds up hurt because of it, that's a problem he's not willing to just sit back and ignore. So he heads for the gate himself, jaw set tight. And there she is, he spots her right away. He freezes mid-step, just staring. Because right there beside her is exactly the guy he was worried about. Seon walking out with Jeongmin like it's the most natural thing in the world. She hasn't noticed him yet, still caught up in the moment. Honestly, she just looks a little dazed, can't imagine why. Jeongmin, he calls out, and she blinks, completely caught off guard. What are you doing here? He mumbles something about getting worried over what she said earlier, and Seon greets him way too warmly, already mangling his name on purpose. Both of them just blink at that one, confused. It's Jo Yi-hyuk, Jeongmin corrects flatly. Seon just goes, huh. He lets an overly long, deliberate silence hang there, like the name just occurred to him. Sorry, he cackles, throwing an arm around him. I just can't seem to remember it no matter how many times I hear it. He keeps butchering it on purpose, laughing through every syllable while Yi-hyuk's smile goes thin as paper. You can practically hear his teeth grinding behind that fake grin. Seon, meanwhile, is having the time of his life. So why exactly are you here? Yi-hyuk finally manages. Jeongmin's internal response is, this guy actually unhinged. You seem unusually cheerful. Yi-hyuk tries carefully. Seon just smiles wider. Oh, you think so? I'm always in a good mood, Seon says, and somehow that sounds less like a fact and more like a warning. Yi-hyuk doesn't really have a comeback for that. He just tries to move things along instead. But then he catches a real look at Jeongmin's face. Why does she seem so worn down all of a sudden? The whole vibe between the three of them has gone quietly, uncomfortably weird. She just fidgets with her collar, avoiding everyone's eyes. Hey Jeongmin, Yi-hyuk finally says, I'm a little worried about our phone call earlier. Her stomach drops. So that's what this is about. You two talked on the phone? Seon asks, all fake casual. He slides in behind her, arms looping around her shoulders, singing out, I didn't know, tilde, like he's genuinely wounded. He is very much not. Jeongmin just squeezes her eyes shut, stuck dead in the middle. It's not like that, she blurts out, mortified. I was going to tell you, Yi-hyuk stammers, but... Are you mad? Seon coos at her, way too pleased with himself for someone actively stirring the pot. Yi-hyuk's smile is working overtime right now to not collapse into a grimace. Seon, underneath the act, is quietly wondering if she's clocked exactly how jealous he really is. Yi-hyuk at this point has fully stopped caring how Seon feels about any of it. Oh no, that's not it. Seon backpedals, entirely unconvincing. I'm not mad, why would I be mad? Anyway, he adds, way too smooth, I think your friend wants to talk to you. Should I give you two some space? Jeongmin just stares. Since when is he this generous? I'll get out of the way, he says, already backing off with a wave. She genuinely cannot believe he's doing this willingly. Is this actual generosity, she wonders, or is he just enjoying watching Yi-hyuk squirm? They find a quieter spot to talk while Seon keeps his distance. You two talk, I'll go sit over there, Seon says breezily. Yi-hyuk can't tell if he means it. Really? He asks, still braced for a trick. Jeongmin glances around, and something about this spot tugs at an old memory. It hits her with a flash of déjà vu, like she stood in a moment just like this one before. Seon, reading the mood completely wrong, snaps at Yi-hyuk. You don't think I'm gonna hit someone again, do you? Seriously, do you two really think that little of me? He huffs. I have a conscience too, you know. He pauses there for dramatic effect. Not a psychopath, he finishes, hand pressed to his chest like it's a solemn vow. Don't you think so? Tilde he needles, thoroughly delighted with himself all over again. And with one cheerful little wave, he actually does leave them to it. Which leaves Jeongmin and Yi-hyuk standing there, alone, in the world's most awkward silence. Forget it, Yi-hyuk mutters to himself, then tries again. Hey Jeongmin, what happened earlier? Did I say something stupid? He worries. No, she reassures him, it wasn't anything you said. That's right, she thinks to herself, although things have changed, and telling him everything might just put him in danger. The last thing she wants is to drag him into a misunderstanding he never asked for. Off to the side, Seon lights a cigarette, watching the two of them with all the patience in the world. You really didn't have to go this far, she tells Yi-hyuk gently, but he starts. Thanks for worrying about me, she says, but maybe it's better if we don't meet right in front of the school anymore. That one catches him completely off guard. You know how he can be, she adds carefully, not needing to say Seon's name out loud. Yi-hyuk just goes quiet, turning that over in his head. Watching her walk off beside Seon again, he thinks maybe she's just trying to protect him. No, it's not, she tries to explain, still flustered. Cut to a knot of classmates already gossiping nearby, so they are really not dating. One giggles, clearly not buying it. Back with Yi-hyuk, he can't help thinking how silly this whole afternoon has been. I probably shouldn't have just shown up at the school without telling you first, he admits. It all feels strange to him now, looking back on it. Jeongmin's mind drifts somewhere else entirely if they're really not officially together. Then why have you been staring at him this whole time? Yi-hyuk asks her point blank. Or is that just how close you've gotten trying to understand him? He wonders, realizing she cares about Seon more than she lets on. Right, he tells himself, steadying up, even if I'm just a friend, I'm still a guy, let's be mature about this, alright? Then out of nowhere, an old memory flickers up in his mind. Two kids, way back when, one of them grinning, teasing the other about something. The memory says, and it lands closer to home than he expected. The tail end of it hits hardest, someone once telling him she liked him. Present-day Yi-hyuk snaps out of it like he's just been shocked. I'm gonna go, he blurts, already backing away. Jeongmin blinks, He's gone before she can even ask why. He speed walks off, mind racing. What was I just thinking? He mutters to no one, thoroughly rattled by his own brain. Back with Seon, he's already found his next excuse to get close. Your bag's zipper is open, he snickers, arms sliding right around her. Really? Is anything missing? She asks, completely oblivious. Let's see, he says, taking his sweet time checking. She side-eyes him. Where exactly are you touching? While off in the distance, Yi-hyuk's telling himself Seon probably left ages ago. Is there really anything missing? She asks again, still not catching on. Why do you keep it? Tickles, she yelps, squirming. Nothing to be done about it now, he grins, you'll just have to accept it's gone. Elsewhere alone, Yi-hyuk's thoughts turn quieter. Shouldn't he just hope for the best for her sake? That whoever holds her heart now takes good care of it, whatever happens next. The memory comes back hazy, like static over an old recording. Someone murmurs that he is already gone. Yeah, is that so? She wonders, not quite believing it. Seon pokes at her sides just to hear her yelp, all wide grins and zero shame. Then his smile goes sharp at the edges. If you lose something, he murmurs, there is nothing you can do about it. Isn't that the fault of whoever lost it in the first place? He adds, voice gone cold and quiet. The panel swallows itself in black, one hand reaching out of nothing. Yi-hyuk's head snaps up, eyes blown wide, the word won't it hanging unfinished in the air. Whoever ends up with her, Seon says, had better love her and take care of her. Forever, he finishes and lets the word sit there in the dark like a promise or a threat, take your pick. Snap back to the present and Jeongmin is quiet at his side, still turning that over in her head. Which lasts about 2 seconds before Seon is right back to clowning around, threatening to noogie her into next week while she cackles. Really, he cackles, hands clamped over his head, milking the moment for all it is worth. Hyejin isn't laughing though. Don't tell me you were joking that Yi-hyuk is gone, she demands, half panicked. Jeongmin peels off down a quiet alley by herself, hair catching the wind, clearly still chewing on it. Phew, turns out he really was just messing with them. She lets out a breath she didn't know she was holding, hand pressed to her chest. Meanwhile, across town, Yi-hyuk walks home alone with the sunset at his back, backpack slung low, not saying a word. The moment replays in grainy black and white in his head, that same cold warning looping over and over. The sky burns orange over the rooftops as the day quietly bleeds out. Yi-hyuk's face says it all, whatever Seon told him, it is still sitting heavy. Cut back to a gentler memory in that same grainy monochrome, Seon holding her close from behind, and this time it almost looks tender. New day, same two, strolling side by side down a sun-dappled path like nothing ever happened. Sion's face goes thoughtful in the autumn light while Jiangmin walks a step ahead, unaware she is being watched so closely. Is she really into me? He wonders privately, fingers drifting to his own mouth like he isn't totally sure of the answer. Youngmin someone calls and she turns blinking, caught completely off guard. Sion reaches in close, thumb brushing her mouth. Here he says simply, while Hyejin nearby mirrors the same gesture on herself, clearly enjoying the show. There's something on your lips, he purrs, looking way too pleased with himself for such a small excuse to touch her face. Her whole face goes up in flames. Is all she manages, hand flying to cover her mouth. Thanks, she mumbles and they walk on together, the silence somehow warmer than words. Q Sion scrolling his phone, already 3 steps deep into wedding venues in his head, while Jiangmin has no idea any of this is happening. Never mind, he mutters to himself, we don't even have that many people to invite anyway. Bold planning for a couple that isn't even engaged. Out loud he needles her about scrolling the same photo over and over. Let's just go together next time. Yeah, she shrugs. In his head though, he is already debating skipping the wedding entirely just to blow the whole budget on a honeymoon, purely so he can see her in the dress first. A trip, now he is mentally halfway across the globe, seriously weighing which country they should run off to. Oh right, he catches himself, this really isn't a decision he gets to make alone. Out loud it's just, take away and eat at home, sure, she says. In his head he has already skipped straight to married with a kid. Somebody rein this man in. Actually, he decides, a world with just the 2 of them doesn't sound half bad. A serving for 2, please, he tells the cashier. I am not sharing Youngmin with anybody, he thinks, dead serious over a takeout order. He is already picking out furniture for their imaginary house when she calls his name and yanks him back to reality. Want to do anything else before we head back? She asks innocently and his mouth just says it, get married, out loud to her face. Get married, she repeats, stunned, while he short-circuits completely, sparks practically flying off him as he stammers that it's not, I mean. Do you want to get married someday, he manages, turning the disaster into an actual question. Why bring this up out of nowhere, she asks, flustered, before admitting quietly that she is a little curious too. Then one last flash of that grainy monochrome dread. A shadowy figure looms over her, hair spilling everywhere, and all she can get out is a small, uneasy, The chapter drops us straight into another one of Jiangmin's lucid dreams, and this one starts soft, with Sion murmuring her name and her heart already skipping. He leans in, voice low, bringing up that thing she pulled on him earlier, and for a second his stare turns dead serious. Jiangmin's brain short-circuits as his hand drifts toward her face. Surely he doesn't mean what she thinks he means. All she can manage is a strangled yeah, while her whole face goes up in flames. Their fingers lace together, nervous and tight. The dream is not messing around. Jiangmin's eyes go huge, pulse hammering, as the moment tips past just talking. Cut to the couch where Sion's got her pinned with that signature smirk. We'll let the panel do the talking and fade this one out tastefully. All you hear is a murmured should I before the scene mercifully cuts away. She squeaks out his full name, Baek Siyun, like she still can't believe this is happening. His eyes half-lid, closing the last bit of distance between them. Her panicked inner voice is back, screaming that surely this can't be real. Sion just watches her squirm with that infuriatingly smug grin, clearly enjoying every second of the chaos he's causing. Their faces close in, and right as it looks like the dream's about to go all the way, she jolts with a startled gasp. Turns out Sion's cracking up. He was never actually going for it, and he's laughing himself silly at her reaction. I'm just joking, Kiki teases, thoroughly pleased with himself for winding her up. Then, smooth as anything, he pivots to playing house, asking if she's hungry like nothing just happened. Jiangmin just stands there, still reeling, completely unable to process the emotional whiplash. She wakes up groaning, why ye dream over, and she's very much back in reality, alone in an empty classroom. Still riding the dream's leftover confidence, Jiangmin springs on Sion in real life, practically begging to walk him home for once. He's having none of it, not today, as she clings on and wails in mock protest. She keeps up the bit, insisting it's dangerous for a girl to walk home alone at night, chasing him down the street. I know, now let go, you're heavy as hell, Sian barks back, dragging her along anyway. The two of them wind up outside her place as the night settles in around them. The goofing around fades and Jiangmin's smile dims a little, something clearly still weighing on her. Sian lingers too, a soft, almost bashful smile creeping onto his face as he looks at her. Then Sian actually brings it up, asking if she's still mad about the little prank he pulled on her earlier, and Jiangmin's jaw visibly tightens. Who's upset? She snaps back way too fast, the classic tell of someone who is extremely upset. Out loud she denies it, but her own head is already admitting the truth. Yeah, she's upset, and yeah, she's a little mad. Sian softens, promising he won't pull a stunt like that again and telling her she's got nothing to worry about. He reaches out, a small, careful touch to settle her nerves. She goes quiet, staring off down the street, clearly still chewing on something she hasn't said. A long breath escapes her, whatever's building up inside, it's about to come out. She finally calls his name for real this time, and he turns to face her, waiting. I was upset, she admits, then catches herself, pushing further. No, she wants to actually explain why she was mad. The words tangle up in her throat the second she tries to say them out loud. Her mind completely blanks. What does she even say? How does she put this into words? She loses her nerve entirely and bails, grabbing his arm and waving it off like it's nothing. But she can't quite let it go either. She tries his name again and he perks up instantly, way too eager for an answer. She steels herself for a real attempt this time. The confession is right there on the tip of her tongue. And that's exactly when her brain hijacks the moment with a nightmare preview of him, cold and distant, saying she's misread the whole thing. In the imagined version, he even apologizes for it, polite and utterly heartbreaking. The worst part of the fantasy, him shrugging it all off as just an act, exactly the fear that's kept her quiet this whole time. That imagined rejection is enough to freeze her solid, the fear completely swallowing whatever she was about to say. Her eyes well up before she can stop them. Sian calls her name again, worried now, and it yanks her back out of her own head. He presses gently, asking what she'd actually been about to say. She shuts it down fast. No, it's nothing, burying the confession right back where it came from. He doesn't quite buy it, giving her a long, doubtful look. She cuts the night short instead, saying she needs to head in, and he lets her go with a soft good night. Left alone on the street, Sian just stands there, turning the whole conversation over in his head. His hand curls into a frustrated fist. He knows something's unsaid, and it's eating at him too. Walking home, Sian spirals. Should he just turn around and confess right now? He's only been apart from her for minutes and he's already losing it. He debates confessing first versus waiting her out, but admits what he really wants is to hear her say it first, groaning at how stressful the whole thing is. Somewhere else in the city, Yi-hyuk gets an unexplained chill, completely unaware he's the subject of Sian's scheming. Because Sian's already plotting to freeze Yi-hyuk out entirely, smirking as he decides to give it a few days before making his move. He mutters to himself that nothing's worse than leading someone on, half joking, half serious about his own crush. The night walk carries on, his thoughts still stuck firmly on her. The story cuts to a bright blue sky, a new day rolling in. Morning light spreads out over the city. Jiangmin heads out for school solo, phone in hand, clearly still distracted by everything unresolved between them. She catches herself mimicking Sian's exact line of thinking and has to stop and laugh at herself. Great, now he's living in her head too. Then she spots someone up ahead on the sidewalk. It's Yi-hyuk, brightening the second he clocks her walking alone. They fall into an easy, familiar greeting. Privately, Jiangmin's relieved Sian skipped out today, one less awkward run-in between the two of them to manage. They fall into step together, heading to school side by side. She mentions Sian's a no-show today so he doesn't need to brace himself, and Yi-hyuk's reaction gives away a little too much relief. He catches himself and clamps a hand over his mouth, mortified at what just slipped out. He owns up to it anyway. Honestly, it's a relief to walk to school without the tension of Sian tagging along. Yi-hyuk suddenly remembers something and starts digging through his bag. He pulls out a little collectible sticker and hands it over, and Jiangmin blinks in surprise. Turns out it came free with a bread pack he grabbed earlier. He remembered she's into that kind of cute stuff. Then it hits him mid-sentence that he's basically confessing to knowing her interests way too well, and he nearly dies of embarrassment on the spot. Jiangmin, meanwhile, is grinning ear to ear, clearly delighted rather than judging him. "But I do want it," he mumbles, torn between embarrassment and just wanting to keep the thing. Jiangmin can't hold it in and lets out a little snort of a laugh. He demands to know what's so funny while she apologizes between giggles, clearly not sorry at all. A high schooler still into this stuff, Hushy teases, absolutely delighting in his suffering. She catches herself and corrects course, though she doesn't think it's childish at all, she actually thinks it's cute. The line snaps him straight back to a memory of once telling her that exact kind of thing was part of why he fell for her in the first place. The memory lingers on him a beat too long. He fixates hard on that one word liked, turning it over and over in his head. Oblivious to the spiral she just triggered, Jiangmin's already checking something on her phone. A classmate calls out a quick goodbye to him in passing, and he practically jumps out of his skin, that lost in thought. Before he knows it, they're already at the school gate. Jiangmin has one more thing to bring up before they split off for the day. She checks that he hasn't forgotten what she asked of him yesterday, and a little nervously wonders if the sticker earns her walking to school together again. He assures her he remembers, privately reminding himself he'll need to stay careful around Siyun too. She thanks him for going along with what she knows is kind of a strange ask. In his head, though, the stakes feel higher than that break her rule, and he might lose these moments with her entirely, so for now he's just glad to get them at all. They head toward their separate mornings, the easy warmth between them lingering. He keeps replaying it. This is the only way he gets to see her right now, and he'll take it. Jiangmin heads into the school building on her own. The hallway stretches out ahead of her, quiet and half-empty. Her steps slow, her expression drifting back into worry. She lets out a defeated sigh outside her classroom. Honestly, she really doesn't want to go in. Inside, she finds two classmates already waiting by the lockers, and the mood shifts instantly. One stammers out an offer to head to the canteen together, and Jiangmin blinks, caught off guard by the friendliness. Across the room, someone else is quietly falling apart at their desk, and Jiangmin's stomach drops at the sight. She asks about the empty seat that used to belong to Hyojin and learns the seating's been shuffled again. Hyojin's moved, and someone else has taken her old spot. Jiangmin can only guess this means the social musical chairs in her class isn't over yet. The seat, like everything else right now, is only going to keep changing. Out in the hall, more classmates are still buzzing about the fallout, throwing glances her way. Meet Jiangmin, dragging herself toward homeroom like she is walking to her own execution. I really don't want to go to class at all," she mutters to nobody in particular. She trudges down a hallway she has walked 1,000 times, except today it feels endless. A cluster of classmates chats about heading down to the canteen together. Nobody thinks to ask if she is coming. She wanders into the classroom and just stops. Someone points out she is standing in the wrong seat entirely. Apparently it belongs to a girl named Kim Hae-jin now. Two classmates whisper nearby, claiming she practically begged to switch seats just to sit near them. Jiangmin's face goes tight. That is not remotely how this happened. She figured that girl would just keep parking herself nearby to make her life difficult. Then, down the hall, she catches a glimpse of a certain white-haired guy who is never exactly subtle about looking her way. Jiangmin just blinks, completely lost on what is even happening around her today. Her phone buzzes. Somebody has been passing around an old photo from her part-time job, and just like that, the whole vibe in the room shifts. Yeah, everyone really is avoiding her today. Out in the courtyard, someone calls out to check they have got the right girl. Sora. Sora storms up and hauls her straight outside. "Why would you suddenly call me out here?" Jiangmin asks. Sora just huffs like she does not already know. "Why are you playing innocent? You stirred up a whole storm yesterday, so what are you going to do about it?" Sora demands. Jiangmin can only manage a limp "I haven't really thought about it yet." Sora is not done. She reminds Jiangmin of her own rule: stick together no matter what. Apparently that promise cuts both ways. A beat later, Sora almost sounds relieved that the morning has been quieter than she braced for. I don't see anyone messing with me, Jiangmin shrugs. Well, obviously, Sora mutters, unconvinced. Sora allows herself a small, satisfied smirk. Guess her scary reputation is doing some heavy lifting. Because let's be honest, when Jiangmin's boyfriend gives you a stare like that, you start rethinking every choice that led you here. Sora swears it is like locking eyes with an actual murderer. Then there is the small matter of catching the two of them mid-kiss. Sora's only takeaway: these two are not normal people. Back to business though, Sora tells her flatly that she is free to switch sides now, no hard feelings. Wait, what did you just say? Jiangmin blinks. You don't need to stick with me anymore, Sora repeats. Since when? Why exactly? Jiangmin presses. Sora's answer stings. Her own school life is already trashed thanks to all this, so who even needs friends? Though she admits hanging out together did mean something to her. The real reason finally comes out. Sora does not want Jiangmin getting frozen out by her own friends just for sticking around her. So consider her officially off the hook. That's that then, I'm heading to class, Sora says, already walking off. Yeah, he is all Jiangmin can manage. Jiangmin is left standing alone in the courtyard, turning the whole conversation over in her head. Was any of that actually sincere, she wonders, or is Sora just letting her down easy? Class carries on. Jiangmin sits by the window, alone with her thoughts, same as always. Meanwhile, across the room, Sora's phone lights up with a notification that makes her pause. Turns out her so-called friends made a private group chat and very pointedly left her out of it. And it is not just for chatting either, it is clearly step one of trashing her behind her back. Sora's temper flares instantly. These bastards, she seethes, replaying every rumor she has overheard. I have treated every single one of them so well. Head down on her desk, she scoffs at herself. So much for friends. Guess she is no different from the people she is mad at. Where is she even supposed to go to find real ones? Her own words to Jiangmin echo back at her. Don't stick around me and get frozen out by your friends. Guess she should have listened to herself. Sora just sits with that thought in total silence, the cost of protecting her friend landing all at once. A quiet apartment door creaks open. Someone's arriving, and judging by the mood, it's not a stranger. Sion's already got a coffee waiting for his guest. Here you go. Oh, thanks. Easy, familiar, like this isn't their first time doing this. Across town, another familiar face is waiting on someone too, tattoo-style anarchy tee and all, clearly not here for small talk. So the guest finally says, mug in hand, what's the real reason you dragged me all the way out here? Sion just watches him over the rim of his cup, that sharp, knowing look giving nothing away yet. Then Sion grins wide and finally says it out loud. Director, like he's been waiting all day just to say that name. Turns out it's nothing serious. The director just wants him to swing by and grab the stuff he left behind in his old dorm. My stuff? Sion blinks, caught off guard. Later, muttering to himself in the mirror, the director wonders out loud if Sion's seeing someone these days. He shrugs it off though. The internet's already moving on from Sion's name, so a little dating rumor barely registers anymore. Sion just smirks over his coffee. Am I not allowed to date? I'm not an idol anymore, he says, clearly enjoying himself. The director's smile fades for a second, remembering how differently things once looked. He still remembers when Sion was ready to give up on everything. Now look at him. Sion's quick to credit him for it too. His whole life turned around, and these days even his old group DZX is thriving. On screen, his old crew shows up looking sharp. The director beams with genuine pride. Congratulations, he says. I know you and those boys are going to do just fine, the director adds, and Sion can't help a surprised little laugh. His mind drifts to an old memory, a handshake, an awkward thank you, and the quiet relief that whoever he'd wronged wasn't holding a grudge. Back in the present, the director checks in on the place he's set Sion up in, spacious, elegant, and his to use for as long as he needs it to grow. Sion waves off any worry with a grin. No need to stress, my mouth is really tight. The director takes the deal, keep your promise and none of the old stuff ever sees daylight. Satisfied, he heads for the door. But he stops mid-step, spotting someone else entirely. Wait, have you grown taller? The guy just shrugs, a little what's wrong. The director marvels at muscle that wasn't there before. This kid used to be all skin and bones. Somewhere else, Seon's wearing that same knowing smirk, like he's already seen this reaction coming. Ah, sorry, I don't mean anything by it, the director backpedals, though privately he can't help thinking it's almost a shame to cover up a glow-up like that. Seon's own thoughts echo it too. He was floored when this guy walked back in, more handsome than ever, not a trace of the scars he expected left on that face. There's a darker thread running underneath it all too, a quiet payout taken from some outside group on one condition: keep it buried. Strange world, huh? The director reassures Seon his tarnished reputation is fading fast. Nobody really remembers the worst of it anymore. Whatever he needs, he's family now, no different. The muscle-bound guy waves off a ride though. He's still got somewhere else to be, no rush getting home. I'll head out then, just mail my stuff over, he says, and the two go their separate ways. Elsewhere, Seon does a double take, catching sight of someone he wasn't expecting. He stands there a second, turning it over in his head. That person, could it be? The gears are turning, but he doesn't finish the thought out loud. The city drifts into golden hour around him while his mind stays somewhere else entirely. His phone buzzes, snapping him right back to the present. A missed call from Jeongmin. Of course, that's the one that gets his full attention. He wonders if she'll even pick up before dialing her right back. Hello, you called me. Jeongmin, walking home from school, isn't surprised he beat her to it. No wonder you picked up so fast. I'm on my way back now, she says. Seon has to admit he couldn't make it in time to pick her up today, so it looks like she's walking home solo this time. Jeongmin takes the apology in stride, though something about it doesn't quite sit right with her. Doesn't he want to tell me what happened? She wonders, still turning his day over in her head. A classmate's voice cuts through her thoughts, calling her name from down the hall. Seon asks if he can come by later and Jeongmin doesn't hesitate. Of course. Just head inside and wait, I'll be right back. Be right back, see you later, she calls out, already smiling at the thought. She heads off with her phone still in hand, that same smile lingering. But the chapter closes on someone else entirely, that same rebuilt, restless guy from earlier, walking alone down a quiet hallway that looks like it's headed somewhere personal. He heads back out into the evening, lost in his own thoughts, with no idea he's about to be spotted. Across the way, Yi-hyuk's warm brown hair, clearly still hung up on the past clocks, a familiar-looking silhouette heading into an apartment building. Seon strolls into the hallway completely oblivious, footsteps echoing behind him. Something about that shirt, that anarchy print, makes Yi-hyuk's stomach drop. Wait, is that actually him? He blurts out the name to check. Seon spins around, catches him staring, and just smirks. What's up? Turns out Yi-hyuk just recognized the back of his neck and had to check if it was really his old acquaintance. He tries to bail with an awkward wave, but Seon isn't letting him off that easy. Wait. Seon asks for just a minute of his time. Yi-hyuk goes quiet, clearly bracing for whatever's coming next. Turns out Seon lives alone these days, he admits almost too casually. Alone, that lands wrong with Yi-hyuk. If nobody else is home, that means Young-min could still be swinging by completely unsupervised. Seon, ever the tease, pulls out his phone and drops the bomb. She's sleeping. Right next to me, he adds, twisting the knife with a grin Yi-hyuk can barely stand to look at. Yi-hyuk's face cracks just for a second, but it's there, raw and hurt. Seon clocks it instantly. What's wrong? You don't look so good. Yi-hyuk scrambles to cover, throwing it right back at him. Are you jealous? Seon's playful edge vanishes. Flat out, he tells Yi-hyuk to drop whatever he's thinking about Young-min, and he clearly means it. The warning lands like a threat one day. Seon says he'll make sure Yi-hyuk never sees her again. Yi-hyuk just mutters that he's got this all wrong. Seon isn't buying the just friends act for a second, not with that look on Yi-hyuk's face. You don't want to be friends with her, Seon presses. That's almost impressively dishonest. Almost gently, he needles the old wound. Of course, Young-min used to like him, back before everything went sideways. Yi-hyuk can't even argue. In his own head, he admits it. He's got no right to be jealous, not after everything he put her through. Still, he warns Seon straight up that he's worried this guy is going to get her hurt. Honestly, you seem like someone with violent tendencies. Feelings aside, he says he can't stop worrying about her safety. Seon just shrugs it off with a non-committal hum. Seon fires back, they're not even dating, so what gives Yi-hyuk the right to weigh in at all? Not dating, yet you've got her tied up like this, Seon jabs. Yi-hyuk insists he stayed completely out of her love life until now. Seon's answer is ice cold, and so should you. That's the last straw. Yi-hyuk accuses him outright of playing games with her heart. Seon just tilts his head, all faux innocence, play what? You're the one playing with her, Yi-hyuk snaps, grabbing at him, done pretending any of this is casual. He lets it all out, being sweet to someone you've got no real feelings for makes you a straight-up bastard, and Young Min has paid for it over and over. Seon just repeats it back, almost amused like her, daring Yi-hyuk to actually say what he means. Sounds like you're telling me to stay away from Young Min, Seon says, eyes narrowing. Do I have that right? Then the mask drops completely. For the rest of your life, he says, dead serious, don't you dare dream that I'll ever leave her. No tricks Yi-hyuk pulls, no games, Seon's keeping her by his side, full stop. He goes even further, even if it kills him, he's staying with her. That's not a threat anymore, that's a vow. Yi-hyuk just stares, completely floored by how far gone this guy really is. And that's where it boils over. Yi-hyuk's fist closes around his collar, and the chapter cuts out right as things are about to get physical. Meet Jeongmin, another gray, boring day at school, and she is already plotting her exit, skip the group, sneak down to the canteen alone. Then she spots another girl off by herself and has a quiet realization, this one is just as alone as she is. Recognizing a fellow loner is one thing. Actually walking over is a whole different kind of scary, and Jeongmin talks herself right out of it. Enter Sora, hair, glasses, and zero chill, sliding right up next to her like she owns the hallway. What is up? Jeongmin asks. Sora's answer is basically, I am claiming this seat since apparently dozing off up front is a safer racket. Jeongmin, ever the tactician, points out the back tables are prime napping real estate. Sora is not moved. Then the real agenda drops, come have lunch with me. Jeongmin's brain immediately jumps to suspicious, wondering if this is some kind of receipts check. Sora, wounded pride and all, swears that is not it. Turns out she just went to bat for Jeongmin against the rest of the class. Next scene, next day, Jeongmin strolls into homeroom and every head in the room turns. Turns out she has ditched her old seat for the front row, no explanation given. One classmate splutters, what are you doing? And Jeongmin coolly explains the board is just easier to see up here. That is when Hyejin, the chatterbox herself, swoops in with an offer, ditch Sora and eat with her instead since Sora has got plenty of other friends anyway. Sora's face says it all. Sora is having none of it, whipping around on Hyejin, what is wrong with you coming out of nowhere like this? Jeongmin just watches the whole showdown happen behind her, face doing absolutely nothing. The rest of the class is already whispering, jaws on the floor. Word around the room, since when did quiet Jeongmin get this fearless? Standing toe to toe with Hyejin used to make people flinch, she does not even blink. Somewhere, a whole chorus of classmates just short circuits into a full-blown fan moment. Once the dust settles, Sora quietly admits she has wanted to actually talk to Jeongmin for ages, just never had the nerve until today. Hyejin, of course, cannot resist one last jab, needling Sora for waiting until she was not around to make her move. And just like that, we are back to the usual chaos. Jeongmin sandwiched between the two of them, each gripping an arm like she is the last life raft on a sinking ship. Jeongmin steps in like the tired referee she has apparently become. No fighting, we can all eat together later. Inside, she still cannot quite believe these two are somehow her regular crew now. Still kind of unreal to her, honestly, but she decides having people fight over you beats being invisible any day. Then her phone buzzes, a message from her boyfriend Seon telling her to hurry up and meet him outside when she is done. Just seeing his name settles something in her. She slips out, straightens herself up, and there he is, leaning against the wall with that same insufferably smug grin, waiting like he has got nowhere better to be. Before she goes, Jeongmin turns back to Sora and Hyejin with a heads up. She has got something important to handle today. The two of them just blink at her, caught completely off guard. Somebody cannot help but wonder out loud, every single time these two sneak off early, what excuse are they even feeding the homeroom teacher? Cut to Seon, off the clock and off script, sitting down across from an old face from his idle days for a much more serious conversation. His old bandmate can barely get the words out, clearly bracing himself. I am sorry, I am not even sure I have the right to ask you this. He admits he had been worried sick about Seon, then cannot help but laugh that Seon has somehow come out the other side looking more like a celebrity than any of them ever did. Out on the street, Seon turns up with a girl clinging to his arm and some guy hurrying them along. Let's go, Si-yoon, he says, casual as anything. And from a distance, Jeongmin catches every second of it. Later, Jeongmin turns up somewhere nobody expected her. Why would you come at this hour, someone asks, and it's a fair question. Seon's face drops the second he sees her. He's right up close, searching her over. What's wrong? Did something happen? Are you hurt anywhere? They fall into step together, but Jeongmin's somewhere else entirely in her head. She can't stop replaying it. Who was that girl hanging off his arm earlier? She wants to just ask him outright. Long dark hair, about her height. The more she thinks about it, the more familiar that stranger looks. Wait, was that a girl? The thought she can't shake. Does he have someone else in his life that she doesn't know about at all? Seon tilts her chin up, searching her face for the truth. It's nothing, she says instead. Let's just go to your place. On the way, she can't help asking again, is he really not hurt anywhere? Yeah, he says, it's true. They slip inside his place quiet, and for a second neither of them says a word. I still can't calm myself down, Jeongmin admits, mostly to herself. I thought I was the only one with him, she thinks, and now everything feels turned upside down. Youngmin, Seon murmurs, brushing the hair back from her face. Are you really okay? He pulls her in close. Why did you rush to leave so early just to get here? He asks, half teasing, half worried. Your face still looks fine to me, he says, tilting her chin up like he's double-checking for himself. Well, you're the one who told me to hurry up and come see you today, she points out. Seon just blinks, What did you actually want to talk to me about today? He asks, and her says it all. I didn't think she'd be back this soon, he admits. But before that, there's something I wanted to ask. Who was that person earlier? Jeongmin finally asks straight out. We just happened to run into each other on the road, Seon says. Honestly, I didn't expect to see them there either. He watches her carefully, gauging whether that actually eased anything. Youngmin, he says quietly, reaching for her face. Si-yoon, she breathes, all the tension melting out of her at once. If you don't like it, he murmurs, get away from me. From what, exactly, he doesn't say, and she doesn't move an inch. So instead of pulling away, she leans right into him. And just like that, every ounce of doubt gets kissed clean away. One kiss turns into another, and neither of them seems in any hurry to stop. Jeongmin's eyes go wide for a second before she just melts into it. Let's just say the conversation is officially over for the night. Choi Young-min, he murmurs against her, smirking, you're the one who started this, you know. She grabs on tight, and he's not exactly complaining. He breathes, pulling her flush against him like he can't stand another inch of space between them. From here, the rest of the night is very much their own business. Let's just say the doubt from earlier gets thoroughly resolved. And whatever happens next, you already know these two are more than fine. She barely breathes out a yes before he pulls her into a slow, lingering kiss. Between kisses, she asks if he really means it, and he answers back even harder, like he needs her to believe him. He just smirks down at her, all smug and in love, while she's left completely speechless in his arms. He tells her straight out that everything hard he went through before was worth it just to end up meeting her. They just stay wrapped up in each other for a long moment, nobody in a hurry to let go. She whispers back a quiet me too as night settles in outside their little bubble. He murmurs her name again and asks the obvious next question, can she just stay with him all day today? Cut to her sneaking back into her own house, the front door creaking open behind her. Her mom is already waiting, surprised she's home so early, and she stammers out a nervous yes. Mom gets suspicious about the early return, and in her head she's scrambling, figuring teachers don't exactly call you home just for ditching class early. She works up the nerve to ask if she can sleep over at a friend's place tonight, and her mom just blinks at her. Mom needles her about having dinner with her new friends every night, and she deflects, joking that skipping family meals just means less table clearing for her. Mom pushes further, saying she hasn't met a single one of her friends since elementary school and wants an introduction. Mom even guesses the friend's name is Ju Hyun, completely unaware that's the old friend who turned into her bully, not the guy she's actually sneaking off to see. Mom keeps grilling her about visiting so often when the friend's parents are supposedly home too, so she cuts the conversation short to make her escape. She smooths it over by explaining the friend doesn't actually live with their parents right now, and Mom finally buys the story. Meanwhile, her parents decide the poor kid must be starving for a home-cooked meal and start packing up food to send along. She almost blows the whole secret, catching herself mid-thought after slipping and calling her friend a he instead of a she. Mom insists she just take the side dishes already, and the scene cuts to a burning orange sunset over the city as she heads back out. Walking off with the food, she can't help thinking Mom will never actually see where this meal ends up, then wonders where her boyfriend wandered off to. She waits for him outside near the corner store, the sky still glowing pink behind her. He jumps out with a big boo and scares the daylights out of her. He pats her head laughing while she scolds him for scaring her half to death, clearly delighted with himself. She hands over the bag, explaining her mom packed him side dishes and told her to make sure he actually eats properly. He's genuinely touched, covering his face and joking that his mother-in-law really said that about him. She snaps at him for calling her mom his mother-in-law when he's never even met her, and he just laughs it off, teasing that he basically knows her now. Walking along, he asks if she wants to stop at the convenience store, and she plays it casual, saying sure, maybe. He offers to buy it for her instead, and she reacts a little too surprised at the gesture. She insists she'll just grab it herself, but he tells her to wait outside instead, which throws her completely. She mocks his weird little be back in a while line right back at him, clearly suspicious of what he's actually up to. Left standing alone outside the store, she's just baffled, wondering what the hell he's being so secretive about. Inside, he's got this sly, scheming look on his face as the door chimes and a little time skip passes. He's back out in a flash, and she can't believe how fast he was. She presses him about what he actually bought, and he whips it out with a flourish, way too pleased with himself. Whatever it is, it's apparently something you can just grab off a convenience store shelf, and that little mystery is exactly where this chapter leaves us hanging. The morning starts lazy and a little rumpled, his robe hanging open while she picks at a quick bite. Clearly the only thing on either of their minds is each other. He drops a casual honey on her like it is nothing, and she nearly chokes on her soda. Okay, so that is where they are now. One look turns into a slow kiss, and for a second all the teasing just melts away. She yelps and covers her mouth mid-kiss. He just smirks and needles her. Is TV that interesting? Busted for zoning out. She whines that he never stops teasing her, but he just pulls her in closer with a grin. You do not like that though, do you? Fine, he says, no more jokes. Let's do this for real, and he pulls her into a proper kiss. He trails to her ear, and all she can manage back is a soft mmm. In her head, she admits she never expected dating him to actually change anything between them. Turns out she could not have been more wrong. Things get a little heated between the sheets. We will leave the rest to your imagination. Once they catch their breath, he cannot resist teasing her. Apparently she forgets to breathe when they kiss, which is why she is always so out of breath after. I did not do it on purpose, she grumbles. He jokes he would love to see that flustered face of hers again, purely for practice, of course, and she fires back half serious. Are you a pervert? He needles her about looking disappointed earlier. What exactly did she think he grabbed at the convenience store? She sputters that she was not disappointed at all, not even a little, while turning a shade of red that says otherwise. He points out her red face and asks exactly which step she was picturing, then laughs that she is just as much of a pervert as he is. Suddenly serious for a second, he asks her to be honest. Since when exactly has she liked him? She admits it has been a while now. They just settled into each other so naturally that she cannot even pinpoint the exact moment it started. Turning the question right back on him, she asks the same thing, so since when has he liked her? His answer floors her, ever since the two of them first met inside a dream. Her mind flashes back to that surreal first meeting, two shadowy figures hand in hand, in a memory that barely feels real even now. She cannot quite believe he would say something so wild out loud, but he presses on, reminding her he was the one who saved her back then, and thinking about it now, maybe that is exactly when he fell for her. He traces it to a specific day, the day at the movies, and admits he actually likes reminiscing about all this with her now. That, he says, was the first time he really noticed, and cannot resist adding that her lips taste delicious, which is exactly as smooth as it sounds. Naturally, that line lands about as well as you would expect. She nearly chokes and sprays her drink right across him. Between coughs, she blames him entirely. If he would just stop talking nonsense, this would not keep happening. He just laughs it off, no big deal, he can always shower again, while she mutters a sheepish apology. He heads off to rinse away the damage while she quietly resolves to tidy up the mess they have made of the place. Later, alone on the couch, she goes quiet, phone in hand, her expression drifting somewhere far away. A single tear slips down her cheek. Whatever she is thinking about, it clearly hits deep. Later that night, he suggests calling it and heading to bed, never mind that it is barely past 1 in the morning. He floats the innocent option of just lying down to talk, then immediately undercuts himself, grinning that the other option sounds pretty interesting too. He pulls her in close, telling her not to drift to the far side of the bed like she did last time. Things are different between them now. The two of them settle in together, wrapped up in each other for the night. He cannot help staring at her, thinking to himself how ridiculously adorable she is and how much he genuinely likes this. He murmurs her name, she answers with a soft yes, and cannot help thinking just for a second how good it feels pressed against him. Morning light creeps into the apartment and Seon leans over the bed trying to shake Jeongmin awake, but all he gets back is a sleepy mumble. He switches to baby talk, calling her his pretty girl, and quietly admits to himself that this woman is impossible to get out of bed. She is still completely dead to the world, one eye barely cracking open before she drifts right back off. Grinning, Seon decides that if sweet talk will not do the trick, maybe a wandering hand will. He leans in close, fingers creeping toward her, fully committed to his very unconventional wake-up call. Jeongmin's eyes snap open, catching him red-handed mid-mischief. She finds him sprawled on the floor instead, face buried in his hands, insisting it is nothing, too busted and too embarrassed to admit what he was up to. Later, Seon proudly declares he poured his whole heart into breakfast, which turns out to mean he heroically transferred delivery food from the takeout box onto a plate. Jeongmin deadpans that his so-called home cooking is really just plating someone else's, and he cannot even deny it. The two settle in across from each other in the kitchen while he scrambles to get everything just right for her. He goes quiet for a second, cheeks going pink, clearly more nervous about impressing her than he lets on. They finally sit down to eat together, and she thanks him for the meal, delivery or not. When she offers to help with the dishes, he shuts that down instantly, insisting he will not let so much as a drop of water touch her hands. Playing up the pity card, he asks for a hug from behind while he washes up the romantic kind, obviously. She wraps her arms around him from behind and he practically melts, confirming yes, that is exactly right. He offers to buy her strawberries for dessert the second the dishes are done, and she lights up, admitting she loves them. Watching the two of them like this, she wonders out loud if they look like an old married couple, and he takes it and runs, half joking about making her his wife. He promises to buy her good food every single day, and she completely short-circuits at the sudden proposal energy. Flustered, she demands to know how long they have even been dating for him to say something like that, while he teases her bright red face, though under the jokes, the marriage talk sounds a little too sincere. The sweet moment gets cut short by her phone buzzing insistently on the counter. She goes quiet, glancing at the phone as it keeps going off. Seon notices too, pointing out her phone has not stopped vibrating and asking flatly who exactly is blowing her up. She hesitates, stammering that it is actually nothing she is eager to explain. Confused by her stalling, he waits, and she finally asks him to promise not to get angry before she says another word. She admits it. Yi-hyuk has been texting her a lot lately, and Seon's easy grin drops into something a lot more serious. She explains he has only been texting more and more these days, and the word annoyed practically radiates off Seon's darkening expression. His mood visibly sours and she calls out his name, worried she is about to set him off. Instead of snapping, he leans in close, cutting off whatever she was about to say next. Startled, she asks what he thinks he is doing, clearly not expecting that move. He claims he only did it because she looked so uncomfortable, then immediately accuses her of playing cute on purpose just to keep him from getting mad. She protests she has no idea how to do something like that, but he insists she is basically the god of cuteness and, annoyingly for him, admits the act is actually working. She confesses Yi-hyuk keeps pushing to see her and she does not know what to do, so Seon suggests she just tell him flat out to leave her alone since she is clearly annoyed by it anyway. She pushes back, arguing their relationship is not that bad and that suddenly cutting him off now with a boyfriend in the picture feels harsh. Seon's expression turns serious as he quietly decides that reasoning does not sit right with him at all. He lets out a low ah, clearly working up to saying what is actually on his mind. He points out that her situation with Yi-hyuk is pretty different from the friends he grew up struggling alongside. Confused, she asks what he means and he lays it out plainly. Yi-hyuk has both parents, plenty of friends, and nobody bullying him, so would it really wreck his life if she stepped back? She insists that is not the point. Seon keeps pressing, asking pointedly if Yi-hyuk would really lose every single friend he has just because she stepped back. Late at night, Yi-hyuk lies flat on his bed, phone in hand, working up the nerve to text the one girl who has been stuck in his head. But under the crush, there is a colder thought creeping in. The guy she is actually with is turning out to be way more dangerous than he imagined. A genuinely ugly thought crosses his mind that someday, that same guy is going to swallow Jeongmin whole. He talks himself into it anyway. As a friend, he tells himself, I can't help but worry about her. He asks if she is free this week. Jeongmin lets him down easy. Sorry, this week just will not work. Undeterred, he immediately fires back asking when it will work. Buddy, take the hint. Days later, he tries a cheery good morning text, then name drops the new Iron Man movie, hoping to bond over it. Her reply, she could not care less about the genre. He does not let it go, saying he is dying to see the movie but has no one to go with and asks if she will come next weekend. Turns out she is already seeing it today with someone else. 2 days later, he is back, pinging her late at night just to ask if she is asleep. She answers the next morning that yes, she was, and he is already lobbing the next question at her, what is she doing this weekend? She stalls again, I'm not sure. And he lets out a long, tired sigh into his pillow. Lying there in the dark, the doubt finally catches up with him. Is he actually just being annoying? He decides he does not care. Even if it bugs her, he tells himself it can't be helped. He is not backing off. Better that he becomes the shameless, selfish one chasing after her now, he reasons, than something bad happening to her later. Whatever it takes, he decides, he has to hold on to her, so that she can finally get away from that person. His eyes slip shut mid-thought, and the room around him melts into black. When he opens his eyes again, he is standing somewhere else entirely, with no idea how he got there. Everything around him has gone gray and washed out, like he has wandered straight into someone else's memory. He recognizes the setting with a jolt, a school hallway, and there is a girl standing further down it. He edges closer, trying to place exactly what he is looking at. Then it hits him that is Jeongmin down there and she is crying. In the background, 2 shadowy figures are pressed close together in an alley, and none of it looks good. A hand pins her shoulder to the wall, and a shock of pale hair comes into view. The figure looming over her is smiling, and it is not a nice smile. Yi-hyuk can only stand there and watch, helpless, as the scene plays out in front of him. His whole body starts to shake. Even if this is only a dream, he cannot understand why it has dragged him here of all places. The scene shifts into full color, and there she is, Jeongmin, walking alone beside a brick wall. Jeongmin, he calls out, startled to see her here at all. Something about the moment puts him instantly on edge. Then he sees who is walking up behind her and his stomach drops. It's Seon, trailing a few steps behind her down the empty hallway. Seon's face twists into a smirk with no warmth in it at all. How foolish, he murmurs. From a distance, his shadow swallows hers completely. Yi-hyuk's face goes pale. He wants to move, to shout, to do anything, and he cannot. Seon backs her against the wall, tilting her chin up with two fingers like he owns the moment. Yi-hyuk tries to run to her and realizes with horror that his own body will not respond. His fist clenches uselessly at his side. He is completely frozen. Seon leans in close, and for one unbearable second it is not clear whether he means to threaten her or kiss her. Tears well up in Yi-hyuk's eyes as he is forced to just watch. No, he chokes out though no sound comes. Seon's eyes gleam like he knows exactly who is watching. I hate this, Yi-hyuk whispers, hating his own helplessness even more than the scene itself. His hands claw at his own shirt, grasping for anything to hold onto. Don't, he begs no one. The dream burns the image into him, tears streaking down his face right before everything goes black. He jolts awake with a strangled gasp. Heart pounding, drenched in sweat, Yi-hyuk stares at his own dark ceiling trying to remember how to breathe. He sits bolt upright, fists knotted in the blanket, eyes wide and unseeing for a second. Sweat clings to his skin as the last pieces of the nightmare cling stubbornly to his mind. He lets out a shaky breath and tries to rationalize it away. Was that sleep paralysis? He mutters, not quite believing it himself. His mind drifts to an old memory back in class. A friend leans in with news that somebody wants to be introduced to him. Apparently some girl saw his photos online and got interested. His buddies immediately demand pics of her and it turns out he actually has some. His friends lose it over how pretty she is, ribbing him about how lucky he is. Yi-hyuk just goes quiet, lost somewhere in his own thoughts. Another memory surfaces, classmates gossiping that he has got a crush on someone now, laughing that he would never actually admit who. One of them jokes it might be his ex and gets shut down cold. Even in death it would never be her. That is not something to joke about. Since when? She stammers, staring at him like he just grew a second head. He pulls her in close and tells her to calm down, though inside he's panicking just as hard. The guy's never had to handle a moment like this in his life. Don't cry, Yi-hyuk murmurs, holding onto her tight. And of course, that's the exact second Seon rounds the corner and clocks the two of them wrapped up together. Cool as ever, he strolls up with a grin. Came to pick you up. But that grin doesn't reach his eyes, not even a little. His gaze locks onto their still linked hands. Your conversation, he starts, voice going ice cold. It doesn't seem quite over yet, does it? And just like that, jealousy mode is fully activated. Every footstep he takes toward them lands like a countdown. The air goes dead silent, and whatever was left of his smile is gone now. He yanks Yi-hyuk back by the collar without a word of warning. Jiangmin's eyes go wide with alarm. Yi-hyuk breathes his name in disbelief as Seon cups his face like they're old friends catching up, if old friends catching up came with a death glare. Step back, he tells Jiangmin flatly. He's got this handled now, don't worry about it. Shaken, Yi-hyuk promises he won't cause any trouble. You believe me, right? He asks. The silence that answers him says plenty. Without waiting around for a real answer, he excuses himself and walks off first. Walking away, Yi-hyuk tells himself he has no choice but to leave this to Seon now and silently apologizes to Jiangmin. He beats himself up the whole way, convinced he handled every bit of this wrong. Left behind, Jiangmin stands frozen, hand pressed to her chest, heart hammering. Seon just watches, unreadable. The street empties out, the tension lingering long after everyone's scattered. Jiangmin heads off too, throwing one last worried glance back over her shoulder. Yi-hyuk trudges away solo, shoulders slumped. Turns out Seon isn't done with him yet. He falls into step right beside Yi-hyuk, while somewhere else Jiangmin can only hope there won't be an incident. Seon starts closing the distance between them. If you do. So you've got a dirty little side to you, huh? Seon needles. Yi-hyuk snaps back that that's bullshit. I knew it, Seon says, ever since I saw you dreaming about that. Yi-hyuk freezes. What? How did you? Like the sight of Jiangmin kissing me. She was gorgeous, wasn't she? Seon taunts. And in reality she's even prettier than that, you know, he adds, twisting the knife. Yi-hyuk breaks out in a cold sweat, completely unnerved. What are you even talking about? Here's the twist nobody saw coming. Behind Jeongmin's back, Seon has been sneaking into Yi-hyuk's dreams to mess with his head. Turns out Yi-hyuk's recent meltdown wasn't just heartbreak, it was psychological warfare, courtesy of Seon's dream-diving power. No wonder the poor guy's been unraveling. Seon figures even without a confession, Yi-hyuk said more than enough to deserve punishment. Once you had everything you wanted, he says, but you went and arrogantly hurt her instead, so from now on stay away from my Jeongmini. Don't even think about her, he warns, all teeth and no warmth. Who could even like that, he muses out loud, a friend of the opposite sex, secretly in love with my girlfriend. It would make me want to kill them, he says, and he's not exactly joking. That smile stretching across his face is doing nothing to make it less terrifying. What are you? Yi-hyuk can barely get the words out. He finally snaps and grabs Seon by the collar. What is wrong with you? As for grabbing her earlier, Seon adds, don't even think of laying a single fingertip on her again. I'm barely holding back from shredding your face right now, he says. This is your last warning. There's nothing playful left in his expression now. Don't you ever show your face in front of Jeongmin again, he finishes. Meanwhile, Jeongmin waits nearby, gnawing at her own nerves. Here he comes, she thinks, spotting Seon heading her way. He walks up alone, looking every bit like nothing just happened. Elsewhere, Yi-hyuk's left standing there, visibly rattled by what he just heard. Jeongmin flinches the moment she catches sight of him. No, who's worrying about who here, she tells herself. Yi-hyuk's got plenty of people to lean on. The one she should really be worried about is standing right in front of her, and he tells her flatly, you should have gone on ahead. He wraps his arms around her from behind, all smiles again. Were you watching because you were worried I'd hit him? He teases. She just wants to know what he actually said to Yi-hyuk and whether it's about what he might have overheard. I didn't say anything special, Seon shrugs. No need to be curious from now on, he won't have anything to do with you at all. Since we're already out here, let's grab dinner, he says, breezy as ever. She just blinks and goes along with it. And just like that, they're off to a steakhouse, like the last 20 minutes never happened. Over dinner, he casually asks if she wants to watch something together next weekend. Watching what? You remember, he grins, that thing we watched on my laptop at home. You seem to really enjoy it. Jeongmin, he prompts, and she jolts back to attention. You've seemed spaced out since earlier, dear, he notes. She mutters an apology. It's fine, he says, though there's an edge to it. Maybe being out in public is just too distracting. Should they finish the date back home instead? Yes, she agrees, that would be nice. His expression goes quiet and unreadable for a beat. Back at their place, the lights are low and the evening winds down. Seon brings her a cup of coffee while she scrolls absently on her phone. A text lights up her screen from Yi-hyuk, just 2 words, I'm sorry. She stares at it for a long moment before telling herself to just stop thinking about it. Seon reaches for her hair, thinking to himself this'll play out just like last time. He pulls her in close without much warning. She lets out a startled little gasp. But she pulls back, breathless. Seon, wait. He blinks, caught off guard himself. What's with you all of a sudden? Turns out he'd been calling her name for a while, and she hadn't even noticed. His face falls just slightly. He's still that much on your mind? Seon asks quietly, and it's painfully clear who he means. She startles. Why, what would even be the reason? It's all over now, she insists. Alone with her thoughts, she admits she just hadn't expected him to cry that hard in front of her. It's left her a little off, that's all, but she's sure she'll shake it soon enough. Behind her, Seon reassures himself the same way he did last time this happened. It'll be fine. She promises she'll feel better once they meet up tomorrow and asks to just head home for tonight. She glances at him, clearly still unsettled. Okay, he says simply, get your things, I'll take you home. Later, back home himself, he moves around the kitchen with a coffee in hand, alone with his thoughts. The silence stretches out around him. His face is unreadable, somewhere between hurt and calculating. Even like this, he still manages to pull her attention just by looking pitiful, Seon thinks bitterly. The jealousy is clearly still eating at him. Across the apartment, Jeongmin stands lost in her own thoughts too. Then out of nowhere, a loud crash rings out and she jolts upright. Her whole body goes rigid with alarm. She bolts toward the sound, shouting his name, Beek Seon. What happened? Her face crumples the second she sees him. Everything goes still and quiet for one gut-wrenching second. And there he is, kneeling on the kitchen floor, blood pooling beneath his hand. Somehow, impossibly, he still got a faint smile on his face. I just slipped a little, he says, like that explains any of this. Jiangmin can only stare, speechless, not buying it for a second. Cut to him, and there is nothing sympathetic about that stare. His eyes go cold and sharp, like he already knows exactly what she thinks of him right now. She just stands there by the window, replaying it, jaw tight, trying to figure out how things got this messy. Then something snaps her right out of her own head. Her whole body goes rigid, eyes blown wide. Something is very wrong. She bolts for the door, screaming his name, Si-yoon. What is wrong? Because whatever she just heard was not nothing. Her face crumples the second she sees it. Whatever is on the other side of that door, it is bad. And there he is, down on the kitchen floor, hands slicked red, not saying a word. All he can manage is a broken I'm sorry, and honestly that might be scarier than the blood. Turns out it is not as dark as it looks. He just was not careful, he admits, wincing through the explanation. She just stares at him, unconvinced, silently deciding whether to buy that excuse for one more second. Her mind drifts back to how this whole thing started, that night in the dark when she first asked if he was really okay, and he just said, "Yeah, I am." He walked her through it afterward, apologizing for scaring her, while she brushed the whole thing off like it was nothing. But she could not stop staring at his hand, worried the cut was going to leave a scar. He just smirks it off and switches the subject. Time to get you home, he says, like the perfect gentleman he is definitely not. She calls him out for playing hero with a busted hand, but he just shrugs it off as just a little scratch. Outside her building, he pauses to ask if she will really be okay alone tonight, and casually points out the cut is on his left hand, like that is supposed to mean something. She waves it off with a soft It's fine, though it is pretty clear neither of them actually wants the night to end there. In his head, though, he is already keeping score, smugly wondering if she has finally stopped thinking about that other guy for once. Before she can answer, he wraps her up from behind on the street, singing out that he is totally fine, and she nearly jumps out of her skin. Then he is tugging her down the street like it is the most normal thing in the world, leaving her sputtering just to keep up. They end up right back at his door, the night far from over. Inside, he goes quiet for a second, that easy grin dropping the moment she is not looking. There is something heavier behind his eyes than he is letting on. He busies himself patching up in the kitchen, biting back a wince as he wraps the cut. Turns out he broke his favorite mug in the process, and he seems genuinely more upset about that than about the hand. A knock at the door catches him off guard. Who on earth is stopping by this late? Open up, Tilda, comes the sing-song voice outside, and he squints through the dark, half asleep and completely unbothered. It is her showing up at his place instead of just texting, because apparently she could not stay away either. The second they are face to face, the teasing drops away and it gets quietly, achingly tender between them. I'll just stay here tonight, she says, like she is testing how it sounds out loud. He plays it cool, insisting he was just worried about her being alone tonight. Sure, buddy, that is exactly what this is about. For a second, an old memory creeps in, a much younger version of him, a voice warning that a wound like this always hurts worse once night falls, and him going completely silent. Why won't you say anything? The voice presses, and whatever happens next in that memory, he clearly does not want to sit in it any longer. He shakes it off fast and pulls himself back to right now, to her, standing right beside him at his door. You did that on purpose, didn't you? He murmurs, and she has absolutely no idea what he is talking about. You drive me crazy, he admits against her, and the playful mood tips over into something a lot more heated. She stammers out a confused "wait, no," as he reminds her, all faux innocent, that she did come here to help him out tonight. Then give me a peck, he says, tapping his cheek like he is asking for the most reasonable thing in the world. She is floored. Come on, my hands hurt, I can't do it myself, he pushes, and she cannot even follow the logic. What does a busted hand have to do with any of this? In her head it plays out like a cartoon, him whining ouchie, it hurts Tilda while she groans that yes, she gets it, she already gets it. She finally caves with a huff and leans in, because fighting him on this was never actually going to work. "Is that enough for you, mister?" she teases once she pulls back, and he just hums, looking way too pleased with himself. Naturally, he immediately ups the ante. Now a real kiss, that one barely counted, and she is right back to sputtering. This time, though, she does not argue, and pretty soon shoes are coming off and the night is clearly heading somewhere else entirely. "Get down here a little," she murmurs, and he complains his neck is getting tired, so she just smirks and makes him work for it. "Then come here," he grins, pulling her further into the apartment, clearly done waiting. Cut to the bedroom, and let's just say the two of them find a much more comfortable arrangement. He teases that this angle is a lot easier to get things done, and honestly that is our cue to fade to black for the night. We open in a quiet classroom after hours, a pale-haired girl slumped at her desk, brushing someone off with a tired "quit it, I'll just sleep." Her stomach growls right after, she's straight up starving and it shows. She finally lifts her head, looking worn down and completely checked out from everyone around her. Nearby, a dark-haired classmate clocks her from a distance, soda can in hand, clearly not buying that everything's fine. Alone at her desk with her books, this girl keeps to herself. Turns out her name is Ju Hyun. "Hey young min, hurry up Tilda," she calls out, so at least these two are on speaking terms. Jeongmin just shrugs her off with a lazy yeh Tilda. But look closer and Ju Hyun's smile doesn't quite reach her eyes. Then the mood shifts. A red-haired girl rolls up behind her. "Hey, Ju Hyun," and Ju Hyun visibly flinches. "That's Hyejin and she's not here to make friends. Get outside with me a little, will you?" she says in a tone that's really not a question. Ju Hyun freezes up. Jeongmin, watching from nearby, does not like where this is going. A hand shoots out and grabs Ju Hyun's wrist before Hyejin can drag her anywhere. Both girls whip around, stunned. Jeongmin just cuts straight into it. "Hey, what do you want?" Hyejin snaps. Ju Hyun can barely stammer out an answer. Jeongmin cuts in smooth as anything. "Ju Hyun, didn't you and I have a quick plan about our conversation later?" Ju Hyun just blinks, totally lost. This is news to her too. Hyejin isn't having it. "Let me have this, brat," she snaps, cursing up a storm as Jeongmin calmly hauls Ju Hyun away. Hyejin finally backs off with a bitter "I'll get going first." Round 1 goes to Jeongmin. The two of them walk off together in total silence, neither one quite sure what to say. As the school day empties out, they step into the evening light, city towers rising in the distance. Still walking, still quiet. This whole thing is clearly new territory for both of them. Then I'll head my way," Jeongmin finally says, ready to peel off. "Wait," Ju Hyun blurts out. She grabs Jeongmin's shoulder and holds something out. "Money, for the bread and milk Jeongmin bought her earlier." Jeongmin waves it off flat. "Quit it, I bought you that so I have to cover it." Ju Hyun backs down with a quiet "I'll get going," and heads off on her own. Walking away, she can't stop thinking about it. "She startled me. She must be so confused," she tells herself, not quite able to process a stranger just being kind to her. Meanwhile, Jeongmin watches her go, turning something over in her head. Is Ju Hyun keeping everyone at arm's length just to spare herself from Kim Hae-jin and Yu Ju's next round of bullying? "Seeing them stir up trouble is a pain in my ass," she mutters. If those two would just quit it, everything would be so much easier. Then it hits her, wait, how did she ever get out from under their thumb back in the day, if she doesn't want them targeting Ju Hyun next? Then she thinks, an idea clicking into place. Cut to her friend group and one of them is already gaping. "What, you want to let Ju Hyun join us? What's the deal with you suddenly wanting to cosplay Mary Sue?" Sara needles. Jeongmin admits the real reason: "I just don't want to see Kim Hae-jin and Yu Ju bully her." If Ju Hyun actually had friends around her, Jeongmin figures, maybe she wouldn't have to keep enduring that. She just wanted everyone's opinion first before saying anything to Ju Hyun herself. One friend isn't convinced. That's not important. How can I even respond to that? How am I supposed to befriend a bully and her victim at the same time? The girl fires back. Someone else scoffs. "Oh my, you're one to talk, huh?" The argument nearly boils over. One friend snaps that if this group falls apart over this, she's got nowhere else to belong. Jiangmin holds her ground. You have to be responsible for it, you know. Then she turns to the quiet one. Yoonju, what about you? Sora is still not letting this go. It'll last forever, she presses. Besides, Jiangmin adds, trailing off, there's clearly more to this than she said out loud. And then Yoonju finally speaks up flat and cold. I don't like Ha-ju Hyeon. The room goes quiet. Word is, Yoonju got stabbed in the back by Ju Hyeon once, so this isn't coming out of nowhere. Jiangmin pulls her aside. Wait a minute, Yoonju, can we talk privately? Sora protests. What about me? Jiangmin isn't budging. I don't think swaying you is exactly urgent right now. Sora just about loses it. They head somewhere quieter to talk it out. Up on the rooftop, Jiangmin makes sure the coast is clear. Sora isn't here now, you're comfortable telling me the full story. Has something happened between you and Ha-ju Hyeon before? Yoonju hesitates. I used to. Worshipped Ha-ju Hyeon, she admits. That's why even after Sora turned on me, I still believed in her completely. Her jaw tightens. She was just using me and Sora to bully you the whole time. And in the end, once I had nobody left, she threw me out cold. In class, Jiangmin quietly steps up behind Jaehyun Ha, working up the nerve to talk to the girl who used to make her school life hell. She trails her down the hallway, watching Jaehyun walk off alone, looking smaller than the mean girl Jiangmin remembers. Jiangmin second-guesses herself, worrying Jaehyun will just shut her down flat, but decides there is nothing left to do but try anyway. She finally calls out, hey, Ha-ju Hyeon, and Jaehyun turns around, caught completely off guard. Jaehyun can only manage a stunned you, while Jiangmin steadies herself and pushes forward with what she came to say. Jiangmin holds out an olive branch, asking if Jaehyun wants to eat lunch with her and her friends for once. Jaehyun's answer is instant and ice-cold, don't wanna. Some habits apparently die hard. Before Jiangmin can even process the rejection, Seon appears right beside her and all she can get out is a startled heh. That night at home, Seon pulls her close and pointedly asks how she could get so friendly with someone who used to bully her. Jiangmin insists she still cannot stand the girl, she just cannot stomach watching a pack of other girls circle Jaehyun like sharks either. Seon gets it, whatever her reasons. To Jaehyun, this is basically Jiangmin throwing a rope to someone who is quietly drowning. The memory lingers, Jaehyun disappearing down that same hallway, more isolated now than she ever was as the queen bee. Jiangmin goes quiet mid-thought, clearly circling something else she is not quite ready to say out loud. Seon notices her hesitate and gently nudges her to keep talking instead of letting it drop. It finally comes out she cannot stand how many people crowd around him all the time either. Turns out she has her own jealousy streak. Seon's eyebrows shoot up in delight. What the heck, are you jealous? Oh, he is never letting this go. He pulls her in anyway, teasing that they are all just girls and there is nothing for her to worry about, holding her close. Turnabout is fair play. Seon smoothly flips the interrogation back on her, asking about her stuff next. She asks instead about the old bandmate who visited him. Has he heard from him at all since that day? Seon just shrugs it off with a lazy who knows. I remember nothing, like the whole thing barely registers. Watching him brush it off, Jiangmin quietly suspects the old friend was actually reaching out to make peace. But since Seon himself is not paying it any mind, she decides it is not her place to push the reunion along. Still, resting her hand in his hair, she cannot help but worry about him more than she lets on. If only he had a few other people to lean on besides her, she thinks, watching him quietly. What a genuinely great thing that would be, she thinks, and settles into the quiet moment with him a little tighter. Elsewhere, Yul huddles with a couple of his old idol groupmates, still turning over just how much Seon has changed. Yul admits he does not really know what to say anymore. Seon felt like he was just going through the motions, echoing words that used to be Yul's own. He sits with the strange, hollow feeling of it, like there is a wall up between them now that was not there before. Still, Yul remembers one bright spot. Seon treated his girlfriend so well it stopped the whole group cold. Wait, Si-yoon has a girlfriend. The gossip train keeps rolling. Apparently a fan even messaged the agency about it, and someone quietly admits they already read that message. One smug groupmate cannot resist the dig, so the guy who used to act so talented is now pulling stunts just for some girl. What a downgrade. Yul is not having it, snapping back at him for running that stinky mouth of his. The smug one doubles down, calling it a bigger downgrade than being swarmed by female fans, and Yul fires right back that he is the real bastard, bouncing from girl to girl. He just shrugs over his drink, totally unbothered. What can he do if girls beg to follow him around anyway? He gets called out for his attitude and told to act more professional, but he just fires back, asking if anyone thinks he actually likes being an idol. All he wants is to become a singer. He says the second he has got enough recognition banked, he is walking out of this group for good. Back home, Siyun just sighs to himself while in Yul's memory that same smug bandmate's voice lingers, asking how Baek Si-yoon is really doing these days. Turns out it is Jaehyun on the case, needling Jeongmin about the stomach pains she has clearly been hiding all through class. Jaehyun presses further. Jeongmin used to manage lunch fine on her own, so why stop eating altogether now? Jeongmin has no answer, just silence. She finally admits it is true, but when those guys keep butting in, there is no such thing as eating in peace. Jaehyun offers a simple fix: just think of her as the friend who sits and eats with you, nothing more complicated than that. Then Jaehyun asks the harder question: did Jeongmin actually do something wrong to Yoonju? Jeongmin's face falls, a guilty little ah slipping out. Rather than keep dodging it, Jeongmin decides if there is any chance to talk it out and clear the air, she wants to take it. Jaehyun just lets out a small, relieved smile at that. Looks like this whole mess might actually be fixable. Cut to Jeongmin standing with Yoonju and another friend, and finally the two words that matter get said out loud: I'm sorry. Jaehyun admits, half to herself, that she only meant to plant the idea. She did not actually expect Jeongmin to go and do it. Jeongmin allows herself a small smirk, privately guessing Jaehyun must be pretty thrown off right now. Yoonju takes the apology tour further, telling Sora she wants to make things right with her too, and Sora, blindsided, asks flat out if she actually did something wrong to deserve one. The whole friend group is left whispering about it, baffled that Jeongmin is suddenly going along with everyone's advice so easily. Jeongmin keeps her face carefully blank. If only they knew what was actually running through her head. From a distance, she quietly watches two classmates together near the courtyard, sizing up the situation before making a move. A couple of onlookers trade a wordless, uneasy glance. Even they can tell something about her has shifted. Jeongmin just breathes out a small, knowing laugh and keeps walking. In her head, she admits the truth: these people were never actually that scary. She just cannot remember why she used to let them get to her. Another quiet close-up on Jeongmin, giving absolutely nothing away. Off on her own, Jaehyun wonders quietly if the two of them could really go back to how things used to be. Walking beside Jeongmin now, she is still conflicted. Some part of her still resents her, but she decides torturing herself over old history is not worth it anymore. Jeongmin gives herself a private pep talk. She is willing to make peace, but if Yoonju or Sora try anything again, she is more than ready to fight back. Jaehyun notes with quiet satisfaction that Yoonju, who once thought so little of her, has finally come around to her side. Jeongmin lets out a small sigh at how unpredictable everything in her life has gotten lately. She reminds herself that everything is subject to change except, apparently, one rule that never seems to budge. Jaehyun casually asks if Jeongmin wants to come down to the canteen with everyone after lunch. Whatever Jeongmin says back catches Jaehyun completely off guard. Flustered, Jaehyun can barely get out an in response. The two fall into step together, and Jaehyun quietly agrees to the plan. A close, lingering look passes between them, and suddenly the air feels a little charged. Jaehyun spots something on Jeongmin's cheek and leans in for a closer look. Startled, Jeongmin asks what she thinks she is doing. Jaehyun just tells her to hold still. Something is stuck on her face. Fingers brush close to her skin as Jaehyun reaches in to take care of it, the moment stretching just a beat too long to be purely platonic. Jeongmin just watches, wide-eyed, letting it happen. The two of them linger there together outside, whatever is happening between them clearly more complicated than either wants to admit. Then Jiangmin suddenly flinches, startled by something else entirely, and we do not get to see what. Sion stretched out on his bed on a call, telling her not to stress over her outfit come as she is, he says, because he's already handsome enough to cover them both. He's laying it on thick too, cooing about how long it's been since their last date and joking he had to glow up just to be worthy of standing next to her. She calls him out for lying through his teeth, but he doubles down, swearing she's the prettiest girl in the world, aliens included. Whatever she says back cracks him up completely. He's cackling so hard he nearly rolls off the bed. Still wheezing with laughter, he barely gets out an hold on before something on his end interrupts him. Something catches his attention off to the side, just a flicker, but enough to make him pause mid-laugh. Turns out people have already shown up on her end, so she says she's got to hang up barely a minute into the call. He apologizes, admitting it'd look bad chatting on the phone with everyone standing around, and promises he'll see her soon. Hanging up with a smug little smile, he notes to himself that her school life seems to be going just fine lately. Satisfied with that, he hops off the bed. If things are that good, it's time for him to get ready and head out too. Meanwhile, someone else is creeping around nearby in a cap and mask, muttering that according to a tip from a friend, this is supposedly right where he'll show up. He worries out loud that the guy he's hunting is tight with the company. If this goes wrong, it's going to cause a real mess. A passerby does a little double take at the sight of him skulking around. Undeterred, he keeps creeping down the sidewalk, cap pulled low, doing his best impression of a guy who isn't up to something. It's not working. Onlookers openly clown him, wondering out loud what his deal is and whether he thinks he's some kind of famous artist in disguise. Not far away, Sion steps out onto the street, all sharp features and easy confidence, completely unaware he's being tailed. Then he does a double take of his own. Something about the guy nearby definitely doesn't add up. Sion glances back over his shoulder and suddenly the masked stalker is standing right there, way too close for comfort. Panic sets in instantly. Did Sion already clock who he is? He curses his luck under his breath. Running into him now is the last thing he planned for. His eyes go wide with shock as it hits him. That's really Baek Si-yoon standing right in front of him. But Sion just walks right on past without a second glance. He genuinely has no idea who he just brushed shoulders with. Relief washes over him, though it stings a little. Sure, his face is covered, but they were standing close enough that he half expected Sion to see through it anyway. He lets out a shaky laugh of pure relief, phone in hand, like a man who just dodged a bullet he fired himself. Cut to later, back home, and he's absolutely losing it at his roommates. How dare Sion forget him entirely? He's fuming, swearing he won't let it slide, while his roommates just shrug it off as another one of his girl drama meltdowns. He goes quiet for a second, stewing, then nods to himself like he's just made a decision. He's not scared to admit it. If he just cleans himself up a little, he'll easily out-handsome the guy. That's the plan, he decides. Make sure Sion sees exactly what he's been missing. He grins, picturing Sion freezing in shock at the new and improved him, and honestly, why would he even be mad? Sion simply didn't recognize him, that's all, right? He vows, dramatically, to show that bastard exactly what a glow-up really looks like. He strikes a triumphant little pose, fully convinced he's already won. His roommates lose it laughing, joking that maybe they should get him to a hospital, as if he's mid-breakdown, before deciding it's easier to just ignore him entirely. He wraps a bandage around his hand, still laying it on thick. Are you trying to set a Guinness World Record for most beautiful person alive? He teases, not the least bit embarrassed. For a second he just goes quiet, a little dazed by his own line, and keeps walking beside her. He wraps her up in a hug from behind and doubles down. Are you a goddess? Yes, obviously you are. She shoves him off, mortified that's too much. They head toward a cozy little cafe called a One-Some Place, picked out just for their date. Is this the place? Sion checks the sign. Jiangmin just nods yes. Stepping inside, Jiangmin can't help but gush, wow, it's so beautiful in here. They slide into their seats, and Sion leans in to ask what she wants to drink. Jiangmin finally plops down with a relieved sigh. Finally I can take a seat, not even noticing the cafe's resident cat sizing her up. Instead of sitting across from her like a normal person, Sion drops down right next to her. Jiangmin just blinks. "Hey, why are you sitting here?" she asks. "No rule says we have to face each other," he shrugs, grinning. She grumbles it's cramped. He insists this is much nicer. When she tries to pay him back for the bill, he waves her off completely. "Never mind, it's just a cup of coffee," he says, brushing it aside like it's nothing. "Anyway, I'm the one who invited you here," Jeongmin reminds him, but quietly she can't shake the feeling that between the two of them she's always the one on the receiving end. "Do you want anything?" Seon asks, watching her carefully. She blinks, caught off guard. He leans in. "I have to do something for you too or I won't feel right." She starts, flustered, before he cuts in with a knowing grin. "Ah, have you figured it out yet?" "I want to get drunk," he announces, grinning like it's the most natural request in the world. Jeongmin freezes. "What?" And for a second real doubt creeps in. Maybe there are still things about this spoiled, unpredictable boy she genuinely doesn't know yet. Then he leans in, rose is blooming behind him, and drops the punchline he wants to get drunk off her kiss, not alcohol. For a beat the air goes electric as he closes the distance, all soft eyes and bad intentions. Jeongmin absolutely does not let that slide. She shoves him back with a flurry of smacks. "So ridiculous," she sputters, face burning. "Stop kidding around," she scolds him, still red in the face. "But I don't need anything," Seon insists quietly, and for a moment they just sit there in comfortable silence. Then, out of nowhere, a small mysterious request slips out: tissue paper. Turns out that's it, that's the big favor he needed, all that buildup for a napkin. The next morning, walking to school, something stops Jeongmin dead in her tracks. She's replaying the night before, the two of them out late, goofing around on the park swings until the sky went dark. Then, later that night, he showed up again, this time in her dream, the way he used to before they were ever really together. Back in the classroom, Jeongmin stares out the window, worrying she still hasn't figured out how to have the lucid dreams he swears she needs for a good night's sleep. She's more worn out than usual today, probably just because it's been a while since she stayed out that late. "I have to sleep a little before class starts," she decides, and her head hits the desk, though her mind wanders first to how much colder the weather's gotten lately. Drifting off, one last drowsy thought crosses her mind: she really should start dressing warmer. A voice cuts through the haze: "Hey, Jeongmin," and a hand nudges her awake. She blinks up, disoriented, as a classmate leans in to explain the teacher sent her to wake her up. "Has class started yet?" Jeongmin wonders groggily, sitting up to find the teacher already at the board. That's when the mystery turns up. Somehow she'd been sleeping under a blanket and nobody nearby will claim it. "When I got here it was already on you," a classmate insists, just as baffled. "So is it yours, Yoonju?" Jeongmin tries again, unconvinced, but the answer's the same. A guy nearby denies it too, "Not mine either," leaving everyone stumped. Really? Across the room, Jaehyun sits quietly at her desk while another classmate throws her a curious glance. Class wraps up for the period. Today's lesson has come to an end. Everyone take a break and the room stirs back to life. Jeongmin walks straight up to her, the pieces finally clicking. "Ha Ju Hayan." Jaehyun looks up, startled, as Jeongmin quietly thanks her for the blanket. She holds it out, but Jaehyun just stares back, thrown. "How do you know it was me?" her cold exterior cracking just slightly. He storms down a breezeway without a word, jaw locked, radiating pure. Someone is about to get an earful energy. His patience finally snaps. Through gritted teeth he growls, "This bastard." Subtlety was clearly never the plan. He is still stewing, glare locked in place, basically rehearsing the argument he is dying to have. Cut to see Yoon, smirking to himself. "I was just going to check on his situation," he thinks, clearly still stinging from the encounter. "How dare he disrespect me," he mutters, then privately throws down the gauntlet. "Just wait and see who actually wins this." Back at school, a friend catches up to Jeongmin, asking if the group can all hang out together after class today. There is apparently a place that is supposedly delicious according to social media, and the girls have been dying to try it. Turns out Jeongmin already went, though she quickly clarifies it was with her boyfriend Si-yoon, not some other guy, a slip that is about to open a whole can of worms. So the girls try to lock down a hangout and Jeongmin immediately hedges. "Today is kind of a bit, you know. Tomorrow then, also a bit. The day after that, somehow also a bit." Jeongmin is turning excuse-making into an art form. Fine then, how about this whole week? Same story also a bit. She tries stalling all the way out to someday, and yeah, even someday is apparently a bit too soon. Yoonju finally explodes. If Jeongmin does not want to hang out with her, she should just say so instead of stringing her along. Jeongmin backpedals fast, insisting that is not it at all, she does want to go. Yoonju is not so sure that will actually be okay though. Jeongmin quietly admits the real hangup. If she is not around, her boyfriend ends up eating alone, and that clearly bugs her more than she is letting on. Yoonju is not buying it, sounds like a boyfriend who just will not like her going out without him. Don't tell me your boyfriend has you on lockdown, Yoonju teases. Jeongmin insists flatly that she is not being controlled at all. The friend group is not letting this go, same excuse as last time, and the time before that, always the boyfriend card. One of them points out they have not even known Jeongmin's boyfriend that long, prompting an awkward little ah from Jeongmin as she privately admits that is true. I figured you must really like your boyfriend, the friend says, but from what you're saying that is not the whole story, is it? Jeongmin just repeats back, wait, bad luck. Someone leans right into her face and asks point blank if her boyfriend is forcing her into anything, like she cannot meet anyone but him. Jeongmin is floored. She insists it is nothing like that, he has never been controlling, but privately wonders why she is so hung up on defending his side of things. So what is the actual problem then, they ask. Jeongmin admits that during her time at school he has to spend it alone. That's the problem? Your boyfriend is not exactly a 5-year-old, one friend snaps. Another wonders aloud why Jeongmin is so worried about him in the first place. Jeongmin hesitates, then admits she cannot really explain his reasons for them, just that he has been through a lot of hard things. She adds that he has actually gotten pretty good at handling loneliness by now, which, fair, considering he is apparently kind of a big deal around school. But she insists everyone has it all wrong about him, he was never actually the bully people think he was. Her friend just raises an eyebrow, really? So then, what is his actual reason? Jeongmin hedges again, says it is not really her business to share, but promises she would never tell anyone else. These girls are basically her only friends anyway. I already told you no, Jeongmin snaps. Her friend just sighs, wondering out loud why she is so impossible to budge. Is it rude of us to keep pushing this hard? One asks, half sarcastic. Jeongmin fires back, calling her out for managing to be sarcastic and arrogant at the exact same time and just as stubborn herself. Arguing again, the story ends here, someone declares, playing referee. Then, half joking, half serious, so are you actually bailing on us for good now? Let's all go together this time, her friend presses. Didn't you say your boyfriend never once made you nervous or held you back? Are you scared he won't let you? Jeongmin admits quietly that he probably would allow it. Then there's no problem, her friend grins, strutting off with the others. After all, she is apparently an expert at love advice. I think you need some serious counseling, Jeongmin mutters. No, I do not, comes the cheerful reply, and besides, whatever is left unsaid can just continue after the bell rings. Spotting Jaehyun down the hall, one of the girls calls out, inviting her to come eat with them after school too. Jaehyun just smiles softly and waves them off. Go on and have some fun without me, she says. The others just shrug it off. If that is what she wants, understood. Across the table, the dark-haired heir stiffens as Seon leans in. I've always found it strange, you know. Seon's smile turns sharp, but now that question's finally getting answered. Are you the one who made him do that? The heir stammers, caught off guard, compared to saying I made him do that. Then catches himself sipping his drink with a sly grin, muttering it just creates a sense of incompatibility. Seon rolls his eyes. Am I supposed to go, oh I'm so angry or something? Na-hyuk's eyes narrow, you think I'll be scared? Na-hyuk finally admits it, that's right, and dares Seon to make a move. Seon's hands blur into motion. There'd be no evidence left now, he warns, the air crackling with tension. One quick grab later, Seon's voice drops ice cold. Thank you, Na-hyuk. He yanks the air in close, their hands locked together in a standoff that reads more intimate than either wants to admit. Na-hyuk blurts, caught off guard. As expected, it's because of you I never got to debut, Seon says flatly. I already told you I'm lucky I didn't. Na Hyuk finally drops the act. Just like you said, I just want people to pay attention to me, he admits, staring past his drink. He stands to bail, tossing out some hollow line about giving debut chances to serious people and a vague promise of a meal sometime. I've got urgent business, excuse me, he adds, practically fleeing while Seon just calls after him, hey hey hey. He doesn't get far before spinning back around. Are you telling the truth? Seon just holds his gaze, I really am. Na Hyuk lingers a beat, a slow, unreadable smile creeping onto his face. Unbelievable, someone mutters nearby. In the end, he's really gone off the deep end. Seon just smirks to himself, clearly pleased with how he's rattled the guy. A cheeky bye-bye, lol rings out and Na Hyuk's left sitting alone at the outdoor table, drink in hand. Seon walks off on his own, his expression settling into something quieter and more thoughtful. Really stupid, he mutters to himself, shaking his head as he heads out into the daylight. Later, Seon and Na Hyuk turn up together near Jeongmin's school. Have you been waiting long? No, I'm fine, Na Hyuk mutters back. A passing schoolgirl gawks he's that handsome idol from the rumors while Seon coaches himself not to look too eager to see Jeongmin. A fangirl latches onto Na Hyuk's arm. Appa, long time no see, do you remember me? Not to be outdone, Sora muscles in. I'm Sora Choi Sora, I'm Jeongmin's best friend, remember that please. Seon leans in cheek to cheek with her just to mess with everyone. That's right, the closest person should be me. Isn't that right, baby? The whole crowd gets swept up in it. Wow, I get goosebumps, someone whispers. I'd like to borrow Jeongmin for a day today, Seon tells her giggling friends. Na Hyuk reaches over to straighten her collar, insisting Jeongmin deserves time to just hang out with her friends now and then. It must be so, huh? Seon says quietly, a small, satisfied smile settling in. Seon finally looks Jeongmin over with a soft smile. You look pretty fine yourself. Sora sidles up to Jeongmin with a pointed little smile. Hey, Jeongmin, sometimes are you really that easy to trust people? And Appa likes that about you too. Sora presses, reaching toward her. Jeongmin just looks away, uneasy. Jeongmin's eyes flick down, caught off guard, while Seon watches quietly from a few steps back. Suddenly Sora grabs her by the collar and yanks her in close, the playful tone gone, replaced with something a lot sharper. Jeongmin freezes, saying nothing, eyes wide. Seon starts, already stepping in before things go any further. Sora lets go, muttering a stiff sorry. It's nothing, Jeongmin replies quickly, shaking it off. Seon adds his own quiet I'm really sorry. Sora, cheeks still flushed, mutters then I'll get going first and hurries off. Left alone, Jeongmin just stares off, quietly turning the whole moment over in her head. He cares about me like that, she thinks, watching the dark-haired heirs back, which honestly just makes me more worried. Walking home, Si-yoon suddenly mutters under his breath, why do I have to work so hard for you? And Jeongmin has no idea what just set him off. She calls his name, worried, and asks him straight up what happened to him today. Si-yoon just goes quiet, that unreadable look on his face telling her something is very much wrong. No, there's nothing, he says. Classic guy with a problem, denial, you know he is lying, and so does she. He turns his back and half jokes, did she seriously come all the way to his house just for that? She is not buying his deflection for a second. Min-ah does not let it go, she asks flat out if he knows a guy named Kang Na Hyuk. I know him, Si-yoon says darkly, the one guy who has the absolute worst history with her. And there it is, he ran into the guy today, so that explains the mood. Turns out this is not just personal for Min-ah, it is professional for Si-yoon too. He always figured the guy only got his lucky debut by ripping off his style, but he never expected him to play dirty behind his back on top of it. It clicks for Min-ah, so that is why he has been in such a foul mood. Privately though, her thoughts drift somewhere heavier. She is supposed to be with him on days like this, not Si-yoon. Because she has a standing appointment tied to Kang Na Hyuk, one she is clearly choosing to skip tonight. Si-yoon says her name, low and urgent, pulling her right back out of her own head. Come here with me, he tells her, and honestly, forget Kang Na Hyuk, she is not going anywhere else tonight. She settles onto the floor with him, all the tension from the day quietly melting away. She wraps her arms around him and pulls him close, and yeah, this is exactly the kind of scene where the show politely cuts away. Faces inches apart, the two of them lean and let us just say the rest of the night is between them. Later the house goes quiet, the hallway dim and still in the aftermath. She checks in on him, softly feeling any better now. He gives her a quiet "yeh" in return. Then he says her name, Jeong Min Ah, and asks, half serious, if she has ever done this with anyone but him. He just smirks at her, waiting on that answer like his whole ego is riding on it. What? She laughs, and he presses further, wanting to hear that he is the most special person to her, period. Yes, of course, she tells him, and he just breathes out a satisfied little okay. That's all I need, he says, pulling her into a quiet embrace. Turns out, under all that smug swagger, the guy just needed to hear it. But his expression cools the second she is not looking like something is still gnawing at him underneath it all. A bandaged hand lingers on screen as the thought creeps in. One thing about all this is really, genuinely strange. In his head, Si-yoon insists he felt nothing about it, and yet just seeing her laughing with someone else still makes him maddeningly restless. Anyone who gets close to her, and that gnawing feeling flares right back up. Alone on the floor, he admits he hates himself for it and wonders, quietly, if maybe he just should not tell her the truth at all. Min Ah's voice calling his name snaps him right out of it, and just like that, the smile is back on. She tells him, dead serious, that if that guy keeps causing him trouble, he needs to just tell her. Really? He grins, already scheming. Does she maybe want to do something about it herself? Revenge for me by scolding him, she stammers, completely thrown. Si-yoon just teases, let's see. She grabs him, half annoyed, demanding to know why on earth he is laughing at a time like this. Don't laugh, I'm serious, she insists. He barely holds it together with a mock solemn ah, of course. I hope you feel the same way I do, he tells her softly, and she just sighs that he genuinely drives her crazy. She scolds him again for laughing, and he clearly is not taking the warning seriously in the slightest. She notices he really does seem okay now, and he admits it plainly. Just being around her puts him in a better mood. She warns him not to pull the same stunt he did this morning meeting her friends, or people are going to get the wrong idea about him, then asks, worried, if her friend is actually okay after that. He reassures her, yeah, hey, she is fine. He already apologized on Min Ah's behalf, then adds a small, genuine I'm sorry of his own. Predictable answer. Apparently he teases that she's just going to nest at her place again, same as always. Min Ah's got a different pitch though. What if she cooks him something good for once? He's not buying it, asking if her cooking just means moving takeout from the plastic tub to a plate. Busted, she just laughs it off. That smug little smile of his says he's thoroughly enjoying getting under her skin. Nearby, a hooded stranger watches them go, smug that he hasn't been spotted yet. Figures Si-yoon's not quite as sharp as everyone says. Cap pulled low, he mutters into his phone that if he ever wants to get close to that girlfriend of his, he's going to have to actually make a move. His expression hardens. Whatever this guy's planning, he's dead serious about it. Days later, he's still fuming that he's never once caught the two of them apart. He's been tailing them around for a while now, and every single attempt has been a total waste of time. He can't help but wonder if the girlfriend is just as unhinged as her boyfriend for putting up with all that clinginess. Under his breath he gripes, don't they ever get sick of being glued to each other all day? Cut to Min Ah, hands freezing, pressing herself into Si-yoon's jacket with a little yelp about the cold. The couple's totally oblivious to the guy trailing them. Winter's rolling in fast. A few days later the story picks back up. Back home, our mystery stalker gets caught totally off guard. His secret sneaking out habit isn't so secret anymore. Someone in the house calls him out, asking why he keeps slipping off at odd hours lately. All he gives back is dead silence. He ducks out the door anyway, phone glued to his ear, promising he'll be back soon. Sure he will. He tells himself once this is handled, nobody's going to have to deal with that guy anymore. Sneakers hitting pavement, he can't stop obsessing over how he's ever supposed to actually see her. Many days have gone by now, and he's starting to panic that at this rate he might never get the chance to approach her at all. He swears to himself again that this is absolutely, positively the last time he's doing this. If today doesn't pan out, he figures he'll need a whole new plan, then something stops him cold, mid-thought. Sunset over the school gate, students filing out for the day. He clocks it immediately. Si-yoon didn't show up to walk her home today, his shot. He grins wide, exactly as expected, time to make his move. Even the clingiest boyfriend can't show up every single day, he reasons, and he's decided today's the day he finally flirts with her. The sun dips low over the block as he closes in on his target. Except the plan falls apart instantly. He freezes, speechless, staring at exactly the wrong person. That unreadable stare locked on him belongs to Si-yoon himself, caught red-handed. Si-yoon asks flatly why he's been following him lately. No preamble, no mercy, and yep, this stalker is Nahyuk, Si-yoon's old idol rival, kicking himself for getting sloppy. Si-yoon smirking now, clearly enjoying having the upper hand. Nahyuk stammers, asking how Si-yoon even knew he was there, and starts spiraling that there must be rumors going around about him. Si-yoon just shrugs, sure, go ahead and assume that, then asks if there's something Nahyuk would like to confess. Internally, Nahyuk's screaming that there is no way he can admit he wanted to meet Si-yoon's girlfriend. Si-yoon grabs him by the collar instead, demanding to know if something he said back then was a lie. Rattled, Nahyuk asks what on earth Si-yoon's even talking about. Flashback, Nahyuk once told Si-yoon to his face that becoming an idol never really meant anything to him. He'd said, just like Si-yoon himself once claimed, that all he ever wanted was to be noticed. Si-yoon privately admits he only said that back then to keep from giving Nahyuk any satisfaction, but it wasn't a total lie either, and clearly the comment left a real scar. Closing the distance, Si-yoon presses him, so that's it, that's the whole reason for all of this. He studies Nahyuk quietly, still putting the pieces together. Finally, Nahyuk cracks and admits it, he's jealous of Si-yoon, and blames Si-yoon's fame for costing him the debut he wanted. Si-yoon, exasperated, asks what exactly he's supposed to do about that. He'd figured it was just an excuse, but now he's second-guessing himself. Si-yoon just stares, stunned into a flat what. Nahyuk snaps that Si-yoon doesn't get to look down on him like that, and Si-yoon deadpans back that he's just taller, where else is he supposed to look? Nahyuk groans that he's about to lose his mind, and out of nowhere, Si-yoon announces he already has a girlfriend. Completely thrown, Nahyuk demands to know why Si-yoon's suddenly bragging about that to him of all people. Si-yoon tells him flat out he's not his type. Nahyuk just freezes, stunned it went there. Unfortunately, Si-yoon says that's a hard no, while privately thinking this guy has completely lost it. He hisses at someone to keep quiet. Turns out he snuck into the school, and if anyone finds out, he is toast. He is not going down alone, though. He clamps a hand over her mouth and warns her she will get dragged down right along with him. She wrenches back, rattled, demanding to know who this guy even is. He yanks his cap off with a cocky little grin, like she is supposed to recognize him on sight. Name's Kang Na Hyuk, and he is already bossing her around, ordering her to meet him after class. She shuts that down flat, asking why on earth she would ever agree to that. Rattled and walking off, she is already planning to call her boyfriend Si-yoon the second she gets a chance. Before she can, a hand shoots in and snatches something clean out of her grip. It is her phone, and Kang Na Hyuk is holding it hostage, dangling it as bait to get her alone after class. The meeting spot he picks is the male teacher's restroom, and he wants to know if she understands. Yeah, already deeply not okay. He just about short-circuits at the sheer nerve of the request. He does not wait for an answer, just grabs her wrist and starts hauling her off. Please be gentle, she begs as he marches her along, silently cursing the rotten luck of getting caught sneaking out in the first place. All she can think about, over and over, is Si-yoon. And now that her phone is gone, there is no way to call him for backup. She kicks herself for never memorizing his number. If she had, she could borrow any phone and still reach him. The wind kicks up around her, and so does the dread. This is officially a big problem. She is yanked along in a blur, no say at all in where they are headed. Outside some random building, she quietly hopes, prays really, that Si-yoon will not be able to find this place. Instead, he pulls her straight into a dead-end, deserted alley. He gets right in her face, asks if she is Si-yoon's girlfriend, then casually rates her looks pretty average. Charming guy. She snaps right back, demanding to know why he is suddenly staring at her face and spouting nonsense. He just smirks to himself, figuring girls simply cannot handle blunt honesty. Then, leaning in for a closer look, he does a total 180. Okay, fine, actually she is pretty. Then he just straight up asks if she would like to try dating him instead. She is stunned, speechless. He takes that as an opening to trash Si-yoon as not worth a dime. He keeps pitching himself, bragging that a guy with his stable future beats her boyfriend any day of the week. Apparently she will also feel so much more confident once she is dating him. Sure, buddy. Then the tone flips. He claims he has heard she was bullied before, and he is oh so here to support her. She goes dead silent, visibly rattled that a total stranger knows this much about her. It is the kind of detail that genuinely makes her skin crawl. She crosses her arms and just asks him outright, "Are you a stalker?" He bristles like she is the crazy one for even suggesting it. Then he goes full condescending. She is just a high schooler. Of course she would idolize a guy like Si-yoon, she does not know any better. And he lays into Si-yoon's whole backstory like a hit piece. Left home, missed his debut, dropped out of school. No future, he sneers. Compared to that guy, he insists, he has got way more experience, real confident he can satisfy her. Maybe she just needs to grow up a bit, he says, before she realizes he is the right choice. That is when she lets a sly little smile creep in. Funny, she has heard that he and Si-yoon are actually really similar. That lands like a gut punch. He demands to know what similarity she could possibly be talking about. He insists if she actually met him properly, in person, she would see they are nothing alike. She fires right back. A fair comparison needs both guys on the same level, and you can see it land. She wonders out loud how his own company could possibly have dropped Si-yoon and picked him instead. Ouch. She flips his own logic right back on him. He is the one judging people by looks first, though fine, sure, he is handsome. Then the mic drop, same age as her, already taken by Si-yoon. There is zero scenario where she is dating him. That is when his composure finally snaps. He grabs her head hard, growling about how reckless she is to have zero guard up around him. Looming in close, he spells it out not so subtly that she is alone with a man in a dead-end alley. Si-yoon grits his teeth, sweat rolling down his neck, practically vibrating with barely contained rage. "When will you drop it?" he growls at someone off-panel. "If you don't drop it, I will kill you." Subtlety is clearly not on the menu today. Jeongmin catches her breath, clearly rattled by whatever she just walked in on. Someone calls out for him. "Beak Si-yoon," Si-yoon trying to snap him out of it. And just like that, the killer glare vanishes. "Darling, look here," he says, all sunshine now that she's around, mood whiplash much. The two of them lock eyes, faces close, the tension from a second ago replaced with something else entirely. Then Jeongmin's expression cracks. She's just noticed the blood. Turns out Si-yoon already has the guy by the collar, the same golden-eyed stranger who's been circling her bloodied and cornered against a wall. He turns from menace to melted boyfriend in a blink, pulling Jeongmin in close. His lips brush her neck, and for a second the mess he just made outside stops mattering. Nearby, the golden-eyed stranger flinches, still reeling from the hit he just took. Si-yoon and Jeongmin stay wrapped up in each other, completely tuning out the guy still catching his breath a few feet away. Message delivered. Si-yoon finally lets him go and walks off down the alley like nothing happened. The stranger crumples with a groan, blood on his knuckles, barely able to get back up. Back with Si-yoon, Jeongmin carefully wraps his bruised hand, eyes glassy with worry. He leans in for one more kiss, easy as anything, like the last 5 minutes never happened. Cut to school the next day, and Si-yoon is already draped all over her against the lockers. "What is this?" she mutters, half exasperated, half unable to stop smiling. A classmate nearby turns tomato red just watching them, silently screaming, "Why here, of all places?" "Enough," Jeongmin begs, face burning. "No way, just a little more." Si-yoon grins, clearly not sorry at all. "Only if we go home first," he bargains. "Really?" She perks right up. She melts against him anyway, the silence saying plenty. Still, the guilt creeps back in. "You can't just leave him like that," she says. Across the way, the battered stranger watches the two of them together, practically vibrating with resentment. Her hand curls into a fist as she works up the nerve to say her piece. I'm not saying this because I'm worried about him, she tells Si-yoon flatly. I'm more worried about you, she admits, eyes on his bandaged knuckles. The wrap on his hand is already soaking through red. You made it worse, you can't keep doing this, you know, she presses. I can't exactly visit you in prison, she deadpans. You're right, sorry, Si-yoon finally says, oddly sheepish for a guy who was ready to kill someone 20 minutes ago. The stranger, watching from a distance, cannot believe it. The same guy who just beat him bloody is apologizing to his girlfriend. Si-yoon keeps his eyes down, looking almost embarrassed. Rewind a bit, before all that Si-yoon had hauled him right back up off the pavement. He tries to make a break for it down the street. Hey wait, Si-yoon calls after him, he is very much not done. This he says, holding something out to him. Cover your face before you go anywhere, he mutters, tossing over something to hide the damage. He shoves it against the guy's bruised face, not exactly gently. You're really okay just letting him go like that? Jeongmin asks. Si-yoon replies, already strolling off like it is a non-issue. What if he tells someone him? He can't even get a sentence out, Si-yoon smirks, shirt still hanging wide open. His pride won't let him admit some pretty boy wrecked him, Si-yoon reasons, way too pleased with himself. Jeongmin walks beside him, turning the whole thing over in her head. I don't know why I'm happy he's causing trouble right in front of me, she thinks, smiling despite herself. Might want to sit with that one, Jeongmin. Her eyes well up a little, the whole overwhelming day finally catching up with her. Look at me, Si-yoon says softly, tilting her chin up. He lets her get a good, close look at the damage. Did you get hurt too? You're always getting hurt, and your lip, she frets, thumb hovering over the cut. You have to button your shirt, she scolds, very much trying not to stare. Her eyes betray her anyway, lingering exactly where they should not. He catches her staring and can't help but laugh. Why are you suddenly shy? She snaps, hiding behind her bandaged hand. Want to button it yourself? He offers, smug and shirt still wide open. What else can I do? She mutters, officially giving up. He shoulders his backpack, looking way too pleased with himself for someone with busted knuckles. What is this? She laughs. Show it off if you really want to, she dares him. You don't like other people seeing your own boyfriend's chest, he teases right back. So you're saying I shouldn't? Ugh, she simply cannot win with this man. Anyway, we should get home quick, he says, reaching for her hand. Their faces drift close again, the teasing softening into something quieter. Fingers laced together without either of them saying a word about it. This, Si-yoon cracks up over something, practically wiping tears from laughing. Hurry up already, Jeongmin laughs, tugging him along. We're stopping at the hospital before we go home, she insists, all business again. The nurse is going to scold you. Watch those hands from now on, she warns, smiling as a trace of blood still shows on his lip. Quietly she thinks back on it all, he has saved her more than once. Later at home, she hangs up her things, the whole day finally settling over her. Who else could handle me but you? Si-yoon murmurs from behind her. She walks on ahead in her uniform, lost somewhere in her own thoughts. Somewhere in the back of her mind, a voice keeps whispering her name. Jeongmin, Jeongmin, it repeats, quiet and impossible to place. Her hair falls across her face, shadowing whatever she's actually feeling. Will always be by my side. Forever, the voice vows, sweet in theory, ever so slightly unsettling in execution. Elsewhere entirely, someone is refusing to talk. You really won't say anything? If you don't tell me what's wrong, I can't fix it, an exasperated voice presses. How am I supposed to explain this to the president? Enough already, the silver-haired kid on the bed finally snaps. He nearly chokes on his own words, glaring hard at someone across the room. I'm not even close with Hayoung anymore because of you, did you know that? He accuses. Somewhere in the argument a name comes up. Nahyuk apparently got himself a new phone. Not even the latest model, comes the dry commentary. Who is this? Nahyuk snaps, catching someone going through his things. Why would you look at that without asking? He shouts, snatching it back, get out faster. An older man hauls the silver-haired kid out bodily, figures given that temper of his, and slams the door behind them. Alone again, Nahyuk realizes he never actually gave the thing back. Then his phone lights up, Baek Si-yoon calling, his stomach drops. It keeps ringing, insistent, while he just stares at the screen. His mind flashes back to the ugly things they once screamed at each other. "You can't judge me like before." What a psycho. What if he shows up at the company again? Na-hyuk worries, dreading the very idea. Wait, the company, he repeats to himself, putting the pieces together. Right, the chairman said he'd call Baek Si-yoon back in. Na-hyuk realizes, panic setting in. I have to stop him, he decides, already moving. The phone just keeps buzzing in his hand. He hesitates, unable to bring himself to pick up right away. "Ah, you actually picked up," Si-yoon says on the other end, sounding far too pleased with himself. "We should meet up, like right now," Si-yoon tells him, and Na-hyuk's face goes redder than his bruises. They keep walking, her steady steps next to his uneven ones, the street humming along under a fading orange sky. "What's wrong, Baek Si-yoon?" She stops him cold and asks it straight. Does his leg actually hurt? He goes quiet under the question, so she pushes harder, reminding him he'd mentioned an old leg injury before. Is that what's flaring up now? He laughs it off with an easy grin, chalking it up to running a little too fast, like that explains everything. Not buying it, she tells him to hang on, they're already headed to the hospital, unless, she asks pointedly, he actually can't walk at all. "No, I can manage this much," he insists, and when her face says she doesn't believe him, he swears he means it. He reminds her doctors once told him he'd never dance again, and yet here he is, up and moving, proof he's beaten worse before. "I'm stronger than most people," he says quietly, "so I'll be okay then," almost under his breath, thanks her for saving him. He shrugs off his own pain completely. He'd rather get hurt himself than watch her get so much as scratched. She's not having it, snapping at him not to talk like that. She tells him firmly to actually take care of himself for once. He pulls her in, murmurs a soft apology against her, and she melts into it, eyes glassy. All she can think, cheek pressed to his shoulder, is how impossibly caring he is. The mood shifts dark for a beat, his expression turning strained, sweat beading, like the memory of getting hurt is still fresh. Her thoughts spiral, everything he's put himself through, all of it has been for her. And this time, she realizes, it could have gone so much worse for her, which is exactly why she just needs to focus on the person actually standing in front of her right now. They've made it to the hospital and she says his name softly, worry still written all over her face. Later, wrapped up close, he shrugs that it's honestly not bad enough to slow him down. Then, smirking, he announces he'll just sleep over tonight, and when she reacts, he doubles down, milking the "I can barely lift a finger" act for all it's worth. She figures she'd better clear it with her mom first, then freezes mid-thought. "Oh, that's right," she blurts out, and he asks what's wrong. She remembers Kang Na-hyuk still has her phone, she never got it back from him. Just hearing that name land makes Si-yoon's easy smile vanish. What? She heads home for the night, letting herself in with a tired sigh, still stuck on the missing phone. Her mom spots her in the hallway and immediately wants to know where she's headed off to. Jeongmin gets sidetracked instead, asking why her mom's suddenly picked up work. Is dad not sending money anymore? She tries to press about dad too, but her mom shuts it down. That's a conversation for later. Jeongmin changes the subject, telling her mom she's sleeping over at a friend's tonight and gets an easy, approving "oh, that's good." Her mom, with zero idea who this friend actually is, even encourages her to spend more time there since the parents are away. Says it puts her mind at ease, if only she knew. Jeongmin lingers a beat in her room, quietly steeling herself before heading back out. Across town, the lights are low in a quiet apartment, Si-yoon's place waiting for her. Si-yoon sprawled out on the floor, catching his breath, clearly still feeling that leg. The second he's alone, that easy boyfriend face drops, he's already plotting exactly how he's going to mess with a certain someone. He dials up the guy in question and waits, phone pressed to his ear. The line rings out into an awkward silence while he waits for someone to actually pick up. "Ah, he picked up," Si-yoon notes, then coolly points out that, well, they do have a reason to see each other again, don't they? He suggests, a little too casually, that they meet up as soon as possible. On the other end, Na-hyuk stammers out that he'll return the phone right away, no problem. He plays it off with a nervous laugh, he'd just forgotten, that's all, then pivots fast, asking Si-yoon for a favor before he hands anything back. Si-yoon's eyebrow goes up. What? Na-hyuk rambles something about wanting Si-yoon to keep thinking that, leaving Seon genuinely lost on what he's even getting at. Nahyuk finally spits it out. If the company's CEO ever brings up bringing Seon back, he wants in on it too, and Seon's smile goes stone cold. Nahyuk can't shake the anxious thought, what if Seon tells someone what actually happened between them? Seon, for his part, honestly couldn't care less either way. Since he's already getting Jeongmin's phone back anyway, Seon figures he might as well settle this too, and tells Nahyuk flatly it all depends on how he behaves. That lands wrong. Nahyuk sputters, reminding Seon he's the one who swore he never wanted to be a celebrity again. Bit rich, coming from the guy dangling the industry over someone's head. Nahyuk admits he's been thinking it over too. It'd be a waste to let his own talent go nowhere, and honestly, it's about time he figured out what he actually wants. People chase money doing things they'd rather not, he reasons. Maybe he's about to become one of them. Seon cuts the philosophizing short, just hand over what's in his hand now. Nahyuk offers to mail Ir instead. Seon shuts that down flat, no. We're bound to meet soon enough anyway, Seon says, way too pleased with himself, leaving Nahyuk completely thrown. Let's meet up soon, Seon says, and hangs up before Nahyuk can even process it, leaving him red-faced and rattled. Seon, meanwhile, is already dreading round 2 with this guy, and can't quite believe he's actually still weighing a comeback. Across the city, alone in the dark, Nahyuk is stewing. His mind keeps circling the same fear, if this so-called criminal ever comes back to the company. He's terrified Seon will walk right back in and steal his spot out from under him. He steadies himself, deciding he's not just going to sit back and let that happen. Pride be damned, he decides, embarrassing or not, he has to tell someone what really happened. His thumb hovers over the CEO's contact. If the boss just knew what Seon actually did, surely he'd think twice about ever calling him back. The thought alone has him shaking with anger. He gets the CEO on the line and, voice tight, asks if they could possibly meet up tomorrow. The next day, Nahyuk shows up nursing a fresh bruise on his face, still rattled but ready to make his move. He talks himself up the whole walkover. Surely the CEO wouldn't actually favor someone who keeps causing this much trouble, right? He knocks, announces himself, and gets waved right in. He barely gets "I have something to tell you" out of his mouth before his whole plan short-circuits. Because sitting right there, greeting him with a cheerful wave, is the exact person he came to badmouth, Seon. The CEO clocks Nahyuk's bruised face immediately, while Seon just lounges there looking entirely too comfortable. "Kang Nahyuk, what happened to your face?" the CEO demands, and Nahyuk fumbles for an answer. "Looks like someone hit you. Who did this?" the CEO presses, and Nahyuk's got nothing, not with the guy who probably did it sitting 3 feet away. Seon just smiles pleasantly at the ceiling, not saying a word. He doesn't have to. "I fell." Nahyuk lies badly, while Seon's smirk somehow gets even smugger. The CEO's clearly not buying "I fell" for a second, and reminds him he seems to cause trouble wherever he goes. He brings up the time Nahyuk decked a bandmate and delayed an entire comeback, and now this. "You're such..." He trails off, already tired. "A troublesome kid," the CEO finishes, and Nahyuk's jaw visibly clenches at that. "It's not like I wanted to come back looking like this," Nahyuk protests, practically pleading. The CEO softens, telling him to calm down. Not many companies have a boss who actually checks in on his people's well-being like this. "Just take it easy," he says. Nahyuk clings to that, insisting the CEO's the only one who gets what he's going through, all while silently fuming at that sly fox sitting right next to him. The CEO finally asks what exactly Nahyuk wanted to talk about, and Nahyuk visibly chokes, glancing at Seon. "Now, really?" Turns out Seon made sure of it. He told the CEO he'd be swinging by at this exact time, showing up right when Nahyuk planned to sink him, outplayed before he even opened his mouth. Elsewhere, someone else is watching all this unfold, wondering aloud, is it really just a coincidence? Because Nahyuk's still stuck on the same question. How did Seon know exactly when he'd be meeting the CEO? The mystery man with the striking gold eyes just smirks, clearly pleased with himself, like whatever just happened he had a hand in it. He isn't even signed with an agency, the trainee seethes, so why does the CEO light up around him and barely spare me a glance? Si-yoon, cool as ever, has zero clue he's the reason someone's blood pressure is spiking 2 doors down. Then it clicks for him, he already signed the contract, he's already caught, so of course the CEO stopped bothering to charm him. He can't stomach it, he turns on his heel and storms straight out. The CEO barely gets a word out before the kid's gone, muttering a sharp that punk under his breath. Si-yoon sets his cup down and offers to go smooth things over himself, but the CEO stops him with just his name. The offer's real, the CEO tells him if idle life ever feels like too much of a grind, there's always acting or modeling waiting for him instead. You pick things up fast, the CEO adds, you'd land on your feet wherever you went. Si-yoon just goes quiet. Walking out, his mind drifts back to the deal that got him here, perform well and everything works out. Funny, considering the same man once told him to keep his mouth shut. He remembers the real angle too. Keep the current setup going and the perks like his house stay on the table. I heard you even have a girlfriend now, the CEO had needled him. Think hard about what you want. All Si-yoon could manage back then was a clipped yes sir. The memory fades as a door clicks open in front of him. He just stands there a beat, caught somewhere between the past and whatever's waiting outside. Then he squares his shoulders and walks it off, heading out to find the guy who just stormed away. Out on the street, the afternoon sky stretches wide over the city while Si-yoon goes looking for him. He doesn't have to look far, there he is, working through a cigarette like it personally wronged him. The second he spots Si-yoon walking up, the guy Si-yoon's old rival, the one people call the copycat behind his back, nearly swallows it whole. You even smoke? Si-yoon asks flatly. Na-hyuk just stares back like he's seen a ghost. Si-yoon doesn't bother with pleasantries, he wants his phone back. Na-hyuk snaps that thanks to him, he can't even reach his own girlfriend. Flustered, Na-hyuk fumbles to hand it over. Si-yoon barely looks at it, already circling back to what he actually came to say. You're not coming back, right? He says, not really a question. Na-hyuk points out he already returned the stolen phone, like that should earn him some credit. Si-yoon is not impressed. Red-faced, Na-hyuk admits the only reason he backed off at all is the CEO ordered him to knock it off. Si-yoon isn't buying the tough act. Na-hyuk dragged him down once and still managed to debut, so maybe he should focus on practicing instead. The more he succeeds, Si-yoon figures, the less time he'll waste thinking about him. Na-hyuk flips it right back at him. Does Si-yoon really think he and his girlfriend are gonna last forever? You think you two are getting married or something? He presses, working himself up. Keep living like there's no tomorrow, keep smothering her like this and she's gonna get sick of you and walk, Na-hyuk warns. Si-yoon snaps back to mind his own business. Si-yoon just laughs, low and humorless. That smile does not reach his eyes at all. You're the one who stuck his nose into something that was working just fine, he says, and she is never leaving me. Na-hyuk's face falls, so Si-yoon did see whatever happened between him and his own girlfriend. He tries to spin it, anyone else in her position wouldn't have done what she did, he insists. She just gets him better than anyone. So your little concern is meaningless, Na-hyuk huffs. Si-yoon just tilts his head, how can he possibly be so sure? Si-yoon goes cold, thinking it through his own way. She's going to keep meeting people, keep having options from here on out. Na-hyuk twists the knife. Can Si-yoon even guarantee her feelings won't fade with time? I watched you two for a bit, Na-hyuk adds, smug and sweating in equal measure. You might not even be able to live without her, is as far as he gets before Si-yoon slams him against the wall. How stupid can you be? Si-yoon growls, fist twisted in his collar. Don't you ever learn? He reminds him just how badly he's been beaten before for exactly this kind of provoking. But unlike last time, Si-yoon says quietly, there's nobody here to stop me. Should I just kill you right here, he asks, dead serious, or wreck that face so you can't be a celebrity anymore? Na-hyuk finally clocks just how badly he's misjudged this. The guy is genuinely unraveling. Si-yoon's grip does not loosen an inch. His mind flashes to her, to Min-ah, and the thought only tightens his hold. All of this because of her. Na-hyuk's collar twists tighter in his fist. Na-hyuk's eyes go wide, panic finally setting in for real. Wait, there's no way I meant it like that, Na-hyuk blurts, scrambling. Believe me or don't, he adds weakly, that's on you. Si-yoon's voice goes flat and cold. He can tolerate the digs about his past, but this crossed a line. Should I mess you up, he asks, just like I did him. Na-hyuk's whole body is shaking now, too scared to even answer. Something cracks in Si-yoon's voice. Instead, she promised him, back in the hospital, that she'd stay. She told me she'd be with me forever, he says, and for once it sounds less like a threat and more like he's trying to convince himself. Na-hyuk realizes he's pushed way past where he meant to. Na-hyuk, still pinned, can't even process it. Why is he acting like this over her? She loves me, Si-yoon finally gets out, voice breaking just slightly. A single tear slips loose before he can stop it. Na-hyuk freezes, genuinely stunned by the crack in his rival's armor. And then, opportunist that he is, Na-hyuk clocks his opening. Okay, he squeaks, and just like that, Si-yoon lets go and walks off without another word. Na-hyuk calls after him to be careful, then goes pale all over again, quietly putting together that Si-yoon might be the one who wrecked Yoo Seung-hyun's face. If word got out, he thinks the company would never touch Si-yoon again, except there is exactly zero proof of any of it. He curses himself for not recording a single second of that conversation. No receipts, no leverage, just a very shaken trainee and a story nobody would believe. Meanwhile, Si-yoon's already shaking it off, walking on like nothing happened. The city keeps moving around him, indifferent to the storm he just walked out of. He cuts through the streets alone, hands shoved in his pockets. He checks his phone, half hoping for something, half dreading it. The screen stays dark in his hand. He pockets it and tells himself flatly that he will not let this shake him. All that bravado cracks the second he admits the truth out loud. He just wants to see her. His whole expression softens just thinking about it. And there she is up ahead, waiting outside like she knew he'd need her today. He picks up his pace without even meaning to. She scans the street, watching for him. The moment he spots her, every ounce of tension melts off his face. Min-ah. She waited for him. After everything, she actually waited for him. They close the distance between them, without either one saying a word. For one clean moment, all the noise from earlier just disappears. But even wrapped up in her, some part of him is still replaying every word Na-hyuk threw at him. You might feel like you can't live without each other now, that voice needles. But how long does that actually last? She's going to keep meeting people, keep having options, the doubt whispers again. Even the smallest details from that fight replay uninvited. And there she is, smiling at something else entirely, blissfully unaware he's spiraling. He watches her like he's trying to memorize her, just in case. Can you guarantee her feelings won't fade over time? The one question he cannot shake. Something dark flickers behind his eyes before he buries it. You might not be able to live without her, the thought finishes, and this time he doesn't argue with it. He pulls her in close instead, holding on like letting go might cost him something. An old middle school friend of hers starts yelling for Si-yoon to back off, sweating, clearly terrified. What are you doing? Min-ah shouts, trying to pull him back before this gets any worse. Si-yoon does not even blink, he just stares the guy down and coldly asks who he even is. Then he turns that same ice-cold tone on her. If she was waiting for him, she should have just stayed put until he showed up. The jealousy comes pouring out. Why is she smiling and chatting with some guy he has never even met? The poor guy is practically choking under Si-yoon's grip, wheezing out a pained groan. Let go, please, Min-ah begs. He is just someone I went to middle school with. We ran into each other completely by accident. She turns and apologizes to Si-yoon anyway, and he simply grabs her and says, let's go. He mutters a clipped alright, flexing his bandaged knuckles like he is still holding back from doing worse. Behind them, her old friend is left doubled over, gasping and coughing for air. Si-yoon glances back at him with an expression that gives away absolutely nothing. The guy reaches out, stunned like he cannot quite process what just happened. Min-ah yelps as Si-yoon yanks her along without giving her a second to argue. He drags her down the street in total silence, his grip tight enough that she cannot slow him down. She stumbles, hair whipping in the wind as he keeps pulling her along. His face stays locked in that same cold, distant stare the whole way home. Underneath the bandages, his knuckles are already bruising from whatever just happened. He notices the wound on his hand has torn open again. And somehow that little sting seems to calm him right down, a slow, unsettling smirk creeping back onto his face. "Let's go home, honey," he says sweetly. "Oh, and I already grabbed your phone for you too." He flashes that same smug little smile, completely unbothered by any of it. Min-ah just stares back at him, worry written all over her face. They head back to the apartment in total silence. Once they are inside, Min-ah finally asks, "Did something happen when he ran into that guy?" "Yeah," he admits, smiling like it is really no big deal. He claims the guy kept saying things that got under his skin, which put him in a foul mood. "I got a little too worked up," he shrugs. "Were you surprised?" One way to describe choking a guy out on the sidewalk, sure. But then his voice drops and the whole mood in the apartment shifts. He wraps his arms around her from behind and asks for a kiss, like nothing happened at all. "You always hugged me when I was not feeling good," he reminds her, and she goes quiet, clearly uneasy. "I think I need one right now," he presses, gripping her face. "Why are you acting like nothing happened?" She just stares back at him, the tension in her eyes impossible to hide. "Are you gonna do the same thing next time?" he asks. "Honestly, you are not getting any better." Inside, she is exhausted. This is not the first time this has happened, or even the second. The two of them stay locked in that tense, silent standoff. Her eyes well up, unreadable. Si-yoon just watches her, his own expression suddenly harder to read. He calls her name softly, and something about his tone makes her flinch. For a second he looks almost calm, like he is weighing his next move. "This is just a couple's fight, isn't it?" he says with a crooked little smile, brushing the whole thing off. "We will be fine after a day," he says, even as the memory of his own grip on that guy flashes back through his mind. "No, after a few hours, right?" he presses, and Min-ah flinches at how sure he sounds. She cannot quite bring herself to meet his eyes. "Si-yoon," she says carefully, sensing exactly where this is headed. "Why are you acting like this today?" she asks, and something in the air just snaps. He pulls her in hard, all the warmth from before completely gone. "Wait, what are you doing?" Min-ah cries out, panic flooding her voice. "If I do this," he says, an unsettling smile spreading across his face, "you can't ignore me anymore." His hand presses against his own throat. He means to hurt himself just to keep her attention. "But honey," he murmurs, pulling her into the dark like this is somehow romantic. Min-ah freezes, genuinely terrified of what he might actually do. The mark left on his skin makes it painfully clear just how far he is willing to go. "You love me, right?" he demands, real desperation finally breaking through. "You are not actually tired of me," he says. "You are just holding it in out of pity, right?" "You did not mean what you just said," she tells him, gripping his jacket, trying to pull him back from the edge. "Si-yoon," she says softly, reaching up to touch his face. "All right," she tells him gently, "calm down." "Tomorrow," he echoes quietly. "Tomorrow," he says, he will come back, and for once, there are tears in his own eyes too. Sure enough, he comes back the next day and pulls her into a desperate, tearful kiss. She melts into it despite everything, the kiss deep and a little overwhelming. Neither of them seems willing to be the one who pulls away first. He scoops her up and carries her inside, murmuring about how long it has actually been since a night like this. Somewhere underneath it all, though, she privately admits to herself that she feels suffocated. The night gets a lot more intimate from there. "Let's just say the lights go down and leave the rest to your imagination. Sleep over tonight," he tells her. "Your mom is working nights anyway." She agrees quietly, and the tension of the whole day finally starts to ease. Morning comes slow and quiet over the apartment. The place sits still, the storm from the night before finally passed. Min-ah lies beside him as he sleeps, watching him quietly. She lets out a soft breath, her mind clearly still turning things over. She already knows deep down that Si-yoon only has eyes for her, and she keeps telling herself that if she just tries hard enough, things will get better. That thought lingers heavy as she watches him sleep. Later, a friend flat out tells her that most couples do not act like this just because someone touched their partner's hand. "Are you okay?" the friend asks. Min-ah just shrugs. "Me, who knows?" Later, wrapped up together again, she tells him quietly that it is okay. They hold each other close, the fight from before feeling far away for a moment. By the end of the night, they are curled up together, fast asleep. "I do not like it when things go wrong between us," she admits to herself. "So for now," she thinks, "I am just going to keep waiting until he finally trusts me." There he is, Seon dead to the world, silver hair a mess on the pillow. A heavy thud sounds through the room, and his eyes snap open in the dark, sharp and alert. He's up in an instant, hair still tousled, listening hard for whatever made that noise. He throws a shirt on and swings his legs out of bed, tension written all over his face. Barefoot, he pads out of the bedroom toward the sound, all business now. He crosses the dark apartment fast, no hesitation in his stride. A door bangs open and out jumps Jeongmin, yelping that he scared her half to death. He stammers back, asking if she needed the bathroom, clearly not expecting company. Turns out she's staying over too, hand landing right on his bare chest as she catches her balance, both of them a little too aware of it. He lets out a long breath, trying to play it cool while his heart still hammering from the scare. Before she can say another word, he pulls her straight into a hug. He murmurs her name against her hair, and for a second neither of them says anything else. She melts into it, eyes closed, hand pressed to her chest like she's trying to keep her heart in place. He wraps around her tighter and promises, quiet but firm, I'm not going anywhere. Time skips forward, bare branches and cold skies sliding the season toward winter. Somewhere across town the school day grinds on and someone lets out a tired little sigh at their desk. At her desk, Jeongmin sits arms crossed tight, grumbling under her breath that it's freezing in here. Her friend Yoonju stomps over, glasses and all, griping that whoever keeps leaving the door open is letting all the heat escape. A classmate leans over Jeongmin's desk to see what she's up to and gets a flat "Can't you see, I'm studying" for her trouble. Someone teases that she must be gunning for the country's best university with that kind of focus, then immediately starts whining for winter break, the eternal cry of every student everywhere. Yoonju groans that just knowing break is close makes it even harder to drag herself to class. Lost in thought, Jeongmin barely notices someone calling her name. The second shout lands like a slap Choi Jeongmin, and she practically jumps out of her seat. She's still rattled, blinking hard to shake off the daze she was stuck in. Her friends trade looks, asking flat out if something's actually wrong with her lately. She brushes it off, then quietly admits the real reason: she just hasn't been able to reach him. Boyfriend trouble, her friends guess, and honestly lately, that's exactly what it feels like. There have been more and more days where he just goes quiet on her. Class drones on around her, but her mind is somewhere else entirely. She rests her chin on her hand, staring at nothing, worry written all over her face. Finally, a text comes through, I just saw this, sorry, I'll come pick you up today. It's from Seon, right there under his name in her messages. On the days he does reach out, it's always like clockwork, 30 minutes before the bell rings. It leaves her wondering quietly if she somehow did something wrong. The bell finally rings, everyone cheering their way into the hall, and a friend invites her out for spicy rice cakes, promising Jaehyun will be there too. Jeongmin walks the hall half listening, her mind already somewhere else. Yoonju tugs at her collar, then answers her own question before Jeongmin can. Right, you can't go, can you, she says, already knowing. Jeongmin doesn't even try to argue. She apologizes, and it's heavy enough that Jaehyun actually asks why she's being so serious about it. Jeongmin mentally screams at herself to just act normal, a strategy that has never once worked for anyone ever, then waves the group off for the day. She heads off alone, leaving her friends behind in the hallway. The group watches her go, letting out a collective sigh. One of them, let's just call him Captain Obvious, wonders out loud what's up with her, and Jaehyun admits she used to just be jealous Jeongmin landed such a good-looking boyfriend. Now though, Jaehyun's genuinely wondering if things have taken a turn for the worse. Across town, Seon's already waiting for her outside, hands tucked into his coat. He waves her over with a grin, and there it is again, a bandage still wrapped tight around his hand. Of course he's here, she thinks, walking up to meet him. He looks a little off to her, tense around the edges, but otherwise nothing seems unusual. She chalks it up to the cold. He tips her chin up gently, agrees it's freezing, and says they should hurry home. She lingers a second, just looking at him. That bandaged hand disappears back into his coat pocket like it's nothing. She offers to cook him something nice once they're home, trying to keep things feeling normal. He flashes a smile back, but her eyes flick straight to that bandaged fist. She's clocked it. He teases her, betting she'll just order delivery anyway, and tugs her chin up again, all charm. She tells herself everything's fine, nothing's changed. She's not totally convinced. She says his name, testing the moment. He glances back at her, easy as ever. She finally asks the question that's been eating at her, does his hand still hurt? It should be healed by now, she points out. He just shrugs it off, who knows, not even sure myself. In his head, he figures the healing's just slower this time around. Out loud, she scolds him for using the hurt hand too roughly. He just laughs, says he actually likes it when she worries. She blinks, caught off guard. He spells it out with a soft smile. He likes that she worries about him every time she sees that hand. That night, something dark creeps into frame. A hand reaching down toward a crumpled shape on the floor, dark stains pooling underneath. A familiar face surfaces in the shadows, smiling in a way that doesn't feel like him at all. Blood streaks across pale fingers, close enough to make out every detail. Somewhere in the dark, Jiangmin watches this unfold, frozen in place. The image lingers on him, half-shadowed, unreadable. Her eye goes wide in the dark, taking in every second of it. The scene shifts to a dim kitchen, the sink full of shadows. A knife sits out on the counter, catching what little light there is. Then it all goes white, and she's yanked back to reality with a start. Walking beside Sion the next day, she finally works up the nerve. Hey, she says, I want to ask you something. He asks what's on her mind, and she comes right out with it. What actually happened to Kang Nahyok? His expression barely shifts, unreadable as ever. Who knows, he says with a small smile, haven't seen him around lately. Then, almost too casually, he adds that it's probably a good thing. Cut to a dim bedroom where someone's curled up tight under a blanket, knees to chest. A voice calls through the door, coaxing him to come eat. He mutters back that he's not going anywhere. Another voice snaps that it's been days already, begging him to stop being stubborn and actually recover. He just shouts back a flat refusal. His groupmate loses it, yelling at him to actually listen when people are trying to help. But he stays curled up in the dark, shutting everyone out. Outside his room, his groupmates check in with each other, still the same today, worn out by everything that's been happening to him. Their comeback's already been pushed to next year because of it. One admits he's honestly exhausted and annoyed, but seeing the state Nahyok's in, he can't even bring himself to be mad. Just how, one of them wonders, is this even happening? How does a guy who never leaves his room keep turning up this badly hurt? Inside, Nahyok sits shaking, sweat on his brow, mumbling to himself that he can never let it happen again. He whispers that he can't fall asleep, not under any circumstances. One last look at the school building before the halls go quiet for the holidays. That's her cue. Jiangmin steps up front to lead the class through it. Stand straight, she orders, all business, even for a simple send-off. Class, let's bid the teacher farewell, she says, cool as ever. Watching quietly from her seat is Jaehyun, the classmate who used to make Jiangmin's life miserable, now just keeping her eyes on her. The class calls out their goodbyes together, and just like that, the semester's done. Jiangmin packs up her things, ready to slip out and start the break on her own. Yeah, safe trip home, someone calls out as the hallway starts to empty. But Jaehyun lingers behind instead of heading straight out. She's got that look like she's working up the nerve to actually say something. Meanwhile, Jiangmin heads off through the crowd, none the wiser. Then a hand closes around her wrist and calls her name. Jiangmin spins around, startled, and finds herself face to face with Jaehyun. It takes her a beat to place her. Jaehyun, the last person she expected to come chasing after her. Turns out Jaehyun wants to invite her along. She, Sora, and Yoonju are kicking off the break together. The other two already said yes, apparently. Jaehyun just didn't want her finding out secondhand and feeling left out. Even so, Jaehyun adds, I wanted to ask you myself too. Jiangmin goes quiet, clearly caught off guard by the gesture. But she has to turn her down, today's just not going to work for her. Still, she makes a point to say thanks for asking, it clearly means something. Jaehyun doesn't push, she just smiles, easy about the whole thing. See you at the opening ceremony then, she offers, and Jiangmin's eyes go a little glassy over it. Have a nice break, Jaehyun adds, and she actually means it. She heads off down the hall and Jiangmin just watches her go, still catching up with how far they've come. Cut to that evening, a door creaking opens somewhere a lot cozier. Turns out Jeongmin already had a plan for tonight, a movie in with her actual boyfriend. They settle onto the couch to finally watch the film he's been wanting to see. Except neither of them is really watching it. He's way more interested in her face than the screen. "Please don't look at my face," she begs, "look at the screen." He just grins back. Technically he's still watching, he says, her face is just more interesting. She tries to play it cool and ignore him completely. It is not working. One thing leads to another, and the movie quietly turns into background noise. For a second he just looks at her, soft and completely unguarded. He murmurs her name and pulls her in close. She yelps, caught totally off guard. Once they catch their breath, she tells him she thinks acting will actually suit him. Obviously, right? He admits it might mean love scenes with other people and less time together, but honestly he thinks that's a trade worth making. She listens close, weighing what he's really asking of her. He watches her carefully, waiting to see how she'll take it. "After everything we've survived, of course I'm still scared," she admits. "But if this is what you want, I'm with you, no question." It's late and Jeongmin meets up with Jaehyun after getting an unexpected message. What's this about and why now? Jaehyun says she needs to tell her something one last time since it seems she won't be able to see her again. Jeongmin just blinks, confused. Jeongmin says her name out loud, bracing for whatever comes next. "Is this about switching classes?" Jeongmin asks. Jaehyun shakes her head. "No, it's bigger than that." Jaehyun says her name again, steadying herself for what she's about to admit. She's decided to transfer schools, for good. She doesn't want Jeongmin to keep suffering because of her, and even though she knows she has no right to ask forgiveness, she needed to say this anyway. "I'm really, truly sorry," Jaehyun says, her voice breaking. Meanwhile, in a dim apartment somewhere else, only the tick of a clock breaks the silence. The room sits empty, no sign of her anywhere. Si-yoon stands alone in the dark, unease creeping in. He murmurs her name into the quiet. Nobody answers. Back on the street below, the word is still hanging in the air, transferring. Is she moving far away? No, Jaehyun clarifies, just switching schools. She's staying in the area. She told her mother everything that happened between them, Jaehyun admits, and Jeongmin can only whisper her name, stunned. Jaehyun says her name once more, wanting to be sure she's really listening. Jeongmin tenses, caught off guard. "Even if it looks like you've forgiven me on the surface," Jaehyun says, "I know the trauma from what happened is still there underneath." Jeongmin starts to deny it. "No, but the words catch in her throat. "Was it really that obvious?" she asks quietly, giving up the act. "It's okay to be honest with me," Jaehyun says gently. In her head, Jeongmin tells herself it was always a problem she could fix if she'd just changed enough. A flash of memory surfaces, the two of them back in their old routine, and the same old thought, everything's fine if she just lets it go. The thought lingers, heavier than she'd like to admit. "I thought I had changed," she admits to herself, hand pressed to her head. Jaehyun says her name again, watching her struggle to hold it together. "You haven't done anything wrong," Jaehyun insists. "If there's anyone to blame here, it's me," she says. "You can be honest with me, whatever you're really feeling. Since I've already decided to transfer, this really will be the last time we see each other," Jaehyun reminds her. Jeongmin falls silent. To be honest, Jeongmin finally begins, letting her guard down. "I can't say that I've completely forgiven you," she admits. Jaehyun takes it in without flinching. "Sorry," Jaehyun says softly, and it sounds like she means it for everything. "Sorry," Jaehyun echoes, almost surprised. She remembers how sharp and short-tempered Jeongmin used to be at the start of the semester, sure she wouldn't put up with any of this for long. So why? Why is she still standing here with her? Jaehyun wonders, trailing off. Secretly, Jaehyun feels relief that Jeongmin hasn't fully forgiven her after all. Because if Jeongmin said she'd forgiven her right here, right now, it would mean she'd crossed a line all over again, asking for something she doesn't deserve. "Thank you, Jeongmin," she says instead. "You did everything you could, more than I had any right to ask." So, Jaehyun starts working up to something. "You can stop thinking about me now," she tells her, a strange kind of permission to finally move on. But then Jeongmin catches her off guard. "Wait, the new school, it's still nearby, right? Let's at least still say hi to each other," Jeongmin adds, a small olive branch. Jaehyun looks at her, quietly moved. "Jeongmin, about that," Jaehyun starts hesitating over something else. She begins. About your boyfriend, she almost lets slip. Then she stops herself. Never mind, it's nothing, she says instead. Take care of yourself, Jaehyun tells her, offering a final smile. Okay, Jiamin answers softly. You too, she adds, and with that they finally part ways. Later, Jiangmin quietly slips back into Si-yoon's apartment, trying not to wake him. But he startles awake anyway, caught off guard. Si-yoon, she says carefully, unsure what mood she's walking into. When did you wake up, she asks, a little nervous. A friend called, she explains, so she stepped out for a bit to talk. Who's your friend, Si-yoon asks, his voice suddenly guarded. It's Ha Jaehyun, she admits, stumbling over the name. Something's off, even her own voice sounds strange to her in that moment. Since when was she your friend? He presses, and Jiangmin barely gets out a syllable before he cuts back in. Are you mad? She asks. She only left because he was sleeping so soundly she didn't want to wake him. But something about his silence makes her uneasy. Si-yoon, what's wrong? She asks, reaching for him. Look at me, she pleads, but he won't turn around. When he finally does, his face is streaked with tears. He's shaking, barely holding it together. You weren't there when I woke up, he finally admits. In the short time you were gone, so many thoughts spiraled through my head, he says. I don't know what to say, Jiangmin whispers. All she can see is how scared he really was. Was it something more important than me? He wonders. He thought he'd found his happiness in hers. But now I don't know anymore, he admits, tears still falling. The more people you have around you, the more he worries he'll matter less to her. Sorry, I want to stop thinking like this, he says. Si-yoon, she breathes, heart breaking for him. Silently, Jiangmin asks herself what she's done to make him feel this way. Why am I like this? He asks himself, ashamed of his own fear. Save me, he pleads quietly. I'm sorry, she answers, pulling him close. I'm sorry I disappeared without telling you, she says, holding him tight. You're telling me the truth, right? He asks, needing to hear it. Of course I am, she says, so stop letting these dark thoughts win. They hold each other tighter, neither one ready to let go. Slowly, something like relief breaks through his tears. All right, he finally says, steadying himself. In the days after that whole ordeal, they went back to dating like normal, like nothing had happened. But then a phone starts ringing on the table. Looking back, it was probably from that call onward that their relationship, the one barely holding itself together, started to fall apart for good. Morning comes quiet over the city and a little tense, after everything these two have been through lately. Jiangmin's up and getting dressed, but her mind is clearly stuck somewhere else. Blue skies outside, but back in her apartment the air still feels a little heavy. She lingers by the kitchen door in silence, replaying the last few days in her head. After a few incidents between them, she has to wonder, is it just her, or did things get a little awkward? Flashes of that moment with him keep replaying in her mind, unbidden. Turns out Sion's stuck on the same feeling. Things really do feel different now, but Jiangmin talks herself down. Staying uncomfortable fixes nothing. She lets out a breath, shakes it off, and gets dressed like today's just another day. Over at her place, Jiangmin catches herself staring out the window, the calendar on the wall reminding her exactly what day it is. She double-checks her outfit in the mirror. Nothing weird about dressing up a little, right? Selfie taken, she decides Sion's probably still asleep, so she might as well head over early and wake him up herself. Down the hallway she goes, nerves and all. Waiting on the elevator, the second-guessing kicks in hard. What if she looks weird showing up like this? Her face is already burning red before she's even knocked on his door. She raps on the door and calls his name, while on the other side he's just standing there, arms crossed, half-dressed and completely clueless. I'm here, she calls out and waits. No answer. She peeks in, wondering if he's just sleeping through the whole thing. Turns out he's very much awake. The door creaks open and there he is, tousled white hair and all. Half-zipped hoodie, just woke up, face the full heartthrob package, apparently even at this hour. Hi, Jiangmin manages, suddenly shy in front of her own boyfriend. He just blinks at her, completely caught off guard. Then it hits him properly, and he has to cover his own face to hide how flustered he is. Did you just wake up? She asks. Sorry, I came a bit early, she admits. The real reason slips out anyway. She just wanted to see him, wanted to play with him. That earns her one very speechless boyfriend. Is it my birthday today? He jokes, completely charmed and not hiding it. Before she knows it, he's swept her right off her feet literally, while she kicks and yells to be put down. Somewhere between the protest and the giggling, the struggle turns into laughter. "I'll put you down here, okay," he says, setting her down with a grin. "Boo, but why here?" she stammers, suddenly very aware of exactly where here is. He tilts her chin up, gentle, and the playfulness drops into something softer. "You're so pretty," he murmurs, and just like that the mood shifts entirely. He looks just as flustered saying it as she does hearing it. "Did you come here dressed like this just to see me?" He breathes, and the question hangs heavy in the air. She doesn't really answer, she doesn't have to. Don't whisper in my ear," she whimpers, and honestly, she's not the only one who suddenly feels weird. Things go quiet fast. Hands find each other, and the room narrows down to just the two of them. Let's just say the morning takes a very different turn from here. We'll spare you the details, this is a recap, not that kind of channel. Later, with the light shifted, Seon's catching his breath by the window, looking a little wrecked in the best way. Clothes get sorted out, the moment winds down. He's still looking at her like she hung the moon. Then, out of nowhere, a gasp, something makes her jump, and he's quick to apologize for whatever it was. Round two apparently, because they're right back at it. He leans in again, no complaints from her. The kissing does not let up. Eyes closed, the rest of the world blocked out. Then Jiangmin suddenly pulls back. Seon, wait. Turns out she's not stopping things for a dramatic reason, he's bleeding, from the nose. For a second there's just stunned silence. Seon touches his own face and finds out the hard way, a full nosebleed mid-kiss like something straight out of a comic. Cue Jiangmin scrambling for tissues, yelling like the building's on fire. Once the bleeding's under control, she can't stop laughing. Apparently that trope really does happen in real life, not just in comics. "Are you seriously laughing right now?" he protests, mortified, while she just snort laughs harder. The room finally settles back down. "Did the bleeding stop?" she checks, still grinning. "Yeah," he says, "I was so surprised." "Are you seriously that tired?" she teases. "Who knows?" he shoots back with a smirk. "Maybe I just got a little too excited from that kiss." "Stop spewing nonsense," she mutters, very obviously blushing. Still, she can't help but notice he's genuinely in a good mood today. And honestly, what a relief that is. He teases her for blushing, then catches himself doing the exact same thing. "Can I not even look at you now?" That smug little smile says he's enjoying this way too much. She can't even hold his gaze anymore. The two of them just soak in the quiet closeness for a beat. So he asks, "What do you want to do today? Since you dressed up so nicely, should we go out?" he suggests, ever the gentleman. She shrugs it off, easygoing as ever. Staying in's nice, going out's nice, honestly anything works for her. He pushes back gently, they always end up doing what he wants. This time, he wants to hear what she actually wants. Her answer melts him a little, she's not being indecisive, she genuinely likes everything they do together. "For real," he murmurs, touched. "Is it really my birthday?" He jokes again, then suggests they finally get out of the apartment for once. This entire time she laughs, agreeing. "Wait for me a bit, I'll quickly change," he says, already halfway out the door. "Okay," she replies, watching him go. Left alone for a second, her mind wanders to a very specific detail he tasted like toothpaste. Did he wash up? She wonders, half suspicious, half charmed. Which is strange, because she could have sworn he'd literally just rolled out of bed. My phone," Seon mutters, patting himself down. "It's over there," Jiangmin points out, ever helpful. But when she glances at the screen to grab it for him, her stomach drops. 2 missed calls from Yihyuk. She just stares at it, unsure what to do with that. "Jiangmin, I'm ready," Seon calls out, hugging her from behind, completely unaware. Okay," she says quickly, snapping back to normal. He notices her flinch. "What's up? Did you get a notification?" "Yeah, just spam," she lies smoothly. "Let's go," he says, letting it drop. But something's clearly weighing on her as they head out the door. I just put him in a good mood, she thinks, the guilt already creeping in. The last thing she wants is to be the reason that good mood disappears. If she tells him about Yihyuk's call, she knows exactly how fast that mood will crash. So she makes up her mind, quiet and resolute. Let's not tell him, she just can't tell him. Night creeps in over the city as another day winds down for our couple. Si-yoon walks beside Jiangmin, marveling out loud at how fast their time together flies. He asks if she had fun today. All he gets back is a shy little not exactly a ringing endorsement. Jiangmin presses him on whether he's still staying over at her place tonight, same as always. But this time Si-yoon hesitates, admitting maybe he ought to actually go home for once. He hasn't seen much of his own place lately, he admits, and it's been ages since he checked in on his mother. Jiangmin lets that sit for a second, then circles back to something that's clearly been bugging her. "Who's been texting you so much lately?" she asks, and just like that the easy mood cracks. Her mind flashes back to their shopping trip earlier, phone in hand, someone lingering a little too close in the background. The memory lingers, uneasy and unresolved, refusing to let either of them off the hook. Same memory, different angle. Jiangmin browsing a shop rack, seemingly unaware anyone's watching her at all. "Is that why you had to turn your phone off?" Si-yoon finally asks point blank. Jiangmin freezes, a single tear catching in the corner of her eye before she can stop it. Si-yoon stops walking altogether, searching her face. "What's wrong with you?" She waves it off. "Nothing really, just spam and one too many group chat pings," and laces her fingers through his like the subject's closed. He lets her have it, smiling as he admits that's exactly why he shut his own phone off tonight, so nothing gets in the way of her. "Let me take you home then," he says, already reaching for her hand. The city glitters below them as they head out, one of them murmuring to be careful on the way. Jiangmin promises to text him before she turns in for the night. She stops mid-step, says his name, then apologizes for what exactly she doesn't quite say. "I couldn't stay over with you today," she admits quietly, guilt written all over her face. Si-yoon just smiles it off. "It's okay," he says, easy as anything. They part with a promise to see each other tomorrow, the wide night street swallowing the distance between them. Jiangmin slips down her building's dim hallway alone, the color draining out of the scene right along with her mood. Across town, Si-yoon stands by himself in a dark room, the easy smile from minutes ago nowhere to be found. Back home, Jiangmin stares at her phone with wet eyes, clearly wrestling with something she hasn't said out loud to anyone. She turns the whole thing over in her head, unable to shake it. Elsewhere, Yi-hyuk stews over that same silence, wondering if he's the one who left things unclear between them. It's been eating at him ever since, whether he'll admit it to anyone or not. Jiangmin already knows exactly how Si-yoon would feel about her staying in touch with him, and it's not good. She tries to talk herself out of caring anymore, half convincing herself it's settled. Her face says otherwise. This is far from settled. Yi-hyuk groans at himself, calls himself a fool, and decides to just go ahead and call her anyway. Jiangmin figures she might as well hear him out. Who knows, maybe something's actually happened. She picks up "hello." Whatever he says on the other end hits her hard enough to well her eyes right back up. "Where are you right now?" she asks, and the answer sends her straight out into the night. She finds the place, and whatever she sees there stops her cold. Jiangmin finally reaches him, and Yi-hyuk looks up at her, badly shaken, breathing out her name like he can hardly believe she came. There's something else he needs to tell her, he says, and all she can manage back is a stunned "what?" He admits he should probably just go home and drop it, and that none of this is going to make sense. But he needs to know, does Baek-seon have some way of appearing in other people's dreams? Jiangmin's breath catches, her hand flying to her own chest at the question. This is where she found him only minutes ago, doubled over in the alley, barely able to stand. Every time Seon shows up in his dreams, Yi-hyuk tells her, he wakes up with fresh wounds on his own body. He pulls up his shirt to prove it, and the mark underneath makes her stomach drop. "Here," he says quietly, pointing to the freshest one. His eyes well up as he searches her face. "You see it, right?" Jiangmin can only stare, horrified, at what's right in front of her. He knows how ridiculous it all sounds, he admits, but he needed her to hear it straight from him. "You need to be careful around him," he warns, and Jiangmin, reeling, starts backing away without a word. He admits he's been too scared to say any of this until now. He'd been texting her for days, he says, but she never replied, so he tracked her down in person instead. Jiangmin mutters a quiet sorry and steps into the elevator, unable to process it all standing there. Alone in the elevator, she lets out a shaky breath, her mind already racing. In her head, she replays her own words back at him. Is he really saying Seon did this to him? There's no way that's actually possible, she tells herself, walking faster. It's just a coincidence, she repeats to herself, trying to make it stick. She remembers telling him straight to his face that the wound looked bad enough for a hospital. By the time she's near home, she's clutching her own head, completely overwhelmed. And through it all, one image won't leave her. Seon, sound asleep, with no idea she's even questioning him. Should she just confront him outright? Her hand hovers at his door. She knocks and calls his name into the quiet hallway. No answer comes back. Is he even still asleep in there? She calls out louder this time, worry creeping into her voice. Then she remembers he told her once that if he's home, she can just punch in the door code herself. So she does, keying her in with an unsteady hand. The lock clicks open. She steps inside, calling his name again into the dark apartment. Her footsteps echo through the empty rooms as she searches for him. She finds him curled up in bed, sound asleep. A soft breath escapes him, and his eyes slowly flutter open. Groggy and disoriented, he blinks up at her. When did you even get here? She tells him she's been knocking for a while now. He never heard a thing. He apologizes a little too vaguely, claiming his mind was somewhere else. Her eyes catch something in his hand and the word barely makes it out. You. What are you doing with a knife? She asks, alarm creeping into her voice. He goes quiet for a beat, eyes flicking toward her. Then he smiles it off, easy as anything. He just wanted to change his own bandages. They were wrapped too tight to peel off by hand, he explains, so he grabbed the nearest knife instead. Jeongmin manages an uneasy "oh, all right," not quite convinced but not pushing either. He tells her to relax on the sofa while he redresses it himself, and she can't help but ask if that's really safe without a doctor's help. She sits there turning it all over in her mind, unsettled. Maybe she thinks she should just ask him straight out about what Yi-hyuk told her. But the image of Yi-hyuk's wound keeps flashing back and a horrible thought settles in. What if Seon really did do it? She'd convinced herself everything was fine since nothing strange had happened in a while. But was she wrong to assume that? The memory of his stricken face won't leave her alone. Why was she even so sure nothing had been happening? Now she isn't sure of anything. Maybe she just hadn't noticed, she reasons, because Yi-hyuk wasn't part of her life anymore. Where, she wonders, did everything start going wrong? Just where? Was it broken from the very start? Before she can spiral further, Seon casually asks if she's eaten lunch yet. She watches his hand move, distracted, unable to shake the doubt. Now that I think about it, she starts, turning over another memory in her head. What actually happened to Kang Na-hyuk, she wonders, and that same easy smile of Seon's suddenly feels a lot less comforting. Seon, you, she starts, the question almost slipping out. He tilts his head, curious. She admits there's something she needs to ask him. He waits, watching her carefully. Her nerve falters at the last second. What does she even do if she's right? Would she have to tell him to stop? And if she did, she'd have to explain everything Yi-hyuk told her too. She imagines how he'd react, accusing her of sneaking off to meet another man, and pictures herself instantly caving, apologizing. In her head, she's already scrambling to defend herself, even though she's done nothing wrong. The imagined apology spirals over and over, until she's crying just picturing it. The word sorry swallows his whole face in her mind, an anxious loop she can't turn off. Then his real voice cuts through it, calling her name and yanking her back to reality. She jolts, startled, He teases her for zoning out, then casually mentions he hasn't eaten either, so why not eat together? He remembers the side dishes her mom sent over and suggests they just make rice to go with it. Okay, she manages, watching him with a small, uncertain smile. She sits quietly on the sofa, watching him move around the kitchen like nothing's wrong. In the background, he carefully changes the bandage on his own hand. She decides it can wait, she'll ask him later when she's ready. Nothing more is going to happen, right? She tells herself, as he calls back that dinner's almost ready. He starts pulling out all her favorite side dishes, and she tries again to convince herself it's all just coincidence. I want the seasoned bean sprouts, she calls out, forcing herself to sound normal. Let's just try to act normal, she tells herself. Standing close behind him at the stove, she repeats it to herself like a mantra. She has to trust Seon. Even if the whole world keeps its distance from him, she decides, she's the one person who has to stay by his side. That evening, the two of them head out together to a convenience store near the apartment. I'll grab what I need and be right back, Sian tells her as they reach the store. He offers to go together since it's not safe to wander alone at night, but she points out it's barely even 7. She just needs a few minutes alone, she explains gently there's something on her mind. He studies her for a moment quiet. She quickly backtracks, insisting it's not that she doesn't want to be with him, of course she does. You know that, right? She presses, searching his face for reassurance. Yeah, he finally answers and tells her he'll be quick. She waits outside, lost in thought, when something makes her look up. Sian has stopped in his tracks, his whole body suddenly rigid. He turns back to her, voice low. Do you have something about yourself, he finishes, that you want to tell me? The question hangs in the cold night air as the chapter cuts to black. Then it hits her like a gut punch. Whatever she just heard, her face says it all. What are you even talking about? Cut to Sian, jaw tight, bracing for something too. What would I even have to say? He stammers. Rewind to earlier that day though, when things were still simple. Sian tosses out some kind of offer, then shrugs it off just as fast. If you don't want to, never mind, he says, easy as that. It's Jiangmin he's talking to out in the school hallway. He tells her to hurry back. She just nods, a little quiet. But something's clearly eating at her. Alone for a second, her eyes well up. She wipes at her face fast, trying to shake it off before anyone catches her. Someone calls out to Sian in the hallway. Hey Sian, he turns toward the voice. It's Jiangmin, catching up with a small, hopeful ask. Do you wanna go with me? That evening, the two of them walk home together, Sian half buried in his phone. Jiangmin watches him, one nagging thought looping in her head. They haven't really said a word to each other since whatever happened. Sian just keeps walking quiet, giving absolutely nothing away. Then he glances over, eyebrow raised like he can feel her staring. He smirks, classic Sian, all smug confidence, and she flinches, caught red-handed. Jiangmin cracks up despite herself, blushing, laughing the tension right off her shoulders. But underneath the laugh, she admits it to herself. Lately, silence between them makes her anxious. So what actually happened last night that's got her so rattled? She doesn't spell it out, but you can guess, and part of her is terrified Sian might have noticed. Does he know? How could he possibly know? Her brain is spiraling. Sian reaches over and gently tips her chin up, checking on her, totally oblivious to the storm going on in her head. Up close, she's a nervous wreck. Right now, this silence between them feels deafening. I'm anxious, she admits, if only to herself. Anything's fine, she tells herself, trying hard to talk herself down. Finally, she just says his name, Sian. Her hand drifts up toward him, and yeah, we all know exactly where this is headed. They end up kissing right there mid-selfie, because apparently that's just how these two operate now. Sian pulls back first, flustered hand over his mouth. That'll put me in a tough spot, he says. What if people see us? Jiangmin, feeling bold, just leans right back in. Since when did you start caring about that? He actually has to grab her hand to stop her. Wait, he repeats, blushing hard. You're pretty aggressive today. He admits he loves it, but there's clearly a but coming. Jiangmin laughs it off. Let's wait a little, she says. I'll kiss you all you want once we're home. He mumbles something about his jacket being too short to hide how flustered he is. Sian just gives a small, embarrassed okay, and they keep walking side by side. The second he's not looking, Jiangmin's the one melting down internally. I must have lost my mind for a second there. Seriously, why am I like this? She laughs at herself. Turns out she was the one getting worked up over nothing. Meanwhile, Sian's got a look on his face like a plan just clicked into place. Ah, as expected, he thinks, this is it. This is it, he repeats to himself, way too pleased with whatever he's cooking up. Cut to Jiangmin heading inside, home for the night. Turns out Sian's been quietly scheming this whole walk, working out exactly how to get her undivided attention. They settle into the apartment, lights low, home for the evening. I'll wash up real quick and come back, Sian tells her, heading for the bathroom. Okay, Jiangmin replies simply. Then he tosses back a teasing line, you can open the door anytime, with a smug little laugh. Flustered, Jiangmin insists she's perfectly fine right where she is. The bathroom door clicks shut behind him. Later, phone in hand, Jiangmin's mind drifts somewhere heavier. If Sian ever found out what happened last night and asked her about it straight up, is it even okay for them to keep going like this? She wonders if leaning on their shared dreams is even enough to hold onto someone. But she knows that has its limits too. Because the truth is, Yi-hyuk has already started picking up on Seon's strange abilities. Which means this isn't the first time it's happened, not by a long shot. Jeongmin just sighs heavy. Do I trust him or don't I? She just can't decide. Then right there in her hand, her phone buzzes. She flinches hard at whatever just lit up the screen. She just stares frozen. Did something happen again? Seon's still in the shower, completely oblivious to any of this. The bathroom door stays shut, steam curling out from underneath. Her phone buzzes again, more insistent this time. The screen lights up red with an incoming call. She picks up, voice shaky, hello. She slips down the hallway, out of earshot for a little privacy. Her eyes go wide, Jo Yi-hyuk. Back in the shower, Seon's ear twitches, like some part of him just sensed something's wrong. But it's not actually Yi-hyuk on the line. Is this Yi-hyuk's mother? She asks, bracing herself. Yes, but why did you call? Jeongmin asks, voice already unsteady. The answer knocks the wind right out of her. It seems like he's been stabbed and he won't wake up. Even the police don't know what happened, and apparently the last person Yi-hyuk talked to that night was her. I called because I wanted to ask if you knew anything, his mother presses, desperate for something, anything. If something was off before you two even met, she trails off, grasping at straws. Jeongmin's whole world warps around her, the shock hitting in waves. Her hands are shaking now. Even anything, or something else, the question just hangs there in the air. Somewhere in her mind, an image of Yi-hyuk flashes, unwelcome and sharp. She can barely even hold the phone steady. That's all she can manage to get out. Then it all comes rushing out. What are you even talking about? The exact moment we saw right at the start. Why is Yi-hyuk? She can't even finish the thought. Behind her, the apartment sits calm and quiet, completely unaware of what's unfolding. On the other end, his mother catches herself. I'm sorry, she says. I must not be in the right mind right now, she admits. I said something I shouldn't have. To think I'm asking this of a high schooler. Yi-hyuk's fine, so please don't, she says, trying to walk it back. I'm sorry for surprising you like this, she finishes, and the line goes quiet. The screen just reads, call finished. Jeongmin lets out a shaky breath. What is this? She's still frozen there, phone in hand, unable to process any of it. Si-yoon stalls in the dark kitchen. Now, he echoes, buying himself a second. The room goes cold and quiet around him. Something's about to come out. He tilts his head, playing dumb. HM. What? Si-yoon flashes that same smug grin, the one that never means nothing. Jeongmin gets right in his face. Just now you, her voice shakes, you. She grabs a fistful of his collar and shouts it. Was it you? Did you do this? The accusation finally hits the air. Si-yoon just breathes out one word, dread creeping into his face. Yi-hyuk. Jeongmin's glare doesn't waver. She already knows the answer, she just needs him to say it. Why didn't you tell me about it? She yells, back in the lit-up kitchen where this all started. That's because, Si-yoon starts, and even he sounds unsure how to finish it. He started clinging to you, he finally says. Jeongmin's breath catches. Night, she repeats numbly, putting the pieces together. How? How did you? She asks. Si-yoon just goes quiet. You see, he starts. I pondered a lot, he admits, staring at his own restless hands. A voice from memory needles at him. How can you make yourself disappear from his thoughts? The memory rewinds to black and white. But Jeongmin, Si-yoon narrates, after the day I beat him up myself, I stopped caring about him. That was the story he told everyone. It wasn't quite true. After the day Yi-hyuk got injured, I secretly started looking after him, Jeongmin's own memory admits. If I hurt him, Si-yoon murmurs, watching her from the shadows of the memory. I sent him medicine and food through Ha Jaehyun, Jeongmin's quiet confession buried in the past. Even more worried about him? Si-yoon asks, and it doesn't sound like a question so much as an accusation. Since it seems his parents are out at work, she'd reasoned, sneaking around to help him. But it seemed like you became. Si-yoon trails off, so I restrained myself. If he had actually died and you heard the news, it's obvious, he says, picturing the worst. That thought alone should worry everyone. I don't like that, Si-yoon says flatly, still holding her. I don't want even a trace of him in your thoughts, he tells her, dead serious. The weight of it sits on his bare shoulders in the dark. So I held back, Si Yoon says, and held back, and held back. A long, tired sigh follows. My anger wouldn't subside, he admits, and for once he's not smiling about it. Back in the present, Jeongmin explodes. Just how long did he torment Yi-hyuk? Jeongmin is all Si Yoon can manage back. You told me that day, he says, that you couldn't go to prison with me, not to act on my impulses. So he found a loophole, staring down at his own clenched fist. If that's the case, then it's okay for me to restrain myself only in reality, right? You were right, Si Yoon says, I have such an incredible ability. Isn't it only fair that I use it? Whether it's shared dreams, he goes on, letting the sentence hang, or astral projection, the full weight of it finally lands on Jeongmin. Astral projection, her mind starts racing backward through everything that's happened. Then yesterday, she realizes he was there next to me. Wait then, the clues start snapping into place all at once. Was this the reason why I couldn't contact him at school? It all makes horrible sense now. She scrolls back through old messages, texts from Si Yoon that suddenly read very differently. I just saw this, sorry. I'll come pick you up today as well. Why did you meet him without telling me anything that day? She demands. If you had told me, I would have gone with you. What if? You wanted to protect him, is it? Si Yoon asks quietly. You are too affectionate, he adds, half compliment, half accusation. Because of it, I'm still alive, Jeongmin fires back, thinking of everything she's done for him. It's not that, Si Yoon replies, unconvinced. That's why I'm anxious, he admits. Other people also like you. You saved me, he says, remembering how they first found each other. The two of them back then, walking side by side into a school he barely recognized as home. For the same reason, Jeongmin says softly, she helped Yi-hyuk for no different a reason than she helped him. A group of shadowy figures looms in his memory, the reason he was ever in danger to begin with. I've tried to stop being concerned about others and focus only on you, Si Yoon confesses. He remembers holding her close, trying to make himself believe it was enough. I've tried pretending to be hurt, he admits, curled up alone on the floor. He's crying now, remembering just how far he's gone to keep her attention on him alone. But it seems impossible for the current you, he says, watching an old memory of her tending to someone else. And I've tried acting pitiful too, anything to keep her eyes on him. To focus only on me, he finishes the quiet, aching goal behind every single thing he's done. Then a cold, distorted voice from his past cuts through the memory. You may think you can't live without each other now, but how long will that last? I don't know about you, it hisses, but she's going to meet a lot of people in the future. The doubt keeps needling him from every angle, replaying old memories he can't shake. Jeongmin and Yi-hyuk side by side in his mind, a wound that never fully closed. Si Yoon's own reflection stares back at him, hollow and unconvinced. Just how long did he torment Yi-hyuk? Jeongmin's voice tears through the memory again. Jeongmin, he says again, like it's the only word he has left. The doubting voice presses harder. Can you guarantee that her heart won't change later? Red bleeds into the memory as the question burrows deeper into him. Something in him cracks, a static hiss fills the silence. His face hardens into something colder, something scarier than jealousy. Water drips into silence, one drop at a time, matching the tension in his chest. I'd rather, he starts and doesn't finish the thought out loud. If it's going to be like that, then I'd rather. A blade catches the light in his trembling hand. Whatever he was about to do with it, the thought alone says everything about how far gone he'd gotten. The blade lingers in frame a beat too long before the memory finally lets go. Do stuff like this to make you. The sentence trails off into something worse. Jeongmin watches, stricken, as more of his darkest thoughts spill out. Should I just? A pause hangs there like a held breath. Lock you up, the words land like a punch, yet not the romantic gesture he probably thinks it is. Back in the present, he pulls her into a tight, almost desperate hold. Hehe, Si Yoon laughs it off, hugging her close. Aw, I'm kidding. Don't make that expression, he tells her, forcing lightness into his voice. It's too cute, he teases, deflecting hard from everything he just admitted. Jeongmin isn't laughing. Why did you do it? Why did you tell me everything too? The confession itself feels like a warning. What are you gonna do to me? She asks, suddenly unsure of the man in front of her. "What are you saying?" he replies, taken aback that she'd even ask. "Are you scared I'll do something to you like I did to them?" he asks. "If that's what you're thinking, don't worry. How could I dare lay a hand on you? Small comfort maybe, but she holds onto it." Jiangmin turns and walks off into the dark alone, leaving him behind. Her footsteps echo down the hall, further from him with every step. "Are you just gonna leave?" Si-yoon calls after her, panic creeping into his voice. "Really?" he asks quietly, like he can't quite believe she'd actually go. "Will it be okay?" he wonders aloud, watching the space where she used to be. "Do you trust me that much?" A question that sounds a lot like a plea. He follows after her, quiet footsteps on cold floor, unsure if he's even welcome. "You're mad, and that's why you're doing this," he murmurs to himself. "Can't you just be mad at me instead?" He asks anything but her walking away. "And not telling you about it," Jiangmin starts, still processing it all. "So, can you please stop?" she finally asks him, exhausted. "I won't be mad at you," he says softly, cupping her face. "I'm just protecting you from them. You and me both," he adds, framing it all as something they need. "You had such a hard time because of people before," Jiangmin says, unable to fully stay angry. "We just need each other," she says quietly, and means it, even now. "Although it doesn't seem like you agree," Si-yoon notices, reading her hesitation. "Jiangmin," he says, holding her face gently, "you're a little conflicted right now, aren't you?" "I'm sorry. I know I'm crazy," he admits plainly, no denial left in him. "I know, but..." Jiangmin can't finish the sentence either. "You'll be fine even if it's without me," he says, a strange, heavy thing to offer right now. A cold voice from his memory presses in again. "Is that why you continue staying with him even though he's dangerous?" Jiangmin turns the question over in her own head. "Is that what sets me apart from him?" The doubt lingers on Si-yoon's face, unresolved and heavy. Jiangmin stands silent, turned half away from him, torn between fear and loyalty. "Staying with me out of sympathy might not last long," Si-yoon warns her, almost daring her to prove him wrong. "But I'll die without you," he says, framing his obsession as survival. "I'm just doing what I can to stay alive," he says. "I can't help it." Jiangmin breaks down at last, tears finally spilling over. A single sob escapes her. "No, Si-yoon starts, watching her cry and can't finish it either. It hurts, he admits, the fight finally draining out of him. "It's agonizing, more than anything," he says, and for once it's not a performance. He buries his face in his hands, hiding from the wreckage of his own confession. Soft morning light slips through the blinds of a quiet apartment. In the shadows of the bed, a girl with long dark hair is still fast asleep. She stirs just slightly, lost in the last stretch of sleep. A hand brushes gently through her dark hair. Someone's watching over her while she sleeps, tender and quiet. Then with a small murmur, she finally wakes up. It's Sian, silver hair still tousled from sleep. "You're up?" he asks softly. Groggy and blinking, she hears him mention he's already made them breakfast. She looks up at him, starts to say something, then trails off with just an eye. Sian tells her he'll eat quickly and run home for a bit. He promises he'll come right back after. He looks at her with that same steady, warm expression, like he means every word. "Can you wait for me until then?" he asks. She agrees with a quiet, "All right." Time passes under drifting clouds, and the scene shifts to a completely different house. At Jiangmin's family home, someone lets themselves in late. It's her father. He lingers in the kitchen, looking worn out and guilty. Jiangmin's mother rounds on him instantly. "Have you ever cared about us once?" she demands. "Even if it isn't me," she snaps. "What about Jiangmin?" She tears into him. He can't even look Jiangmin in the eye, can't take care of his own family, and things won't be any different anywhere else. "I'll take care of Jiangmin on my own," she snaps, "so don't you dare even show your face to her." He just lets out a heavy sigh, worn down by the fight. The two of them stand there, the tension still thick between them. Her anger hasn't cooled one bit, even after everything's already been said. Not long after, Jiangmin herself walks in, still turning that mysterious phone call over in her head. Something about the house feels off to her, and her eyes go wary. She asks her mom straight out if something happened. Her mom insists she just came, and that nothing's wrong. It's nothing, Jiangmin," her mom stammers, clearly covering something up. Her mom changes the subject fast, saying she hasn't seen her daughter's face in a while and offering to cook for her. Jiangmin waves it off. She's exhausted and was planning to nap instead. Mom, you must be tired too, Jiangmin says. You should get some sleep too. Her mother just looks at her for a moment, something heavy behind her eyes. All right, rest well. I'll be in my room, her mom says, and the two part for the night. Alone now, Jiangmin lets out a long, tired sigh. She curls up on the bed, quietly crying. She wonders if it's even okay for her to be hiding here. She admits to herself she ran because she couldn't face Sion anymore. Even if I run, she thinks, will I actually be able to escape? A sudden noise cuts through the quiet. She jolts upright, eyes wide with alarm. Heart pounding, she sits frozen for a second. She touches her own face, trying to steady herself, unsure what she even heard. The house stays silent and empty around her. Eventually, exhaustion wins out and she falls asleep. But her sleep is anything but peaceful. From somewhere in the dark, a voice starts calling her name. A hand reaches for her out of the blackness. Jiangmin, it whispers. Fingers brush her neck as the voice keeps repeating her name. Everything turns blood red around her. Don't go, the voice begs. A face finally comes into focus, a red-haired girl with an unsettling smile. Please stay with me, she says. A hand tightens around hers in the dark. I can't live without you, the girl whispers. The voice keeps calling her name over and over. Jiangmin turns toward it, trapped inside the nightmare. Stay with me, the voice screams, faces pressing impossibly close. A hand clamps down hard around her wrist. Then all at once she gasps awake. Jiangmin sits bolt upright, chest heaving, eyes wide with fear. Relief washes over her as she realizes it was only a dream, tears still in her eyes. She wipes at her face, still shaken. Her hand finds her phone in the dark. She stares at the glowing screen, unable to shake the dread. Her hands are trembling as she holds it. She scrolls straight to Sion's contact and calls, silently begging him to pick up. The phone rings and rings while she pleads under her breath, please pick up, please. Finally there's a click, someone's answered. Beak Sion, she blurts out, flooded with relief. Yeah, Jiangmin, he answers, and asks what she's doing up so late. Turns out he's just fine, he was only in the middle of washing up. For real, she asks, still a little stunned. He shrugs it off, casually getting dressed as they talk. Of course, he says with a smug little smile, you told me to wait, didn't you? He asks if she just woke up and whether she's still tired. She asks, only half joking, if he's doing anything weird. I won't do anything, he laughs, don't worry, just sleep well. She groans, covering her face. Ha, you, she mutters, are you even making sense right now? Then softer, he tells her, I don't want to be hated by you, you know that, right? He offers to stay on the line until she falls asleep, if she's really that anxious. Yeah, she says quietly, letting herself be comforted. Their conversation drifts along, easy and normal, like nothing's wrong at all. She admits to herself she'd been anxious at first, picking up the phone. But the longer they talk, the more she slips back into treating him just like she always has. She knows deep down the Sion she knows isn't the whole truth, but his voice is calming her anyway. It's almost like whatever she saw was nothing at all. Just a dream-like misunderstanding, she tells herself. Comforted by his voice, she finally starts to relax. On the other end, he just listens quietly. Jiangmin, are you sleeping? He asks softly. There's no answer. Sion looks down at his now quiet phone. Jiangmin, sleep well, he murmurs and finally ends the call. Then he pulls on a beanie and dark hoodie, his expression turning serious. Firstly, he starts. Turns out someone already peeked in earlier. Yeah, he's out cold. But that's not really why they're gathered. One of them leans in with the good stuff. Have you guys heard? The others lean in. Immediately heard about what, exactly? The rumor already spreading through the whole company, Beak Sion might be coming back. One of them swears it's true, saw it himself. Their old teammate Sion apparently sat down with the CEO. Word is he met with the CEO again this fall too. So what's the CEO's angle, talking Sion back into the group, or pushing him toward a solo career? Whatever it is, one of them admits, I want to know what Sion is thinking. By all appearances, Sion walked away without a shred of nostalgia for the team, but there's an old incident here nobody's fully explaining. Is it even possible for him to come back, or does he go solo instead? Either way, they figure he's bracing to get dragged online again. Kind of wild how hard he's trying to wade back into the industry that chewed him up the first time. From where Sion's standing, he'd have every reason to hate this business and this company. But hey, one of them says if he really comes back, he'd get it. Someone else remembers it differently however short his time here was. Seon poured everything he had into the job. Seon's about to be an adult soon, someone adds. And that, they figure, is the fastest, most stable way for him to finally stand on his own. A mumbled fuck cuts through the dark. The mood just curdled, and it's not one of the dorm guys anymore. Alone in a dim room, a familiar face broods in silence. Nahyuk, hands clasped, staring into the dark like he's holding something in. He shows up in my dreams, Nahyuk thinks bitterly, Seon haunting him even in his sleep. His own face in the dark says everything his voice won't. Telling his bandmates the truth isn't even an option, they'd just chalk him up as losing it, he figures, trailing off into a defeated yah. It doesn't make any sense when I think about it, fuck, he mutters, curled up and stewing. His mind spirals back to the same question everyone keeps asking: what is the CEO actually planning for Seon? Talk him back into the group or push him solo? Nahyuk just stares, silent. Whatever it is, he decides, he can't afford to just wait around and find out. If this keeps up, he thinks, that punk beak Seon might actually walk right back through the company doors, and Nahyuk cannot let that happen. He tells himself the old stuff will just fade away, but the CEO clearly isn't planning to sit back and let it. The CEO's going to protect Seon's image no matter what it takes, and that thought alone shuts Nahyuk right up. His mind drags him back to a post he stumbled on once, when he's never quite been able to forget. A post speculating that Beak Seon was actually the real victim of that old incident, uploaded under a username borrowing Nahyuk's own name, supposedly from one of his most devoted fans. That same post claimed Nahyuk's whole attitude changed the moment he debuted, and that's the accusation that's been eating at him ever since. Cut to the fan sign in question, Nahyuk barely glancing up as he scrawls his signature, phone practically glued to his other hand. Staring at the view count now, he can't believe how far it spread. Why does this have so many views? Idiots, he snaps, they're only kicking up a fuss, he insists, because he didn't dish out enough fan service that day. This is exactly why I can't stand these fools, he sneers, though the bitterness reads a lot more like fear. He figured the story would just die there. Instead, Seon's old classmates started posting their own accounts of him. By their telling, Seon got along fine with just about everyone. Far from a bully, they say real unity in his class. One classmate flat out insists Seon's not the type to throw the first punch and always thought it was strange when that footage went public. The word assailant keeps surfacing, the label that got pinned on Seon after whatever that broadcasted incident really was. But more and more, Nahyuk feels the backlash creeping back around onto him instead. The numbers don't lie: 72 likes against 251 dislikes, most people agreeing they shouldn't be protecting him anymore. He tells himself it's just because he took too long getting back to work, impatient fans turning their backs, that's all. Meanwhile, posts praising Seon's good deeds keep popping up, and Nahyuk can feel his own reputation quietly rotting. If Seon resurfaces now, this whole conversation could go viral. I can't let that happen, he whispers, curled up alone. I'm scared to see him again. Then just as fast he catches himself scared, of Beak Seon, no way. He practically shouts down the phone at whoever's on the other end. That's not it. Who said anything about being scared? My life is on the line here, he snaps, gripping the phone like it owes him something. Enough waiting around, he decides. Time to settle this once and for all. If his whole career runs on public opinion, then he can just as easily flip the narrative and expose Seon's true nature himself. Nothing to be scared of, he tells himself. A slow, scheming smile spreads across his face because nothing says trust me quite like plotting revenge alone in the dark. If Seon loses his temper and hits him again, even better, that's leverage he can use. A flash of memory cuts in. Someone once asked how Yoo Seung-hyun ended up the way he did. Nahyuk's answer: it was because of me. Phone against his ear, Nahyuk waits as it rings. The call connects. A familiar, wary voice answers. Seon, Nahyuk confirms, cutting in before Seon can even finish his sentence. He lays on the fake remorse thick. I think I did a lot of wrong things to you, and suggests they meet up, just briefly. Somewhere quiet, he insists a public spot would just be difficult for someone as recognizable as him. There's a pause on the other end, just a wary, confused, what? Nahyuk doesn't wait for an answer. Why not right now, at Seon's place? Reluctantly, it's settled. Seon agrees to let him come by. Heading for Seon's front door, Nahyuk psychs himself up. Get in, get the footage, get out, it'll be fine. A last flicker of doubt hits him on the doorstep. He wouldn't actually kill him, right? Probably. The door swings open on Seon, fresh out of the shower, robe hanging loose. You came, Seon says flatly, welcome. Nahyuk lingers on the threshold, hood up, clearly on edge. Seon just smirks back at him, unreadable. Let's go in, Seon says, stepping aside. Nahyuk steps inside, taking the place in as the door shuts behind him. The scene cuts sharply to another set of eyes, somewhere else entirely. In a quiet room across town, someone stirs awake, wondering how much time has actually passed. It's Jeongmin, checking her phone, relief washing over her that it's only been a little while. She sits with her thoughts a moment longer, still gathering herself. That short nap did more good than she expected. Her head's clearer now, clear enough to ask the question that's been gnawing at her. Why did Seon act like that? Why has he seemed so anxious lately? And why is he so convinced she's going to leave him? She trails off, second-guessing herself. Why did she even? Did she really ignore every sign that was staring her right in the face? Truth is, she was just scared of actually fighting with Seon. Whatever's coming is coming, she figures. She just prays there won't be any more people caught in the crossfire. She resolves to make things right with Seon, whatever it takes. But before that, she needs to check on Yi-hyuk first, make sure he's actually okay. Then once that's settled, she'll head straight to Seon's and finally talk things out. She dials a number and waits. It's Yi-hyuk's mother, who picks up. Jeongmin introduces herself as the one who called yesterday. Ah, that's right, sorry about yesterday, the mother says warmly. Then, muffled in the background, someone yelling at her to just hand over the phone. Yi-hyuk grabs the phone himself, grumbling about why his mom's the one fielding his calls. Why did you call? He asks. She explains she heard he's hurt and wants to visit. A visit? How thankful, he teases back, clearly pleased. He gives her the hospital name and tells her to come on by. Jeongmin arrives outside Murray University Hospital. At least he came too quickly, she tells herself. His mom answering calls for him. But how badly is he actually hurt? She just hopes he's really okay. She finds the room. A sign on the door reads Jo Yi-hyuk. She knocks. Pardon the intrusion, she says softly, stepping inside. The sight of him stops her cold. Bandaged and startled, Yi-hyuk manages a stunned Jeongmin. Late at night, Nahyuk's phone rings and he picks up with a breezy little hello. His face goes still when he places the voice, Seon. On the other end, Seon says he thinks he's done Nahyuk wrong and he'd rather not get into it over the phone. Since he's somewhat well known, Seon says a crowded meetup is risky, somewhere quiet would be better. Nahyuk goes quiet a beat too long before a stunned what slips out. Right now, he asks, thrown by how sudden this all is. He fumbles for words and Seon just waits him out. So shall I come to your house? Nahyuk repeats, already telling himself it's fine, he'll just record everything and slip out. Then he asks for the address. At the door, Seon greets him half-dressed, robe hanging open, with a casual "you came. Welcome," Seon says, waving him inside while Nahyuk steps in stiff as a board. Seon flashes that trademark smug little smirk, clearly enjoying having him here. Playing host, Seon offers tea and Nahyuk, caught off guard by the hospitality, mumbles a thank you. His eyes dart around nervously, still bracing for whatever this so-called talk really is. He figured Seon would be scraping by in some cramped little studio. This place says otherwise. Seon catches him snooping and teases, "Are you looking around my house?" Busted, Nahyuk yelps as Seon yanks him in close. Seon keeps a firm grip, completely unbothered by the sudden closeness. "Ah, it's nothing," Seon says breezily, all smiles, while Nahyuk just gapes at him. Turns out they're both sporting the exact same little bandage under one eye, and Nahyuk is not happy about the comparison. "I wasn't copying you." Seon just smiles, saying nothing, clearly loving every second of this. He finally cracks up laughing at how flustered Nahyuk's gotten. "Who said anything?" Seon teases through the laughter, watching Nahyuk fumble his teacup. Still snickering, Seon admits he's cuter than expected, then deadpans, "I know you're not copying me." He settles back with a satisfied little sigh, clearly enjoying the upper hand here. Seon gestures around the place, better than expected, right? The CEO got me this house. Nahyok's jaw drops, completely blindsided by how nice it actually is. Inside, he's seething. That stingy old man gave Baek Seon a house of this caliber. It clicks for him, the agency wouldn't spend like this unless they are angling to bring Seon back for good. Quietly, he flips his phone to record in his pocket, scheming, "You're done for starting today, Baek Seon." "I see," Nahyok says, keeping his cool as Seon sets the tea down and asks if they should get into it. Sure, he agrees, privately fuming now he finally gets why Seon's been acting so pompous. Then Seon catches him off guard. "I think I've been too harsh on you, sorry." Nahyok blinks, thrown. "About what exactly?" He presses harder, and Seon hesitates for the first time all night. "That's, Seon fumbles, uncharacteristically unsure of himself. Arms crossed, he says flatly, "It concerns both of us. Do I really need to spell it out?" Nahyok goes quiet for a moment, then relents. "All right then." His face lights up. "Are you forgiving me? Then we can finally reconcile." Seon says he's got something to ask first, and Nahyok, wary now, asks what. "What did you mean before about you Seunghyun?" Seon asks, and Nahyok's smile stiffens. "Ah, that. What more clarification do you need?" He deflects. "It's just as I said." Seon's expression goes cold as he finally asks it outright. Was he the one who ripped apart Seunghyun's face? The answer comes flat and chilling. "Yeah, that's right." Nahyok forces out a nervous laugh. "Ah, I see," trying hard not to let the panic show. He scrambles for small talk instead, gushing about how nice the house is. "Did you do the interior yourself?" He stalls, hoping Seon will let it go. He doesn't. Seon just smiles and circles right back to it, about how I didn't leave any evidence behind. "And ripped apart a Keeball son's face," he finishes, smiling like it's nothing at all. Nahyok freezes solid and Seon needles him further. "You're not curious how?" Terrified but unable to help himself, he admits he is curious. "Is it okay to ask?" Seon leans in, voice dropping low. "I'm only telling you this." He pulls a knife from a drawer as Nahyok recoils. "A power that makes whatever I do in my dreams happen in real life," Seon explains, calm as ever. "You don't believe me, do you?" Seon asks coolly while Nahyok backs himself into a corner. "You're not going to stab me with that, right?" Nahyok stammers. Seon only asks if his dreams have felt unusually rough lately. The realization lands like a gut punch, his eyes going wide with dread. "If I show up in your dreams and beat you black and blue," Seon goes on, pleasant as ever. "You wake up with the exact same wounds, don't you? That hand too." He nods at Nahyok's bandaged hand, matter of fact about the whole thing. "I wounded it." Nahyok can't even speak, horror written across his whole face. "What am I even hearing right now?" He chokes out as Seon coolly asks, "You're sorry?" "If you genuinely meant that," Seon says, voice hardening, "you shouldn't have messed with her." Nahyok flinches back toward the door as the pieces start to click into place. The wounds, the bruises, all of it caused by Baek Seon this whole time. "Nonsense," he shouts, refusing to believe it, or maybe just refusing to accept it. Panic sets in. If he stays here, he's convinced he'll die. He has to get out now. He tries to bluff his way out. "If you use that power to kill me, you'll be in serious trouble, okay?" Seon just watches him, hands calmly folded, completely unmoved by the threat. "Why would I kill you?" he asks simply, almost bored by the question. He holds something out toward Nahyok, who can only stare back, confused. Nahyok's mind is racing now. This guy is a crazy bastard. He's insane, Nahyok thinks, edging toward the door as fast as he can without running. "I'll go now," he blurts, making a break for it, but Seon's already blocking the way. Seon's hands stay calmly folded, but the temperature in the room drops instantly. In a flash, he's got Nahyok by the throat, slamming him back against the wall. He looms over him, every trace of that easy hospitality gone. "Ah, didn't I say I wouldn't kill you?" Seon taunts, tightening his grip anyway. "Why are you accusing me of being a murderer?" he snaps, mockingly offended as Nahyok struggles. "I'm talking right now," Seon barks, and Nahyok goes completely silent. A knife appears at his throat as he gulps. "That I turned into this," Seon says quietly, "is all because of you." He presses the blade closer, laying the blame squarely at Nahyok's feet. "See Seon, I'm sorry," Nahyok pleads. "Please don't do this, okay?" Tears streaming, blood on his cheek now, he admits he was wrong. Please let me live, he sobs, just let me live. Sian looks down at him coldly, then almost fondly. I like this attitude of yours a lot. Much better than before, he adds, finally letting go. From now on, don't come find me. Nahyuk crumples to the floor, gasping in sheer relief. I lived, he thinks, shaken, then, already scheming again. Since I recorded all of this, it should be enough. Nahyuk bolts for the door, and Sian just watches him go without a word. Alone now, Sian lets out a quiet breath, the mask finally slipping. I'm mad, he admits to himself. How much more do I have to put up with his nonsense? He mutters, the smirk long gone. He lingers in the quiet kitchen, alone with whatever he's just done. Elsewhere, a familiar voice cuts in with real concern. Yi-hyuk, are you okay? Yi-hyuk insists he's fine, but Jeongmin isn't buying it. Let me see your wound, she says, reaching for him. He yelps and pulls back. No, I'm really okay, flustered under the hospital blanket. I managed to dodge all the vital points, he assures her, trying to play it casual. There was a lot of blood, he admits, but it only grazed his side. That's a relief, Jeongmin says softly. A quiet settles over the room, neither of them quite sure what to say next. Jeongmin hesitates, then finally says his name, working up to what she really wants to ask about Sian's ability. Before she can get it out, he cuts her off hard. Forget about that. She blinks, caught off guard by how hard he's backpedaling. I said a lot of things that crossed the line for you, he admits. I wasn't thinking straight, I was drunk. Don't take it to heart, he says, and I'm sorry for calling you out that night too. Jeongmin studies him quietly, searching his face while he won't quite meet her eyes. Her expression stays unreadable, taking in everything he's not saying. Yi-hyuk, I'm sorry, she finally says. He blinks, confused. HM. The hospital room goes quiet around them, the moment stretching out. About what, he asks, and Jeongmin's face goes carefully thoughtful. When the time comes, she thinks to herself, trailing off. When the time comes, I'll tell you everything, she resolves silently. A single golden eye lingers in her mind, and you already know exactly whose it is. After I convince Sian, she thinks, watching Yi-hyuk rest, a plan already forming behind her eyes. The chapter opens on a hush of shadow somewhere dark. Something's about to happen. A pair of narrowed, golden eyes locks onto a target in the dark. Someone crumples, caught before he even hits the ground. A bandaged hand grips a blade already slick with blood. Crying even as they do it, the attacker spits out, you should have been more secretive about it, like it's somehow the victim's fault. That same bandaged hand and arm linger in frame, the only clear clue to who's really behind this. Cut to a smug, silver-haired figure holding up a cracked phone like it's evidence. Weren't you being too obvious? A short scuffle later, he calls it, we're done here. Jump to the present, Sian catches someone who very much should not be inside his apartment, and for a second both of them just freeze. Robe hanging open, Sian doesn't even bother getting dressed before he's got the guy by the collar. A hand shoots out, grabbing for him before he can slip away. The intruder, dark hair, a small bandage under one eye, stammers, what are you doing? Like he's the one with the right to be offended. Sian just smiles and offers the coldest advice of the night, you should run away. That's all it takes. The guy's face goes completely white with terror. His feet nearly slide out from under him as he scrambles for the door. He doesn't need telling twice, bolting before Sian even finishes the sentence. Sian watches him go, thoroughly pleased with himself. Some people really do just need a scare. Cut to the hospital. Jeongmin sits at Yi-hyuk's bedside, asking softly if he wants something to drink. He waves her off and tries to get up himself, wincing hard the moment he moves. The pain clearly hits harder than he expected, written all over his face. Jeongmin grabs him before he can fall. Yi-hyuk, are you okay? I'm okay, so just rest, he says, then admits, quieter, how embarrassing it is to show her this weak a side of himself. He apologizes again, and Jeongmin gently points out that's the second time now. You've done nothing wrong, she tells him, reminding him the harsh things he said last time came from worrying about her too. She steers toward the elephant in the room, the detective who questioned him. What did she say then? Specifically, what he told them about the night before he got hurt. She asked me if I knew anything, Yi-hyuk says quietly, eyes sliding away from hers. I see, is all Jeongmin can manage, and Roman 4 drip humming quietly beside her. Yi-hyuk reaches for reassurance instead. Jeongmin, don't worry. You won't be affected by this, he promises, that easy smile sliding back into place. Turns out the detectives don't suspect Jeongmin of anything and he'll make sure it stays that way. She doesn't look relieved, though something else is clearly still eating at her. A colder thought forms behind her eyes. Yi-hyuk already knows something about Seon. She can't help but wonder how he's managing to stay this calm about all of it. Whatever crosses her face, it's enough to jolt him upright. Jeongmin. Are you crying? He asks, and all she offers back is a quiet, guilty "I'm sorry, Yi-hyuk." He echoes the apology right back at her, like neither of them can quite say what they mean. For a moment he just holds her instead, the words giving up entirely. The second she looks away, his expression turns flat and cold. It's right for Baek Seon to be punished. His hand curls into a fist, every trace of that easy warmth gone from his face. However, he adds bitterly, there's no way that can happen, not through any normal means anyway. A colder thought creeps in right behind it. Whatever happens inside a dream leaves no evidence behind at all. He hates himself a little for finding comfort in that loophole. Jeongmin says she should get going, and he lets her quietly. But he calls her back before she's even out the door. He takes her hand by chance, just in case, clearly working up to something. If you ever find yourself in a difficult situation, with no one to turn to, then you can, he starts, his hand tightening around hers. Come to me for help, he finally blurts, then immediately panics. I don't mean to imply I still have feelings for you. He fumbles to clarify what he actually means, while Jeongmin just watches, quietly moved. Walking away afterward, Jeongmin admits to herself she does understand where his concern comes from. But his concern isn't the only thing weighing on her right now. She's just as worried about Yoonju and Sara because, objectively speaking, she admits, Seon is dangerous. There's a real chance, she thinks, that just staying close to him could put her in danger too. She knows, logically, she shouldn't keep making excuses for what he's already done. And yet why can't she just let him go? Even knowing exactly how dangerous he can be to the people around him. And knowing she really ought to protect herself first. She still can't bring herself to actually walk away from him. Still turning it all over in her head, she finally makes it home and opens the door. Her expression shifts the moment she steps inside. Whatever's waiting for her in there stops her completely cold. She can't even process it at first, just staring. Something's very wrong here. The air itself feels like it's cracking open. Behind her, shapes loom into frame. She is not alone in here. Cut to Seon, sprawled out and dozing, when his phone starts buzzing insistently beside him. He picks up, easy and warm. What's up, Jeongmin? He sits up properly, giving her his full attention. Still smiling into the phone, completely unaware anything's wrong yet. Then her voice catches on something and he goes still. Why do you sound like that? He's already up and moving, phone still pressed to his ear. Worry creeps into his expression with every step he takes. Somewhere across town, Jeongmin waits, small and shaken, on a street corner. He finds her and says her full name like he's grounding himself, Choi Jeongmin. Then he just pulls her straight into his arms. She melts into it, breathing his name out like relief. But over her shoulder, his expression hardens into something far less gentle. He holds her tight enough that she can't see his face change. His grip tightens. Who was it? He asks, low and clipped. Jeongmin hesitates, clearly rattled by whatever or whoever she just saw. Tell me quickly, he presses, done waiting for an answer. He waits, jaw tight, giving her exactly as much time as she needs and not a second more. But instead of an answer, what comes out of him is a confession. Jeongmin, I've been struggling to control my mood swings lately. I don't have many days anymore where my mind actually feels clear, he admits. I'm seriously, he trails off, unable to even finish the thought. He just holds on tighter instead, like saying it out loud made it too real to let go. Neither of them says anything for a long moment, wrapped up in the dark and the quiet. Jeongmin, I've been struggling to control my mood swings lately, he admits. She goes still in his arms, sensing something bad is coming. I don't have many days where my mind stays clear anymore, he confesses. He grips her like he might fall apart. Tell me before I go crazy. His voice catches as they lean in, foreheads almost touching. Just as crazy as you are, he finally says, dead serious. They hold each other tight on the street, neither one willing to let go. Jiangmin's eyes well up, shaken by what he just handed her. The two of them lose themselves in a slow, desperate kiss. Neither one stops at this time. Jiangmin pulls back a little, dazed, searching his face for answers. He murmurs her name, then feels her forehead. You have a fever. She drifts off against him, cheeks still flushed pink. Si-yoon just watches her sleep, quiet and strangely protective. His phone lights up and his whole face changes. Just who is it? Jiangmin stirs awake, catching his suddenly tense expression. He tenses, fabric bunching in his fist as the phone keeps buzzing. It buzzes again on the nightstand, but he doesn't move to grab it. Their hands find each other anyway, a small, quiet gesture that says more than words. Jiangmin bolts upright, alarmed. Where are you going? You're not going to tell me who that was, are you? She presses, gripping his arm. So you're just going to go chasing after him with no plan? She snaps and he just sighs that she's the hopeless one. It's my dad, he finally admits, quiet. Jiangmin's whole face falls. He explains his dad had been pretending to be away on a business trip. Really, he'd been off having an affair and only crawled back once the money ran out. When his mom wouldn't take him back, he turned violent instead. Why is a person like that my dad? He asks bitterly, showing her the wound he got protecting his mother. Things like this have happened before too, Jiangmin admits quietly. That's why I've always hated violent people, she says softly. But it's strange, Si-yoon murmurs, something shifting behind his eyes. To think I made you suffer too, he says, guilt written all over his face. He thinks of everyone who ever warned her to stay away from him. All because I believed the words some ignorant punk spat out, he says bitterly, hands pressed to his face. They walk together under a cloudy sky, and despite everything she doesn't pull away. Jiangmin can't hold back the tears anymore. The only person I thought of after my dad hit me was you, he admits. I just don't know anymore, she whispers, overwhelmed. I wanted to see you so badly, he says, unable to stay away either. Do you know why I cried yesterday? She asks him quietly. I was upset, she admits. Because you doubted my feelings, she says, hands pressed to her face. That was more upsetting than anything else, Si-yoon murmurs, her name catching in his throat. You think you only like me one-sidedly, don't you? He asks her point blank. I don't know why you'd think that, but, she starts to answer. Si-yoon, she says again, softer this time. I can't live without you, she confesses. Tears roll down her face as the words finally come out. Instead of breaking up with you over all this, I want to fix things no matter what, he tells her. A long heavy silence passes between them. I love you, Si-yoon, she finally says. You idiot, he laughs through tears, I just didn't say it because I was embarrassed. I see, Si-yoon says quietly at the window, letting it all sink in. They walk on together, the tension between them finally easing. At a cafe he teases her, hey, there's cream on your lips. She blinks, caught completely off guard. For a second his mind flashes to Yi-hyuk teasing her the exact same way once, and it stings more than he expects. Even if you don't say it, he thinks, trying to steady himself. His eyes well up despite himself. I'm sorry, Jiangmin, I'm sorry, he says, voice breaking. I've decided I won't let myself be shaken anymore, he tells her. To think I made you suffer, he says again, guilt still written all over his face. They hold each other close, both raw from everything just said. All because I believed the words some ignorant punk spat out, he repeats bitterly. But despite everything, she still stays right there with him. They just hold each other in silence for a moment. I love you, she whispers into his shoulder. I really love you, she says again, so don't be anxious. He chokes up, why do you love me so much? I'm sorry, I was wrong, he says, resting his head against hers. Somewhere in her thoughts, a memory surfaces. I can't just let go of Si-yoon, someone once admitted. You may think you were the only one who was saved, the memory says, but that's not true. A flash of someone else once curled up alone in the dark, haunted by their own hard time. The same memory lingers on a face that's clearly been through it before. I always dwelled on negative, gloomy thoughts, but the memory continues, picturing a younger Si-yoon nearby. That changed after I met you, the voice says, whenever I was troubled. I'd lightheartedly talk to you, she remembers, watching him goof off across a cafe table. Beneath your words you really meant, why are you so troubled when I'm here, the memory realizes. I found more comfort in that than any other words, and I still find that kind of funny," the memory finishes. Another memory surfaces, of an old friend who always had her back through everything. "You were more reliable than anything else," it echoes. Back in the present, Si-yoon pulls Jeongmin close face to face. "The Jeongmin you love," a voice muses, "might be someone you shaped from the very start. A hidden, marked part of him reaches a hand forward just like how you changed me. I will also," Si-yoon says, resolve settling into his face. Their hands finally meet, fingers lacing together. Don't hurt people anymore," Jeongmin pleads softly. "And just have fun with me, okay, like we did before," he answers her. "I visited him in the hospital earlier," Jeongmin tells Si-yoon. "Thankfully he woke up quickly," she says, and adds that Yi-hyuk knows exactly who put him there. But he's agreed to let it slide and just talk to his parents about it instead. "If Yi-hyuk hadn't let it go, I wouldn't even be able to do this right now," Si-yoon admits quietly. "Okay," she says softly, letting the silence settle between them. "The reason I told you the truth about my dad is because I want to trust you now," he says. "It's not that I'm worried about my dad," she tells him. "I just want you to stop hurting yourself. If we want to trust each other, let's start here," she says. "Don't hurt my dad," he asks her plainly. "You can hold back, right?" "Now that I think about it, your mom," Si-yoon starts to ask. Jeongmin's mind drifts back. "Jeongmin, I'm sorry," her mother had once told her. "That I can't stay by your side," her mom had said, holding her close on the street. "Stay at your friend's place for now," her mom had said. "What about you, mom?" young Jeongmin had asked. "Dad took all our money," her mom admitted. "I'll be really busy." She'd had no choice but to hand over the money, because Jeongmin was the one getting hit. "I think I'll have to take up more work," her mom had said, still telling her to stay somewhere safe just in case. "I want to end things with your dad and start a new life with you," her mom had promised. "Wait for me until that can happen." The memory fades and Jeongmin looks up at Si-yoon beside her. "Si-yoon, stay at your place," she asks him, caught off guard by the offer. He just looks at her, a small, considering smile creeping in. Morning light spills into the apartment, and we find Si-yoon and Jeongmin curled up together under the blankets. Last night clearly went somewhere good. Jeongmin blinks back happy tears, murmuring that she is finally not anxious anymore. Still tangled up together, she teases that she can feel her fever coming back, and Si-yoon immediately snaps to attention. "What's wrong?" Not to be outdone, he claims he's caught her cold too, and he's exhausted and sad that she's sick. Copycat sympathy at its finest. She just pulls him into a hug and grumbles that this whole mess is his fault anyway, the punk. It spirals into a full wrestling match on the bed, both of them giggling until someone yells at the other to knock it off. Si-yoon comes up for air, wiping his brow, looking almost as wrecked as she does. He gently asks what had her so anxious last night. She starts to answer, then trails off, unsure how to explain it. So she just mutters "idiot" under her breath instead, too flustered to finish the thought. He presses, half serious, wondering if she really ran off just to scare him, and swears he won't pull anything like that again. Then, quieter, he admits his mood swings have been getting worse lately, and he's not even sure she'd believe him if he explained why. She studies him for a second and tells him flatly that he's felt like a stranger to her ever since he started running with Nahyuk. "You were strange from the start," she adds, "but is this really the time to be joking around?" Worn out, she leans into him and admits she's just tired, letting the tension ease for now. He tells her to just sleep, then pauses, remembering she said she'd be staying at his place for a while. Did she even bring any of her stuff? She winces. She left in such a rush she forgot everything, but she's too nervous to go back home and get it. "Rest up," he says simply. "I'll buy you some clothes." She drifts back off, worn out from the whole ordeal. Cut to Si-yoon out shopping alone, sorting through racks of clothes in a discount store like a man on a mission. He picks through shoes and clearance tags, clearly out of his depth buying clothes for someone else. He keeps flipping through the racks, weighing his options. Something's clearly on his mind besides just picking an outfit. He's replaying her words from earlier, her asking, almost shy, if she could stay at his place for a while. In the memory, she'd fidgeted, unsure how he'd take it. She'd barely gotten the question out, "Can I?" And now, replaying it, he can't stop smiling like an idiot. For the time being might be the best 4 words he's heard all year. Back at the store, a caption drops us at his house as Seon snaps out of it with a distracted HM, clearly still somewhere else in his head. He's still thinking about her, cheeks a little pink even standing in the middle of a clothing store. Cut to him arriving back at his own front door, key turning with a creak. "I'm back," he calls out, arms loaded with shopping bags. He tells her to change into the new clothes and get back to sleep. She mumbles an okay, still half out of it. She asks a little awkwardly if he actually has the underwear he bought her stashed at his place. He just says yeah. She figures she'll wash up first, then change, and asks him to hand over the pajamas he picked out. He hands the bag over without a word. She yawns, exhausted, heading off to get ready for bed. Alone for a second, Seon sinks onto the couch, muttering to himself that it's not like this is the first time she's stayed over. But he can't shake this weird, jittery feeling, and he has no idea why. He groans into his bandaged hands, thoroughly unable to deal with his own feelings right now. Cut to the bathroom, steam curling around a robe hanging by the door. Jeongmin's washing up, cheeks still warm, clearly replaying the morning in her own head too. She reaches for the tag still stuck to her new clothes on the counter. Freshly showered, she settles down looking soft, warm, and thoroughly content. Something catches her eye and she picks it up curious. It clicks, these so-called pajamas he bought her are basically a slip dress. "Beak Seon, this bastard," she mutters, "he did that on purpose." She walks in wearing it to find him sprawled on the bed pretending to be asleep, and asks flatly what exactly he thinks he's doing. He keeps up the act, one hand conveniently over his face, definitely not peeking. The act doesn't last, he pops up instantly, all fake innocence. "Hey, I'm back." She holds up the flimsy little dress and asks, very pointedly, about these pajamas. "Is this seriously the only pair you bought?" He doesn't even blink. "Yeah." He repeats himself, sitting bolt upright way too fast for someone claiming total innocence. She's not buying it for a second, lies obviously. But she decides, with a wicked little smile, that maybe she'll just play along today. He wastes no time pulling the blanket back and inviting her in, and for once she's the one caught off guard. But something's off, he's oddly hands-off compared to usual. Normally he can't stop clinging to her, so this quiet version has her genuinely confused. Then his hand brushes her strap and they both practically short-circuit. He hesitates, pulling back like he's not sure he's even allowed to touch her. She just blinks at him, more curious now than annoyed. His ears have gone bright red and he won't even look at her. Realization dawns and a slow, knowing smile spreads across her face. For absolutely no reason at all, she decides tonight's the night to mess with him a little. So she reaches out and pokes him right in the chest, just to watch him squirm. When he calls her out for it, she deflects. She doesn't have a hobby of touching sick people, thank you very much. "I thought you did," he fires back, smirking. "Not if it's you," he says, leaning in, and that's enough to make her back off fast, deciding she might actually regret provoking him tonight. The night rolls on quietly outside. Cut to the two of them sharing a meal together at the table, playing house like it's the most natural thing in the world. He's practically feeding her at this point, without a hint of irony. Later, something has both of them cracking up. "Haha, you're so funny," she laughs, cheeks pink. He leans in for a kiss near her ear and she suddenly tells him to hold up, maybe he should keep his distance. He clearly doesn't listen and things heat up fast between them. Whatever excuse she had, he brushes it off. It doesn't matter to him one bit. The rest of the night gets quietly wrapped up behind the folding screen. We'll leave it right there. Outside, the night deepens. The hours slip by while the city sleeps. Jeongmin's finally out cold, peaceful and warm under the blankets. Time keeps ticking past outside her window. The apartment goes quiet. But Seon's not in bed anymore. He's up alone in the kitchen, tending to his bandaged hand like it's routine. Under the running water, old scars crisscross his hand. This clearly isn't the first time. Her voice echoes in his memory, "Stop harming yourself now." A promise he made to her once, about starting to trust each other. He just stands there alone with it, his expression heavy. Guilt is written all over his face. "I'm fine now," he tells himself, reaching for the knife anyway. He stands alone in the dark kitchen, knife in hand. "Even if I don't hurt myself," he thinks, "I know she still won't." The thought trails off, unfinished. "Leave me," he mutters to no one, disappearing into the dark alone. And yet somehow he's back in bed beside her before morning like nothing happened at all, holding onto the one thing he's not ready to lose. We open on a lazy morning. Seon's crashed out on the couch, and Jeongmin's curled right up on top of him like she's claiming her spot. Her eyes flutter open first. Guess who's the little spoon today? She dozed off right after eating, apparently too comfortable, too full, and way too wrapped up in him to move. She just lies there for a second, staring because she's clearly a little starstruck by her own boyfriend's face. Morning light, a red blanket, total silence. This is exactly the kind of scene romance webtoons live for. She can't help herself reaching out to brush his sleeping face, silently agreeing that he's unfairly pretty when he's out cold. She's fully entranced, admitting to herself she never saw this kind of pull coming. And it hits her she felt this same magnetic pull with Yehyuk once too. Turns out she's just wired that way, falling hard for anyone who genuinely likes her back. Weak to affection, that's her tell, and right on cue a hand sneaks playfully into her hair from behind. Something's creeping closer, and it is definitely not innocent. The two of them end up suddenly, awkwardly nose to nose. She freezes for half a second, then lets out a full-blown shriek the moment she clocks what's happening. Seon, meanwhile, looks way too pleased with himself. Busted, she calls him a total pervert because there's no way he was actually asleep for that. He yelps as she smacks him, still smirking through the pain and asking exactly where her own hands have been wandering to. She fires back that he's one to talk, he's the one who kissed her while she was out cold first. He just shrugs it off, telling her she's welcome to touch him all she wants in return. Flowers practically bloom behind him as he leans in, all smug invitation. His excuse is simple, she started it first. She's stunned he'd actually admit to doing the same thing right back to her. Cue a very flustered "what exactly did you do to me?" Let's just say things got handsy while everyone was supposedly asleep. She smacks him again, insisting he's certifiably unhinged, and he barely even reacts. Turns out he was hoping for more hits, not fewer. This man has main character levels of shameless. They both sit there a little pink in the face, riding out the aftershocks of their own bit. Once the teasing settles, her expression turns serious. There's something she actually needs to ask him. She wants to know, is he really done chasing after Yehyuk's situation now? A simple quiet is all he gives her. Then she drops the real question. She already knows he visited Yehyuk in the hospital himself. He looks caught off guard, and she gently asks if that means he's mad at her over it. She waits quietly, searching his face for the real answer. He stops her before she can spiral, insisting he's done tiptoeing around her feelings. She snaps back that she doesn't want him walking on eggshells either. She already knows more than he thinks. The tension breaks with a shared, relieved breath, crisis averted for now. She asks him flat out how she's even supposed to act around this whole Yehyuk situation now. He tells her that's on her to figure out. Forcing him to apologize to Yehyuk isn't going to fix anything anyway. He tells her to just think it over, then pulls her close like the conversation's settled. She goes quiet for a moment, turning it all over in her head. He's lost in his own thoughts too, clearly carrying more than he's letting on. That's when his phone starts buzzing. He tenses up the second he clocks who's calling. The screen says it plain and simple, CEO incoming call. I'll take this real quick, he tells her, stepping off to answer with a stiff yes, CEO, leaving her wondering what that's about. On the other end, the CEO wastes no time. Has he thought it over yet? We flash back to the deal on the table. If he ever has second thoughts, he's supposed to just reach out. The pitch turns sweeter and shadier fast. If idle life's too much, acting or modeling works too, and he can even keep living in the apartment as a dorm if he just signs another contract. Seon just goes silent on the line. His bandaged hand clenches tight, old wounds and old leverage, all resurfacing at once. He asks for a little more time. The CEO isn't having it, he's already had months to decide. Seon holds his ground anyway, telling him flat out not to rush him. The CEO drops the pleasantries completely, reminding him he's still holding some kind of leverage over his head and he's not afraid to use it. I'll be in touch within the week, he says, and just like that the clock starts ticking. Seon heads back to the living room, call over. He settles back in close to Jeongmin like nothing happened. But the silence between them says otherwise. She's clearly clocked that something is off. He tries deflecting with a snack offer, but she's not buying it. She wants to know what that call was really about. He pulls her in close instead of answering, stalling in the most Sian way possible. Just not exactly a confidence-inspiring start. It was just a call, he says, and you can practically hear her patience crack in real time. She stares him down, clearly done with the runaround. He throws his hands up, sensing this isn't going to blow over easily. So she pulls out an actual written agreement and slides it across to him. Here, sign here. He stares at it baffled. What is this? It's a full-on contract. He needs her permission before touching anything to do with lucid dreaming, dreamwalking, or that out-of-body ability of his, and total transparency between them from now on, no exceptions. He blinks at the paperwork, half amused. He holds it up, actually considering it. He admits he's honestly sick of all the secrecy too, signing on the spot, while she reminds him why they need this. They fell apart before because they stopped talking to each other. That, she says, was the real reason it all went wrong the first time. She just doesn't want another rift like that between them ever again. A quiet beat passes as it all sinks in. He finally gives her a simple okay. His pen hits the paper for real this time, no more games. She can't resist joking that this whole thing feels like a couple setting house rules after a fight, basically wedding vows. He plays along, telling her to think of this as a rehearsal and to actually keep her word this time. She teases back with a sing-song yes, yes, and he goes visibly red. Wait, rehearsal? She actually stops to ask if he's planning on marrying her someday. The signature gets finished either way. She's beaming now, clearly enjoying watching him squirm. He just tells her he'll decide that once he sees how she behaves, grinning like an idiot in love the whole time. But under all that playfulness, his face shifts back to something heavier. His eyes go serious. He's about to actually keep his word. Jiangmin, about that call earlier, he says, it was the CEO. Her reaction is instant fury. Why is that bastard calling him at all? He lays it out, they want him back as a celebrity, and it doesn't feel like he's got much choice in the matter. She stares at him, dead serious now, as he quietly adds that he's actually thinking about going back. She doesn't hesitate. You can't. She launches straight into why, refusing to just sit there and let this happen. Have you forgotten what he's done to you? She demands, unwilling to let him walk back into that mess. He explains the trap he's in. The apartment they live in is literally in the CEO's name, so if he wants to keep living there with her, his hands are tied. She pushes back. Doesn't he have any leverage of his own against this guy? Something he could use right back. He admits it won't work anymore. Back when he had nothing to lose, that threat actually meant something. But now, he's got everything to lose. Which means, like it or not, he feels stuck obeying the man. If keeping things exactly like this with her isn't an option anymore, he says, that loss is on him. Because somewhere along the way, she became way too important in his life to risk carelessly. He finally lets out a long breath, some of the weight visibly lifting just from saying it out loud. She looks at him for a long moment, quietly worried the CEO might already suspect there's more going on between them than he lets on. What about, she starts hesitating. Going back to your parents' house, he finishes gently, more worried about her home life than his own. Sian just looks away, bracing for whatever she's about to say. She finally gets it out. Maybe it's time he considered going back to his parents' place. The question hangs in the dark room as Sian turns his back to her, saying nothing. Cut to later, Jiangmin's sitting on the floor by the coffee table, Sian perched on the couch behind her, and the mood is still tense. Why, is all he can manage, voice low, clearly still stinging from the suggestion. He pulls her into a hug from behind instead of answering directly, murmuring that it's been way too long since she moved out and wouldn't her own parents worry. The words linger as the panel holds on the two of them close together, him gently turning the question right back on her. If they were, she starts, trailing off with a complicated look. His mind flashes back to his own hospital stay. Nobody from his family showed up until the cameras did. You know it too, Jiangmin says quietly. Sometimes family can treat you worse than strangers. She looks down, letting that thought settle between them. Sian admits he was harsh on the other guys before, but pivots hard. What about your dad? Jiangmin goes quiet, caught off guard by the question turned back on her. He half jokes that he might just have to step in himself if her old man keeps putting that look on her face. Cut to a quick fantasy of him giving the guy a piece of his mind, and Jiangmin cracks a small smile. Yeah, you have a point. Sion's mood shifts more serious now. He wishes she had someone besides just him to lean on. The confession catches in his throat. Is that even possible though? Why do you keep trying to push me away? He finally snaps, the hurt breaking through. I'd rather spend that time with you, she answers simply. He presses further, almost pleading. Does she really not feel the same? Does she actually like being apart from him? He waits for an answer, jaw tight. It turns out this whole exchange is a memory. He's replaying yesterday's fight in his head. Her tear-streaked eyes flash in his memory. Were those words just to calm me down? She'd asked him. The memory washes out into light as we snap back to the present. Sion sits with all of that weighing on him now, still replaying the whole ugly fight. On the desk sits the written pact they made a while back about his dream-walking ability, the one that says he needs her permission before he uses it. He stares at it a long moment, saying nothing. Crazy bastard, he mutters to himself. I'm seriously crazy. He rubs his forehead, clearly worn out by his own spiraling thoughts. He admits it, the second he let his guard down even a little, all these feelings came flooding out at once. He sighs it out, and Jiangmin, standing nearby, gives him a curious look. All right, she says gently, ready to hear him out. And then he says it, he'll try meeting his own parents. They neglected him growing up, sure, but maybe having them around beats having no one at all. Jiangmin opens up in turn, finally sharing her own side. Before her dad turned violent, her mom actually treated her well. Then her dad wrecked the whole atmosphere at home, and her mom got too consumed with protecting herself to really be there for her. But it's been good recently, she adds with a small smile, trying to look on the bright side. Sion gently points out that her mom might want to see her too. I'll go once my heart is ready, she answers, and he tells her to take her time and think it over. He exhales, some of the tension finally easing out of him. Of course he can't stay serious for long. He teases that if he keeps listening to her like this, she's basically going to end up living with him. She shoots back, grinning. You did say earlier you'd marry me, Tilda. Yeah, he laughs, leaning in. Then should we practice that too, honey Tilda? She shoves him off, flustered. Can you be normal for 1 second? He softens again, pulling her close. I'll genuinely take care of you. The two just hold each other for a beat. He lays it out plainly. He won't smother her or force himself on her, he'll just make sure being with him is something she actually wants. It clearly hits her, eyes glistening as she takes the words in. A soft smile finally breaks through. She leans into him, comfortable again. Then she surprises him with a quick kiss on the cheek. He goes red instantly. From now on, I'm granting any wish you make if you keep saying stuff like that. They stay wrapped up in each other a little longer. In her head, Jiangmin marvels at it all. She's shown him her lowest, ugliest moments and he's still here. Where else would she find someone like this? Sion's thinking something similar on his end. Let's not make things hard on her anymore. Let's just make her smile, he tells himself. If he's honest, he doesn't love the idea of her being close to anyone else. So he makes himself a quiet promise. Every second she spends with him is going to feel worth it. Outside, the city sits under heavy winter clouds, a new day rolling in. Snow starts drifting down over the rooftops. Somewhere in the city, Sion catches himself off guard by something. He walks alone down a snowy street, coat pulled tight. It's snowing, he notes quietly. The sign on the door reads plainly, Patient Sion Psychiatry Clinic. He's actually going. Elsewhere, in a dim, unfamiliar room, someone else turns out to be holed up somewhere temporary too. On a video call, a woman who looks a lot like Jiangmin, her mother, asks if it's really okay for her to be sleeping in a place like that. Don't worry, her mom insists. I'm not there all the time, just when your father's coming around. And honestly, anywhere beats that house, she adds with a hollow laugh, admitting she's been hopping between cheap motels. Alone with her thoughts after, she wonders if she should just tell Jiangmin to come stay with her instead, if it weren't for one complication she's not ready to explain. Jiangmin checks in on her. Are you okay by yourself? Of course, her mom answers, putting on a brave face. Her mom brushes off the worry, saying it's her own mess to sort out and it won't happen overnight, but tells Jeongmin not to stress and just focus on getting back to school. Go to school diligently, she adds. Jeongmin hangs up with a heavy sigh. I'm worried, she admits to the empty apartment. Trying to shake the mood, she decides to head out for some air. She grabs her coat and heads for the door. Just as she's about to leave, the door opens. It's Seon, back from wherever he'd gone off to. Going out somewhere? It's snowing, he asks, and she tells him she just wants some fresh air. He smiles at her, easy and warm, none of the earlier tension left in him. Okay, get back safe, he tells her, and don't stay out too long, it's cold. They share a quick hug before she heads out. Okay, she agrees. As she walks, her mind drifts to another memory, leading him into a hospital, doctor in tow, back when getting him near treatment felt impossible. Just thinking about how far he's come makes her a little giddy. Because here's the real headline: Seon has actually started going to the hospital on his own, nobody dragging him there anymore. She half jokes to herself that if she'd known medicine would help this fast, she'd have pushed him to go way sooner. She catches herself and laughs it off. Gosh. Walking on, she realizes it's been a while since she's actually been out to the shopping district. Something across the street catches her eye. She squints toward a little shop. It's unmistakably her, that pale, almost white blonde hair. Jeongmin calls out Ha Juhyun. Juhyun nearly jumps out of her skin at the sound of her own name. Jeongmin, she stammers, as Jeongmin bounds up asking what she's doing there and what she's shopping for. There's an awkward beat, and Juhyun mutters something about her dad being nearby. What's up? Jeongmin asks, picking up on the shift. Juhyun plays it off and Jeongmin admits it just caught her off guard how normal Juhyun's greeting was this time. Juhyun just shrugs, smiling, isn't that up to me? Meanwhile, back at the apartment, Seon's phone will not stop buzzing. He's ignoring it completely. We find him face down on the couch, totally checked out, phone still buzzing away right next to him. The texts keep piling up. You punk, are you playing jokes on an elder? You said you'd tell me your decision within a week. Then reply now. Seon groans into the couch cushion. Aw, fuck. He can't help but think bitterly that this overbearing CEO is basically the closest thing to an adult in his life. His mind drifts back, unbidden, to Jeongmin needling him about moving out and whether his own parents ever worry about him. And to her admitting her own dad turned violent after her mom used to treat her well. And how, despite it all, things had actually gotten better between them lately. He can't help but flush a little, replaying that whole conversation and everything that came after it. He sits with it, still a little pink in the face. Later, we cut to a door swinging open. A woman and a bespectacled man freeze, clearly not expecting the visitor now standing there. It's Seon, he actually went through with it. The man's face twists into open hostility. How dare you come here, he barks, and just like that this chapter slams shut on one hell of a cliffhanger. A voice screams from inside a doorway, how dare you come here? Seon just stands there, silver hair catching the light, expression completely unreadable. A slow blush of anger or shame creeps up his neck as he takes the hit without flinching. Somewhere down the hall, a quiet, defeated "I'm sorry" slips out of him instead. His mother rounds on him in the hallway. You left the house, changed your number, and didn't show us your face even once. You never looked for me, he says flatly, not at school, no. He pulls his collar loose, throwing back a harder question. What did you do when it was broadcast that I was in a car accident? We did look for you, she snaps back, the room dissolving into a blur of raised voices. He stands there in the fog of it all, blushed and stone-faced, just absorbing every word. Somber and composed in his pale coat, Seon lets the accusations wash over him without a word. A door creaks open in the dark, all he can manage is a stunned, what? Your CEO said so? Someone shouts. Apparently his agency's boss has been feeding his family a story of his own. That's not what I said, his mother cuts back. That's why we were going to live as if we never had a child. His father explodes, jabbing a finger at him. You shamelessly return because you have nowhere else to go. Do you even deserve to be called a person? I said it wasn't me, his father roars back at his mother. I never said such things. If not you, then who would it be? She demands, the two of them tearing into each other right in front of him. Are you implying it was all the CEO's scheme? She fires back, and for a second neither of them even remembers Seon is standing right there. A clenched fist, a quiet aching thought, why don't they believe me? His mother startles at a sound, hands clutching her sweater, bracing for whatever comes next. She just stares, blank and unreadable, the fight already draining out of the room. Seon's eyes glisten, one tear threatening to fall before he blinks it back. How can I trust you? His mother shouts, slamming the door on him for good, get out now. Alone now, his thoughts turn bitter. Are the words of a complete stranger more believable than one's own child? A hollow little laugh follows. He asks himself the only question that matters now, why did I come here? He walks out into a cold, overcast sky, snow starting to drift down around him. Bare winter trees line the street as he flexes a sore hand with a small wince. Ouch. His hands still hurt like hell, he thinks, finally letting out a tired breath outside his apartment. Phew. He thinks of Jeongmin. If she knew this left a scar, she'd be worried, right? He pictures her face and keeps building the thought, she'd probably regret her words. And start walking on eggshells around me, he decides. I don't want that anymore. He's made up his mind he's not telling her the truth. He leans against the wall for a moment, gathering himself before heading home. I'm sorry, Jeongmin, he thinks, standing outside their building in the cold. He slumps down on a dark stairwell alone, arms over his face. I'll lie just once, only for today. Back home, Jeongmin waits in an empty kitchen, wondering where he went. Where did you go? Seon strolls in with a bright smile, dodging the question entirely. It's cold outside, right? Your face is red. Huh, he stalls and Jeongmin presses again. What did they say? He hesitates. The truth is the talk didn't go well at all. But he flashes that easy smile instead. It went well, but it's okay. A cheerful lie wrapped up tight. Okay, Jeongmin says, watching him closely from the kitchen counter. She studies his face for cracks. Nothing else happened, right? Yeah, he says, smiling right through it, we just talked. He pulls her into a hug from behind. In the end, all I need is you. Jeongmin's face crumples a little in his arms, a private worry surfacing. I'm not sure if it's possible. The thought trails into the dark, to stop relying solely on him at this point. Cut to a barbecue joint. Nahyuk's old bandmates are throwing him a reunion dinner, piling meat onto the grill. Eat a lot of meat. One member gets scolded for being too skinny to handle their upcoming promo schedule. He's at it again, someone sighs. Do you really want to be this drunk in front of a minor? One teases. I won't ever drink, the youngest insists unconvincingly. Nahyuk picks quietly at his food until he can't resist a jab of his own. The kids who say that often end up the biggest alcoholics, right? Kang Nahyuk, what kind of man eats by just nibbling on his food? Someone shoots right back at him. I'm eating just fine, Nahyuk protests not very convincingly himself. Off to the side, two of the guys trade a quieter, more worried note. Now that I think about it, Nahyuk's gotten really quiet lately, right? Yeah, for real. He's been off ever since that day, one murmurs, remembering him crouched and shaking, badly rattled by something none of them witnessed. Seon's knife-to-the-throat warning, still very much unspoken. He was shaking like he'd seen a ghost, someone whispers until Nahyuk catches them at it. Why are you guys whispering? Are you cursing me out? I'm here, brother. I'll drink, Nahyuk says, downing a shot with a flustered blush. Then Yul, ever the troublemaker, casually asks, what's Seon up to these days? Nahyuk chokes on his drink instantly. The whole table scrambles. Hey, are you okay? Patting him on the back. One member panics, waving his hands, talking about Seon is a bit. Nahyuk will go crazy again. Nahyuk just sits there sweating, saying nothing. I'm gonna go use the bathroom real quick, he mutters, bailing on the conversation entirely. You guys keep talking. Okay, one of them shrugs, watching him go. What's up with him? Someone wonders. He usually rages the second he hears Seon's name. Oblivious to all of it, one drunk member has a brilliant idea. Call him here, let's have a drink together. Seon's a minor too, get a hold of yourself, one scolds a very drunk bandmate. Ah, is that so? Comes the wobbly reply. The drunk one starts wailing dramatically. Seon doesn't like us. Before anyone can stop him, he's already dialing. Oh, Seon, Seon. He picked up, someone gasps, bracing for chaos. You're usually calm and quiet, but when you get drunk you one starts watching the train wreck unfold live. This brother is sorry, the drunk one slurs into the phone already crying. This brother was wrong. I miss you, he sobs before the others tackle him for the phone. Gosh, hand it over, someone go calm him down. Nahyuk wanders back from the bathroom just in time to grab the phone himself. B. Brother Seon, sorry, he's had way too much to drink, he covers, flustered. He just misses you and wants to hang out. Huh? The shock ripples down the table. Seon's actually asking where they are. Here, we were at, someone stammers, scrambling. What's this restaurant even called? He's coming, the whole group panics at once. Hey, but, someone hesitates, sensing the awkward math of the room they are actually sitting in. A quiet, uneasy pause settles over the restaurant. Nahyuk gets back on the phone himself. Seon, I'm here too, is that okay? Dead silence answers him on the other end of the line. Then let's meet some other time, Seon replies, calm but final. Nahyuk won't like me being there, he adds. It's a bit awkward for me too. The old wound clearly hasn't healed for either of them. Instead, Seon makes plans to catch up with the rest of the group another way, one-on-one with the phone. He listens quietly on the line, worn out from the whole day but still making the effort for his old friends. Let's message each other, he offers instead, a small olive branch. Okay, I'll message you, I promise, the still tipsy bandmate beams, delighted. The promise hangs there, sweet and a little silly, as the call winds down for the night. Later, tucked into bed together, Seon and Jeongmin let the whole exhausting day melt away in each other's arms. He looks down at her, content in a way he hasn't been all day, the day's damage quietly set aside. His usual smirk softens into something gentler, just for her. You did well, Jeongmin murmurs against him about the bandmates and maybe about more than that too. Since I listened well, he teases, grant me a wish. Her hand rests gently over his bandaged one. People would think I made you answer, she teases back. You're the one who decided to do that. But still, he worked up a lot of courage, she admits to herself, softer than she'll say out loud, not knowing just how much courage it really took. Come here, he murmurs, pulling her close under the covers. She settles against him, quiet and at ease for the first time all chapter. It's okay, she tells herself in the dark, it's going to be okay. This time, things are different, she decides, something steadier taking hold in her. Even if people lie to me, she thinks, and abandon me, a quiet echo of everything Seon's been carrying alone. Seon's gaze drops, something settling behind his eyes. Since you'll be by my side, he vows quietly, I'll do whatever it takes to become the person you want me to be. Morning light, tangled sheets, Jeongmin's curled up on Seon's chest, and all he manages is a groggy hum before telling her to go wash up so they can actually sleep. She just burrows in closer instead, and he has to ask what exactly she thinks she's doing. Her muffled answer, 5 more minutes. Seon's eye twitches like a man already losing this battle. So he ups the ante, wanna wash up together, and just like that, Jeongmin's whole face goes supernova red. He leans in all smug, asks what she thinks he means, and she short-circuits into a full stutter. She yelps and swats at him for getting handsy, and he backpedals fast. Kidding, he swears. He keeps needling her about that red face, so she mutters a defeated okay, I'll wash up and come, and flees the scene. Still pink in the face, she catches herself zoning out and snaps back with a little HM. It's her phone lighting up, just a text from Sora checking in. Before she can reply, the door bursts open behind her. It's just Seon, fresh out of the shower, toweling off his hair like he's in a shampoo commercial. He catches her staring and calls her out. What exactly is she looking at? Caught red-handed, all she can offer is a sheepish ah, Seon. She pivots fast, asking if it's okay if she meets up with Sora and Yoonju tomorrow. Remember, full disclosure is the rule now. He blinks, a little caught off guard that she's got plans, then waves her off with a genuine sure, go have fun. He adds one more thing, stop worrying about him, and she just quietly answers okay, not totally convinced. Left alone with him again, she admits to herself she's suddenly a little nervous. Seon barely notices, lost in his own thoughts for a second. Then she just wraps her arms around him from behind out of nowhere, and he freezes in confusion. Her hand slides right onto his chest like she owns the place. He asks again what she's doing, and all she offers is a hesitant just. Her actual answer, she just wanted to touch him out of nowhere. no further explanation offered. That lands like a live wire. Sion's whole body jolts in surprise. All he can squeak out is a dramatic "my pectoral muscles," like she just committed a crime. He calls her a total princess for it, then smirks and tells her fine, this body's hers, so she'd better treat it preciously. Cut to a gray sky over bare winter, branches a little breather before the next round of feelings. At the door he tells her to have a safe outing and call if anything happens. She just says okay. She turns it right back on him. He should get out of the house too, instead of holing up all day. He teases that she just likes going out, period, then quietly admits there's nowhere for him to go anyway. She shrugs it off with a cheerful "anyway, I'll be back," and heads out the door. She heads off toward wherever she's meeting her friends, disappearing through the doorway. Someone in a dark hoodie steps inside after her. The elevator doors close on a quiet, empty hallway. Alone now, Sion's mind just keeps replaying her words, get out of the house instead of staying in all day. So fine, right? Maybe she's got a point. He figures some fresh air can't hurt, definitely better than sitting home alone again. And with that, he heads out the door himself. Hood up, hands in pockets, he wanders into the street with absolutely no destination in mind. A little sigh escapes him as he adjusts his hood against the wind. Sitting down somewhere with a drink, he mutters that this is all a little bothersome. The city skyline stretches out around him, gray and indifferent. He admits he came out here with zero plan whatsoever, so now what? It hits him harder than expected. What did he even do with himself before Jiangmin was around? A stray memory surfaces, someone once telling him to just pick up a hobby like working out, since he never seemed to have any real goals of his own. But if he's honest, his reason for doing literally anything these days has just been Jiangmin. The thought actually gets a small private smile out of him. A bus rolls up right on cue. He parks himself on the bus stop bench, still with nowhere in particular to be. Someone else sits down right next to him, and Sion does a visible double take. Wait a second, he knows this guy. It's an old bandmate, and before Sion can even process it, the guy's already apologizing for whatever went down between them before. He admits they were all scared of Sion back then too, but adds it's honestly a relief to see he seems okay now. It kicks off a flashback, a memory of Sion once coldly asking who this guy even was. Because the truth was, he used to just pretend not to know people entirely. And yet here they are now, walking the same path again. Elsewhere, Jiangmin's got her own thought bubbling up. People and relationships are just kind of a mystery. Her mind drifts back to Sion for a second. She used to write off Sora and Yoonju as kids who didn't even understand what real friendship was. Funny how things change. She never expected to end up this close with either of them. At first, she didn't think she knew how to actually cherish anyone or feelings like that at all. Still, even without any answers to go on, she chose to keep showing up for them anyway. Back at the bus stop, Sion and his old friend just sit there a beat, the awkwardness thick in the air. Sion finally breaks it, asking if he's been doing all right. A bus rumbles past behind them. Another one pulls in right after. His friend calls it out directly, so he's not pretending not to know him anymore. Sion just lets out a short, tired laugh in response. The guy needles him a bit. Sion did embarrass him pretty badly back in the day. Then the bus pulls away, and the guy's left sitting there alone with his thoughts. Cut back to Jiangmin, quietly agreeing with herself, right, that's just how it went. Meanwhile, Sion wanders into a gaming cafe, apparently deciding to try something new with his afternoon. He settles into a seat and boots up a computer like he actually knows what he's doing. Apparently this is just what's popular these days, he figures. Verdict: after a few rounds, he doesn't really find it that fun, which gets him a confused huh from somewhere nearby. Someone leans over and calls out to him, "Hey, you." A whole cluster of guys turns to look, clocking something familiar about him. Something about the moment tugs at an old memory for him. One of them blurts it out, "Wait, isn't that Beak Sion? That hair color's unmistakable." Yeah, apparently his hair is basically a walking name tag at this point. Busted again. He notices they are right by that old school and idly wonders why kids are even outside during a break. The group starts ribbing him, oh, so he's still alive, throwing around his old reputation as that violent idol like it's a punchline. One of them mentions they're about to step out for a smoke. And then, almost as an afterthought, wanna come along. Jiangmin hustles down the street, phone in hand, silently praying she's not running late. Then she freezes mid-step. The last person she expected to see is standing right in front of her. It's Jaehyun, the girl who used to make her school life miserable, just standing there. Jaehyun breaks the ice with a simple hi, and the silence that follows says everything neither of them wants to. Two girls a few feet apart, drowning in the most awkward silence of either of their lives. Who would have thought we'd meet again like this, Jaehyun finally says. Have you been well? I've been okay, Jiangmin answers, the politest way to say this is weird. They end up drifting into a photo booth corner together, two former enemies just quietly coexisting. I should start heading out, Jaehyun says, just a small stroll, she insists, nothing more. Neither of them quite moves to leave yet. I'm quite happy these days, Jaehyun offers quietly, like she needs to believe it as much as Jiangmin does. Her expression doesn't quite sell it, but she holds the smile anyway. I'm doing well, so you should be too, Jiangmin says, then drops the real line. Stop pushing people away because of what you did to me. It lands. Jaehyun's carefully composed face finally cracks, just for a second. I'll be going now, Jiangmin says, stepping back out onto the street. She walks off without looking back, leaving Jaehyun alone with her thoughts. The second she's out of sight, Jiangmin lets out a scream only she can hear. How awkward was that? Cut to her actual friends. Hyejin, aka the chatterbox, comes in loud as ever, waving like it's been years. Over drinks at the cafe, Jaehyun warns the group she has unfortunate news to share. Before she can even finish, Hyejin, who apparently already knows, just blurts it out. Jaehyun's transferring schools next year. For a second nobody says a word, just old photos and old memories hanging in the air. Jiangmin blinks, still trying to process it. Turns out Hyejin's weirdly proud. She was the first to know. She just wanted to soften the blow for Jaehyun. Jiangmin looks around the table, hit with the same thought. First time they've all hung out outside of school, and maybe the last. Jaehyun catches her eye with a look that says one thing: why hasn't she told them everything yet? Aren't you not surprised? Jaehyun presses so her friends fake the most over-the-top shocked faces they can manage. Wow, how surprising, the world's worst acting live and in color. Then the joke drops. Why is she only telling them now, and does this mean they won't even see each other next year? Jaehyun just takes it in, quiet for once. She presses a hand to her mouth, holding something back. Then she just laughs, loud, sudden, and a little too much. The laughter fades, leaving a strange, heavy quiet over the table. Why are you laughing? Her friends call her out because that is not the reaction anyone expected. Jaehyun's laughing and crying at the same time now, and Jiangmin just watches, quietly unsettled by how hard she's playing it off. Across town, two of Sion's old Tormentor's crew show up at his door, needling him about how rough things must be for him now. They remind him they all used to run in the same circle, bossed around by Yoo Seung-hyun. Turns out their old ringleader is still stuck in the hospital. One of them mutters something like an apology, insisting he was just following along back then. Seung-hyun, it turns out, spiraled into social anxiety and depression bad enough that he attempted suicide. The two of them share a laugh about it like it's some big joke. Sion cuts through the small talk with an ice-cold "Hey, what's your name?" and it lands harder than it should. Kim Yejun, someone finally offers. Sion just repeats it back, completely unimpressed. Then he goes in. Did Yejun even do anything to him, or was he just some nobody who used to babble away in a PC room? Yejun can't believe what he just heard. Sion tells him plainly he's got no reason to play nice, and honestly, no ill will either. Yejun swings back, mocking him for dropping out and living however he wants now. Sion just grabs him by the collar. Oh, right, Seung-hyun's little underling. Yejun reminds him who used to get beaten by who back then, daring him to settle it right there on the street. Between you and me, Sion starts, calm as ever. Yejun messes up his hair like it's some cheap intimidation move. Sion just smirks like it's the funniest thing he's seen all week. Who looks more like the loser here? Sion asks, and it's not really a question. That's when the third guy tries to jump in and defuse it right before someone orders the others to grab him instead. Delivery boxes scatter across the pavement, a stopwatch still ticking on the ground. Whatever happened next, it clearly didn't stay just words. Meanwhile, across town, Jiangmin heads home with friends none the wiser. She pulls out her phone, thinking about checking in on Xian. She pulls up his contact and dials. Phone to her ear, she waits for him to pick up. Straight to voicemail, the number you have called is not available. What's this? She mutters, a little thrown. She tries again, same result, weird he never not picks up. Still nothing, her walk turns into a jog. Voicemail again, something is very clearly off. She's at his door now, pounding on the gate, yelling his name. She lets herself in, calling out for him through the dark apartment. Empty, no sign of him anywhere. He's not here, she says quietly, dread creeping in. She scrolls back through their last messages, just him joking about being at a PC room, nothing alarming. He'd promised to text her back later. He never did. How ominous, she thinks, standing alone in his empty apartment, phone clutched tight. Then behind her the lights flick on. And there he is, calm as ever, like nothing happened. Relief just crashes over her face. Jiangmin, he says, smug like he wasn't the one who went dark all day. She rounds on him immediately. Where was he, and why was his phone even off? Does he have any idea how worried she was? He just grins. Wow, it's Jiangmin, I missed you, which does absolutely nothing to help his case. Of course she was worried, she snaps. He said he'd contact her and never did. Turns out his phone just broke, he dropped it. Sorry, he says. Once things cool down, she actually asks, is he okay? He admits it quietly. Honestly, no, he wasn't okay all day. Cut back to him, walking alone down a dim hallway earlier that day, the weight of it all still sitting on him. Footsteps echo, his face stays unreadable in the low light. He reaches for a door. Light spills through as it creaks open. He lies down, letting the whole day finally go. Eyes closing, he finally lets himself rest. And somewhere in that sleep, his mind finds its way back to her, the way it always seems to. The guy stammers, trying to talk his way out. Should we just ask someone on the street, he offers, voice cracking. Xian tilts his head down at him, unimpressed. Between you and me, he starts, and you already know where this is going. He runs a hand through his hair, all smug swagger. You and me, he says again, clearly savoring it. He keeps circling, working up to the insult like he's got all night to deliver it. Right on cue, backup shows up in the doorway. Xian calls his crew over, cool as ever. Get this punk, he says. The guy glares back through his glasses, determined not to give Xian the satisfaction of the last word. It doesn't matter, the punches start landing anyway, and his scream gets swallowed by the alley. Xian yanks him up by the hair. I was letting it slide, he says, like this was ever going to end peacefully. He pins the guy to the wall, voice dropping cold. You're quite lucky, if you'd met me before. There's no telling what I would have done to you, depending on my mood, Xian says, and the guy just chokes out a pained groan. Suddenly 3 more guys pile out of a doorway. Hey, what are you doing? One shouts, throwing a punch at Xian. Get this punk. One of the new arrivals sizes Xian up. You guys only jumped in without thinking because you had Yu Seunghyun to back you up, he says. But do you really think this guy can cover for what you're about to do? Xian shoots back, unbothered. If you're stupid enough, come at me. Xian just smirks, daring them, and for a second, nobody in the group says a word. One of the trio tugs at his friend's sleeve. Hey, Kim Yejun, let's just go, he mutters, already backing off. Yejun rounds on his own friends instead. Are you guys scared of this guy? He's big, but he's nothing, I'm sure of it. They just tell him to handle it himself and walk off. Xian watches them go, laughing under his breath. What a tear-jerking friendship, he needles. Yejun just grits out a curse. Xian grabs him again. Let me go, Yejun yells, struggling against the grip. In the scuffle, a phone slips loose and hits the ground without either of them noticing. Xian's got him locked down tight now, Yejun's face twisted in pain as he tries and fails to break free. The dropped phone just sits there on the stairwell, forgotten in the chaos. A hand reaches for it, oh, a small curious beat in the middle of everything. Xian scoops it up and walks off with it like it's nothing, Yejun trailing behind him. Somewhere else the actual owner pats his pocket and goes pale. My phone, he mutters, realizing it's gone. Yejun throws his hands up, panicked. This has nothing to do with me, he insists, backpedaling fast. Xian just looks at him, unreadable. Gosh, is all he says. His own thought settles in as he walks off. He's too pitiful for me to even bother catching again. and that's the end of it for now. Cut to present day. Seon's holding his actual phone, cracked screen and all. That's why it won't turn on, he realizes. It must have hit the ground hard. Jeongmin buries her face in her hands, half laughing, half exasperated. How many of them were there for you to just follow without hesitating? She asks. You could have been in trouble, she says, leaning closer. Seon just blinks, confused. Right now, I can beat all of them, he brags. She cups his face instead. No, I mean you could have gotten hurt. Yeah, he admits, softer. Still, it's a relief you're safe, she says, curled up next to him in bed. He hums back. Later, he turns the busted phone over in his hands. This won't get fixed in a day, he thinks. Should I just toss it and get a new one? Better to just get it repaired, he decides, then remembers something else entirely. Right, I need to contact the company. Since they won't stop pestering me, he sighs, I'll just have to go see them in person. A memory surfaces uninvited. We looked for you, a voice cries in his head. Multiple times, because your mother kept pleading. The memory presses harder. But the one who told us you didn't want to see us, that was you. The accusation lands like a gut punch. Since I have questions from back then too, Seon thinks, jaw set, he's not letting this go. He heads for the company's office, an empty hallway swallowing the sound of his footsteps. Inside, a stern-looking man clears his throat, straightening up as Seon walks in. Seon doesn't bother with pleasantries. I need an explanation, he says, arms crossed. What do you think? The director tries to dodge. Don't change the subject, he warns. Seon just exhales, looking anywhere but at him. Did I say something wrong? I asked you multiple times, the director presses, but you said you didn't want to. Yes, you did ask me, Seon admits, if I missed my parents. If I wasn't lonely, he adds, the old memory of the two of them hanging heavy in the air. Seon almost smiles, bitter. I remember answering that I was okay. But that doesn't explain any of this, does it? Am I the weird one here? Don't be sarcastic, the director snaps. You'd have said you didn't want to see your parents even if they'd come. Yes, you're right, Seon agrees flatly. I wouldn't have met them. I still don't need them. The director's face drops. What? Seon keeps going, cold and clear, but that's different from you deceiving me. Seon holds his stare, refusing to blink first. The director breaks out in a cold sweat, thinking fast. He found out quicker than I expected. Years earlier, a colleague warns the director off recruiting the kid. We can't have someone who will stir up trouble. The director looks the boy over anyway, weighing him up. No matter how I look at him, he's friendlier and better than the other kids these days. Young, dark-haired Seon forces the words out. I'm ashamed, but I didn't think I should hide it. My parents are against me becoming an idol. The director barely reacts. That reason's common, he says, already unimpressed. The boy's face falls, but he doesn't say anything back. He pushes on anyway, and I want to give happiness to my future fans. But I want to become famous no matter what, he adds, more determined now. I want to become famous and be loved by people, he says, more and more of it. The director's inner voice is far less kind. This kid is just starving for love, impressionable, easy to shape. Sounds like all he really wants is attention. Seon, I'll set you up with a dorm, the director offers warmly. Don't worry about meals, lodging, any of it. The boy's eyes light up with hope, not knowing the director's already cast himself as the father figure who will be his savior. Behind that warm smile, the calculation is ugly. His looks alone are enough, if this goes well. I can draft a contract that benefits me, the director thinks, already 3 steps ahead. Time passes. Baek Seon turned out to be more useful than I thought, the director notes. The kid picks up choreography and lessons other trainees needed months for almost effortlessly. He's got the talent and he puts in the work, the director muses. Keep this up and he could represent Korea. Which means one thing to him, I need to make sure no other company gets their hands on him. I should lock him down soon, the director decides, studying the boy's expression like a number on a spreadsheet. Training pays off. After months of grinding, Seon's ready to debut, silver hair and all. He was finally revealed to the public, the director recalls, through the program I planned myself. He walks the company halls, pride and self-congratulation written all over him. But there were variables, he admits, and the memories that follow aren't pleasant ones. A blur of images flashes past. Something went badly wrong and Seon paid for it. We couldn't predict it, the director thinks grimly. The family he ended up tangled with was a powerful one, and that changes everything. I can't debut him like this, the director realizes looking at her roughed-up, disheveled Seon. Still, through the deal that came out of it, he reasons, already smoothing things over with someone else entirely, we secured a. Cut to the fallout, Seon's parents storm into the company, furious. His father's fist is already raised. You're doing business with another family's kid like this. I let things slide up until now, his father snaps, but a bully. Why did you let his image get dragged through the mud like this? I'm going to sue you, got it? He shouts while an aide begs him to calm down. Seon's mother just wants one thing, our Seon's okay, right? The director's expression barely shifts, but inside he's already calculating, what terrible timing. If Seon goes home right now in this state, his parents might find out exactly what's been going on. Seon, visibly hurt, is half carried through the room as his father looks on, distraught. Then things will get messy, the director thinks, and he's clearly already 3 moves ahead of everyone else in the room. His jaw clenches, whatever he's planning next, it isn't going to be kind. I'll handle contacting Seon myself, he tells the parents smoothly, and just like that, he makes himself the only line of communication. Back in the present, the memory replays word for word, you know you're being used. But you signed another contract with me anyway because you don't want to lose it all, right? Even if you say you'll go to another company, the voice continues, no one else will hand a regular trainee this kind of private setup. What can you even do now? It presses. Aside from your looks, you have nothing. Seon, think it over carefully, the memory finishes and the room starts to spin. Seon's face has gone pale, sweat beading on his skin. His hand clenches at his chest. Ah, he gasps, barely able to breathe. I'm dizzy is all he can think, the world tilting sideways. Jiangmin's face goes tight with worry. She's noticed something is very wrong. She sits beside him as he lies down, quietly asking the question that's been building. What's the meaning of this? The director's words won't stop looping in his head. What can you even do now? Aside from your looks, you have nothing. It hits him all over again, and his face says exactly how much it still stings. He gasps for air, still caught in the memory's grip. Ah. I'm dizzy, he thinks again, the spiral not letting up. Jiangmin moves closer, worry written all over her face, refusing to look away from him. She stays right there beside him as he lies still, steadying his breathing bit by bit. Buried under a mask and a mountain of blankets, he coughs it out. Yeah, it's looking like the flu, and he is not thrilled about it. He's more worried about giving it to her than about himself, but Jiangmin just leans in close anyway. He tries the tough guy routine, claiming he barely leaves the house so it's no big deal, and swears he's never been sick a day in his life. Jiangmin isn't buying it. If he's this sick, she reminds him, it could actually be dangerous for her, and suddenly he's the one looking a little spooked. She teases him about the mask fogging him up, then goes serious for a second. Didn't he collapse the moment he stepped outside? Still, first things first, she's getting him into something more comfortable than yesterday's clothes. He tries to wave her off, telling her to keep her distance today. She is very clearly not taking the hint. So he tries to physically remove himself from the situation, announcing he'll just go rest somewhere else. Jiangmin is having absolutely none of it. He actually tries to get up. She grabs him right back before he makes it 2 steps. Dizzy and swaying, he keeps insisting he'll just go somewhere else and let her be. Classic stubborn patient behavior. Stop being so stubborn, she snaps and hauls him back down by the hand. He goes weak in her grip, more from the fever than any actual resistance. A quiet no slips out of him anyway, more reflex than argument at this point. Jiangmin blinks, startled to realize she's basically got him pinned to the bed. Not bad for a sick guy, she thinks, a little too pleased with how easily she's holding him down. Must be the fever talking for both of them. He puffs out one more weak protest, panting through the mask, clearly losing this fight. It's cold over there, she tells him, keeping him right where she wants him. She settles in beside him for good. If he's staying in bed, so is she. How stubborn, she sighs, more fond than annoyed. Look who's talking, he fires back from under the mask. Later, with him resting easier, Jiangmin's parked on her phone, texting away. The two of them settle into a lazy, domestic quiet, him recovering her scrolling both perfectly content. She checks in on him properly. How's he actually feeling? I'm okay, he says, and for once he might even mean it. He tries to get her attention, Jeongmin, but she's mid-text and asks him to hang on a second. Priorities. Out of nowhere he asks her why she even likes him. She's caught completely off guard, so suddenly. She stalls with a shrug of a non-answer, just because. His mind flashes back to something cruel someone once told him. That looks aside, he has nothing going for him. No wonder he's curious what she actually sees in him. She takes the question seriously, turning it over in her head instead of brushing it off. Does there really need to be a reason? She finally says, I just like you. Then she goes deeper. She genuinely loves being alone, happiest at home, scrolling her phone by herself. It's not something he'd get. But that solitude used to be her only real source of joy, and now, being with him beats being alone. I'm the happiest when I'm with you, she tells him, and that's the real answer to his question. He opens up too. Earlier he'd pushed for them to stay apart so she wouldn't catch what he has, but he hated the idea the second he said it. It kept nagging at him because all he actually wanted was to stay close to her. She asks what's on his mind. Honestly, I really want to kiss you right now, he admits with a smirk. Too bad you can't, she laughs, unbothered. Someone calls out her ear-to-ear grin over text. What exactly has her smiling like that? She holds her phone up to his face and waves the question off as nothing important. She flashes a sly little smile of her own, clearly enjoying keeping a few secrets. Changing the subject, she tells him her relationship with Ha Juhyun has actually gotten a lot better lately. Even though Juhyun's about to transfer schools. She figures the four of them might actually start hanging out outside of school now. She's not uncomfortable around Juhyun like she used to be. Seon perks up, surprised. Ha Juhyun. His mind drifts to her, a memory of walking past her in a school hallway. In his head, Juhyun looks quietly pensive, almost different from how he remembers her. He murmurs that it really does seem like she's being treated well lately, like something's actually changed for her. Yeah, Jeongmin agrees quietly. Still, she admits sometimes she wonders if any of this is really okay, thinking back on everything that happened before. Seon weighs in too. Juhyun seems like a genuinely different person now, calmer somehow. Is that so? Jeongmin murmurs. A quiet beat passes between them as the conversation settles. The unspoken agreement, let's not dwell on it too much, don't go expecting more than what's already changed. But privately, Jeongmin admits to herself she can't quite manage that. Watching her lost in her phone, Seon can't help but think she looks like she's having the time of her life. His own mood, he figures, is probably still dragging because of everything that happened before. Eventually he drifts off, sleep pulling him somewhere else entirely. His eyes open not into the bedroom but somewhere else entirely. HM. He's back in his dream world, sitting alone in the void in his signature dream pajamas. I'm dreaming, he realizes. And if he's dreaming, Jeongmin should be able to find her way in too, right? He waits with a small hopeful smile. But the wind just keeps blowing through the empty dark and nobody shows. He sits there alone, waiting, the silence stretching longer than it should. He gets up, scanning the emptiness, that hope starting to curdle into something heavier. She's not coming, he thinks, and the thought lands like a punch. Alone in the dark, he starts to cry, quietly, one tear at a time. It keeps coming, the loneliness of this place finally catching up to him. Then out of nowhere his name, someone's calling him. He spins around, eyes wide, not daring to hope yet. And there she is, Jeongmin, he breathes, you came. Why are you so late, he asks her, and something in her answer makes him hesitate. But he looks her over, uneasy. You look a little different today. Because this isn't quite the Jeongmin he knows, something about her is off, colder. How long are you going to stay like this, she asks, flat and distant. He forces something like a smile, but it doesn't sit right on his face. How long are you going to stay stuck in the past, she presses, giving him nothing to hold onto. How pathetic, she says. I did, she starts, and he braces for it. Love you, but that time's past. There's nothing about you I can like anymore. She keeps going. He's someone who can't move forward, who just leans on other people. Violent, she calls him. And way too dependent. It's exhausting, honestly. You're partially the reason you're alone, she tells him. Isn't that why everyone else dislikes you too? He can't even respond, he just stands there and takes it, eyes squeezed shut. The words keep landing, one after another, and he has nowhere to put any of it. The dream warps into something worse, rows of grinning, cackling eyes swirling around him and her silhouette. The ground itself seems to dissolve into shadow beneath his feet. He gasps, fighting to claw his way out of it. And then he's awake, for real this time, Yug. He jolts upright with a start, yanked violently out of the nightmare. For a second he just lies there, disoriented, not sure which world he's in. Reality settles back in, his own bedroom, his mask, his blankets. He's badly shaken. His eyes are still wet, hands trembling slightly, the fear from the dream refusing to let go. Beside him, Jiangmin sleeps on, completely unaware of what he just went through. Careful not to wake her, he slips out to the kitchen in the dark. It's because I'm sick, he tells himself, though it's clearly not just that. He digs through a drawer for medicine, hands still a little unsteady. He ends up sitting alone on the kitchen floor in the middle of the night, worn out in a way sleep won't fix. His face says it all, still rattled, still haunted by words that weren't even really hers to say. Dream Seon leans in with a grin that's way too sharp, bandaged hands and all more menace than comfort. I can't sleep, the dream murmurs as a bandaged hand stretches out of the dark, reaching right for her. It slides in close beside her, not the warm Seon she knows, but something colder wearing his face. A hand snaps out and grabs her, the dream voice hissing her name like a threat instead of an endearment. Fingers close hard around her wrist, and she can't tell anymore if she's dreaming or actually pinned down. She sobs and begs whatever this is to just hug her, tears streaking down as the fear takes over completely. Her eyes fly wide in raw terror as the nightmare crashes to its worst possible moment. A figure looms over her in the dark, and for one more second she can't tell if it's the nightmare or reality finally breaking through. The dream version of him just keeps smiling, dripping and distorted, refusing to let her wake up. Jiangmin's face twists in pure fear, tangled up in something like red threads she just can't escape. One terrified eye fills the whole frame for a second, her entire world is just dread. Then the real Seon flinches awake right beside her, sensing something's wrong even half asleep. Gently he pokes at her cheek, trying to nudge her out of whatever's got her so shaken. Jiangmin's eyes finally open for real, hand pressed to her racing heart, relief and leftover fear tangled together. Later, under cover of night, Seon slips out alone, walking an empty pier with something heavy clearly weighing on him. His thoughts drag him back, hands gripping cold cell bars, a memory he's never quite managed to shake. He remembers curling up behind those bars in the rain, soaked and broken, a version of himself he'd rather forget. Even now, he thinks, the medication doesn't actually fix anything, it just makes it easier to close his eyes and disappear for a while. In the memory, a cold, familiar voice reminds him he only signed on again because he couldn't stand to lose everything. Aside from your looks, you have nothing, the voice sneers, exactly the kind of line that sticks for years. Wind cuts across his face as the memory claws its way back up, the mask barely hiding how much it still hurts. If he'd just been a little wiser back then, he thinks, maybe none of this would have happened at all. He remembers a fight, fists flying by the lockers, proof in his own mind of just how selfish he used to be. Would things really be different now, he wonders, if he'd made better choices back then? Out on the pier, tears finally slip loose behind the mask he still got on. The sky above him softens into color, almost like even the world's telling him it's not hopeless. Wind roars past as he looks up, face wet, caught somewhere between grief and resolve. For one quiet moment it's just him and a sky full of soft, glowing clouds, a small kind of peace. A memory surfaces instead, Jiangmin close, his hand cradling her face, the two of them caught in a kiss that clearly meant something. She's laughing in the memory, bright and unguarded, and just picturing it seems to steady him a little. Back in the present, he settles onto the railing again, quieter now, like he's landed on some kind of decision. I have to move forward, he tells himself. I promise to be a better person. Wind in his hair, mask back in place, he looks a little more like someone actually ready to try. He straightens up at the railing, done wallowing for tonight, at least for now. I can't let her see my bad parts anymore, he decides, so he'll carry this one quietly on his own. Back home, Jiangmin stirs awake in the dark and something's clearly bugging her. She wanders toward the door, confused, like she already senses something's off. Xian, she calls out, sweeping a hand across the bed, and finds nothing but cold sheets. How long has he even been gone, she wonders, panic creeping in. Where would he go, sick as he is? She grabs her phone and dials over and over, willing him to just pick up already. Then it hits her right, his phone's still at the repair shop. No wonder he's not answering. She bolts out of bed and tears through the apartment, wide awake now and running on pure worry. She freezes mid-step, eyes going wide at whatever she's just spotted. "Beak Xian," she yells, spotting him crumpled on the floor with a heavy thud still ringing in the air. She drops down beside him, staring at him in a heap on the ground. He blinks up at her, barely conscious, mumbling for her to just help move him. "Where did you even go with a body this sick?" she scolds, equal parts furious and terrified. Then she clocks the shopping bag dumped by the door and demands to know what that's about too. "A workbook," she repeats, baffled, as he groans out an explanation from somewhere near her shoulder. Turns out he snuck out sick as a dog just to buy a GED workbook, because he figured he should at least try to do that much for himself. Days later, across town, someone's getting grilled about packing up his things to finally head home. Yi-hyuk comes the pointed address and he glances up with a wary little H-shem. "Are you telling the truth?" his mom presses. "I keep thinking you're lying." "Gosh, Mom," Yi-hyuk groans, "I barely admitted it and you still don't believe me." Fair question, honestly, given what he's about to explain. Turns out of curiosity, drunk Yi-hyuk tried opening a package with no knife in his room, grabbed a kitchen one instead, and just fell asleep with it still in his pocket. "Don't say it so loud," he begs. "Someone really didn't attack you, right?" She double-checks. "No, no one did," he insists, "just his own questionable life choices." "So can we please let it go now?" he begs, right as a familiar white-haired someone strolls up beside him. Xian sidles in next to him with that unmistakable smug little smile. Yi-hyuk does a full double-take, completely caught off guard to see him there. "Is he someone you know?" his mom asks. Yeah," Yi-hyuk manages. "Hello," Xian offers politely, and Yi-hyuk's mom is instantly impressed. "You had a friend who's this good-looking." "Ah, that's, a friend," Yi-hyuk fumbles, clearly not expecting this introduction to go so smoothly. Then Xian turns oddly serious. He says he's got something to tell Yi-hyuk's mother. Everyone blinks at him, caught completely off guard by the sudden shift. "About Yi-hyuk's wound," he starts, and you can practically hear Yi-hyuk's soul leave his body. "To be honest," Xian begins, and Yi-hyuk looks like he's about to short-circuit on the spot. A fist clenches tight, tension cranking up right before the big reveal. Yi-hyuk lunges in and practically headlocks him, laughing way too loud. "Haha, how touching that you came to visit me now that I'm finally discharged, haha." Crisis very narrowly averted. Afterward, Xian just sits there quietly, looking a little more thoughtful than usual. Somewhere close by, someone can't help but wonder, is this really the same Xian they thought they knew? "What the hell is going on here?" someone blurts, jaw tight, completely thrown by whatever he's just walked into. He freezes mid-step. "No way," he breathes, staring at the disheveled figure walking straight toward him. It's Xian, hair a mess, jacket hanging half open, looking nothing like the put-together guy anyone remembers. "Is this the same guy I know?" he blurts, staring at those roughed-up familiar hands like he's looking at a stranger. "Wow, what are you doing all of a sudden?" Yi-hyuk yelps, and Xian just stands there silent. "I didn't come with Jiangmin," Xian says quietly. "She didn't even ask me to do this. I wanted to apologize of my own free will." He adds this visit was entirely his own idea. Yi-hyuk just stares, caught completely off guard before he manages, "Can't you talk?" Informally, he finishes. "I can't get used to this," Xian admits, kneeling stiffly. "Only if you do it first," Yi-hyuk fires back. "No, I feel comfortable speaking formally," Xian deflects instantly. "Are you serious?" Yi-hyuk groans, completely unimpressed. "How did you know about the hospital?" Yi-hyuk cuts in. "Jiangmin told me," Xian answers simply. Xian drops into a full formal bow. "I'm sorry." Yi-hyuk panics on the spot. "Oh, come on, get up, get up." "Are you bothering me on purpose?" Yi-hyuk snaps. "Besides, did you really think about telling my mom? Are you crazy?" Good thing I jumped in before that happened, Yi-hyuk mutters, then turns serious. Do you even know what could have happened after? Don't you ever think about Jeongmin? What am I even supposed to do here? Yi-hyuk wonders right before his mom corners him with it. Have you had any emotional change lately? I've got some real suspicions about your sudden behavior, she presses, watching him closely. Seon's mind drifts back to it, the day of the accident that Jeongmin found out about. The memory hits hard, Jeongmin's tear-streaked eyes unmistakably devastated. She cried, he remembers, a lot. Even with everything else Jeongmin was already carrying, she still ended up having to be right there beside him because of it. That's the part that eats at him. I thought it would be a good idea, he admits to himself, already second-guessing it. But seeing her cry like that, hands pressed to her face, that image won't leave him alone. Back in the present, he stands bare-backed in front of a door, steeling himself for whatever comes next. The memory cracks open further. He once told Yi-hyuk flatly, "Hurt me." He flinches, throat working around a sound he can barely swallow down. Back in the present, silence stretches between them until Seon finally lets out a tired breath. I told my mom I hurt myself, Yi-hyuk admits, but she's still not buying it. Seon's hand hovers near him, something unspoken passing between the two of them. Don't ever tell her, Yi-hyuk warns, and don't think I did this for you either, it was for Jeongmin. Medical expenses, Seon starts and Yi-hyuk cuts him off cold. Don't tell me you're trying to fix this with money. I don't think so, Seon answers carefully, keeping his face unreadable. Forget it, Yi-hyuk waves him off. It's not like I can explain this to my parents anyway. Seon groans, then reluctantly caves. All right, I guess I'll take it. Honestly, I'm still upset, Yi-hyuk admits, pocketing it, but I hope you're being sincere about that apology. He turns the money over in his hand, quietly weighing the whole exchange. The two of them walk off together, an uneasy sort of peace settling between them. Yi-hyuk heads off under a wide blue sky, the air between them finally, barely, a little lighter. Jeongmin, he says, turning back one more time, don't hurt her anymore. If it's really that hard for you, he adds, then maybe it's best you just let her go. It was hard for me too, you know, Yi-hyuk admits. I never wanted any of this. But seeing her smile happier than she used to, that's the thing that changed everything for him. It's what gives him the strength to keep going, even now. Elsewhere, Seon makes a quiet vow of his own, I'll do it. So that her heart never has to hurt like that again, he thinks, a small, resolved smile settling in. Yi-hyuk just watches him go, quiet and unreadable. Yeah, it's not that hard, he tells himself in the quiet of his room. I just have to stick to the original plan. He's back in full study mode, arms crossed, a fresh stack of books at the ready. Back then, he never planned on getting tangled up with any entertainment company, he just knew he couldn't survive alone as a minor. So all he wanted was to make it to legal independence. Honestly, the work itself came easy. I was really out of my mind back then, he admits to himself now. No turning back now, hard or not, he's not giving up. Besides, he reminds himself he was a pretty solid student back in middle school. He flips a book open, determined to prove it all over again. Well, he says, cracking his knuckles, let's get started. He's hunched over his laptop, completely lost. I don't understand any of this. Are you sure you're okay? Jeongmin asks gently from across the room. She just sighs into her drink. Watching him spiral, raising a genius is exhausting work. Lately he's been studying non-stop, barely stopping to eat, and she's clocked every bit of it. She watches him, quietly thoughtful, a flicker of worry underneath it all. The two of them settle in together on the floor, comfortable in the silence. Is it too hard? He asks her, and she looks up, caught completely off guard. Are you good at studying? She teases. Not really, he admits. You never gave me the time to study. You've gotta do it yourself, honey, she shoots back, and he just leans into his hand with a soft HM. He freezes. Wait, what did you just say? What? She blinks back, all innocence. Her face goes red the second it clicks. Didn't you just call me honey? No, I didn't, she insists. I definitely just heard you say it, he fires back, grinning. I've never heard that before, say it again, he pushes, delighted. Didn't I already call you that once? She stalls. Huh, he blinks. You don't remember, she says, turning it right back on him. When, he demands, when I got caught by that Nahyuk gang, she reminds him, and you came running for me. Honey, she says again, deliberately this time, look here. Isn't that exactly what I said back then? She asks, thoroughly pleased with herself. He just stares at her, completely disarmed, lost for words. Say it one more time, he begs. No, she says flatly, fighting back a smile. Even if you beg me, she admits, I'm way too self-conscious about it now to do it. He clicks his tongue, machinoid, and goes back to his laptop communication skills, still a work in progress. Her smile fades a little as reality creeps back and school starts in 2 days. We're supposed to go to school from here, right? She realizes, oh, right. I left my uniform at home, she remembers, and right behind it, a colder thought. What if they ran into each other there? Her eyes go distant, unease creeping in behind them. Sian, she calls out. Yeah, he answers, looking up. I need to swing by home and grab my uniform, she says. Can you come with me? They've barely started walking when a hand shoots out of nowhere and locks around his wrist. All the color drains out of Sian's face. School's back in 2 days and it suddenly hits Jiangmin. Wait, is she even enrolled at the right place? She realizes she left her uniform at home, and that thought drags up an old, ugly worry. What if she runs into her father while she's there? Still rattled, she calls out to Sian. He looks up. Yeah, as she explains she has to swing by her old place to grab her uniform. She hesitates, then asks if he wants to come along. Walking over, she can't shake a flashback. A little girl on the couch, silent, bracing for her father to come home. Sian's supposed to be with her, she reminds herself, and even he admits he's got a bad feeling about this. She second-guesses herself. Is it even okay to bring him along? But who else would she even ask? They agree to make it quick, in and out, and Sian teases her for being packed and ready already. Hey, she said they were leaving right away, he reminds her, all mock impatient. She decides to call her mom first, just to give her a heads up they're coming. The phone rings and rings by the window, nobody picking up. Of course she won't answer, Jiangmin mutters, jaw tight. She's probably just working, Jiangmin decides and waves Sian on. Let's go. They arrive at her old family home, a worn 2-story place tucked behind a narrow alley. Jiangmin leads the way in, quiet, with Sian close behind her. Can he just wait outside, she asks, but Sian says he was actually looking forward to seeing where she grew up. She just mumbles that it's shabby and embarrassing. She brushes him off with an "I'll show you next time," and he just clicks his tongue, unconvinced. At the door, she goes quiet, bracing herself before she even steps inside. Her hand hovers over the door handle, hesitating. She swallows hard and turns the lock. The door creaks open onto the dark inside. Jiangmin freezes on the threshold, dread written all over her face. There are shoes already at the entryway. Someone's home. A voice bellows from inside, who's there? A hand shoots out and yanks her forward before she can even react. Her father, drunk and furious, grabs a fistful of her hair. Hey, you bitch. He slurs at her, demanding to know where she's been off with her mother all this time, bottle still in hand. Where's that bitch? He snarls in her face. All Jiangmin can choke out is that she doesn't know. What did I do wrong? She cries out, as he shoves the bottle aside just to grab her harder. Come with me and take me to your mother, he demands, dragging her along. She insists desperately that she really doesn't know where her mom is. She's shoved along the street, choking out a single please before something suddenly makes him stop. Sian's caught up to them outside, and whatever he's just seen has stopped him cold. Her father's fist is still tangled in her hair, dragging her along like she's nothing. Sian's face goes rigid with shock at what he's watching happen to her. A single tear slides down Jiangmin's cheek, her eyes hollow with fear. Sian, she cries out, and in a blur, he lunges in and catches her father's fist mid-swing before it lands. Jiangmin can only stare, stunned, as Sian plants himself between them. The whole street seems to hold its breath in the standoff. Her father's head jerks around, stunned that anyone would dare grab him. Sian doesn't hesitate. He lands a hit that splits the man's scalp and drops him bleeding to the ground. Who the hell are you? Her father spits out, blood running down his face. Choi Jiangmin, who is this guy? He roars at her. She can barely get out Sian's name, terrified of what happens next. Her father yelps in pain as Sian grinds his head down, warning him this is only the start. Grabbing your head like this is filthy work, Sian tells him, ice cold, still holding him down by the bleeding scalp. For someone like you to still be breathing, Sian says, is a luxury you don't deserve. Baek Seun, Jiangmin screams, grabbing his arm to pull him back. Stop it already, she begs, her voice cracking. Please stop, she says again, quieter now, pleading. Sian finally exhales and softly says her name, Jiangmin. She just stands there, silent, still shaking from what almost happened. Sian's expression is unreadable, guarded, watching her carefully. I believed in you, she tells him, but if you're going to be like this, what am I even supposed to do? And it stings more than either of them expected. Sian still hasn't let go of her father, hauling him down the street, jaw set. Jiangmin, he says again, gentler this time, like he's trying to find his way back to her. He finally lets go, glancing back at her with something between guilt and worry. He wipes his mouth, trying to steady himself after the adrenaline. His scraped-up hand reaches for her shoulder anyway, gentle despite everything. Choi Jiangmin, he calls after her as she walks off. Jiangmin, look at me. She flinches at his touch on her shoulder, still crying quietly. The tears just won't stop, even with his hand resting there. Sian watches her, guilt written all over his face. She's crying again, he thinks, and it guts him. You made a promise, she reminds him through tears, that you wouldn't fall back on this again. This exact method, she finishes, and he crouches down, gently touching her cheek, saying nothing. I couldn't even get my uniform, she adds quietly, like it's the smallest tragedy of the day. I'll go alone tomorrow, Sian says, resolve hardening in his eyes. That's exactly why he'll go by himself. He insists her father might be there again, and he doesn't want her anywhere near it. Because I don't know what else you'll do, she says, facing him unsettled. What's the law even going to fix? He shoots back, and the two of them just freeze there, facing off. You told me yourself the lawsuit's stuck in limbo, he presses, not even turning around. You go home shaking, he says, to the one place you're supposed to feel safe, and you want to just wait around hoping it works out. Is there any guarantee you're ever actually safe after that? He demands. Wouldn't it just be better if the man disappeared? Who are you to say that? She snaps, and it catches him off guard. What? I'm the one who's suffered through this, she says. My resentment isn't the same as yours, you've barely even met him. I'm the one who wants that man dead the most, she shouts, finally letting years of buried rage spill out. But you're not supposed to kill someone, she insists through it. That's just how it has to be. How am I supposed to get through to you? Sian says, turning away with a heavy sigh. She watches him walk off, arms wrapped tight around herself against the cold. He just keeps walking, putting distance between them. Sian trudges down the street alone, the weight of the whole fight sitting heavy on him. He glances at his own battered hand and mutters at himself, stupid, idiot. He keeps walking, not entirely sure where he's even headed anymore. Why couldn't he just let it go for once, he thinks bitterly, instead of dragging things this far again. His mind spirals, replaying the look on her face. In Jiangmin's eyes, he wonders, what does he even look like right now? How am I any different from him? Sian asks himself, and the question lands like a punch. Back at their place, the apartment sits quiet, lit orange by the sunset. Jiangmin lies face down on the couch, replaying the fight. Was I too harsh, she wonders. I've never snapped at him like that before, she admits to herself. Was it too much? He's someone with real self-respect, she thinks, but he shouldn't have gone that far either. She's not even sure if he's trying to hold himself back or just barely managing it. She doesn't feel well thinking about it. Curled up waiting, she can't help wondering, why isn't he back yet? Then the door opens quietly. Jiangmin, are you asleep? Sian asks, stepping into the dark room. I was wrong, he admits. What you said, you were right. I'm sorry you had to see that side of me. He says he'll go apologize to her father himself and get him to a hospital. Forget it, you don't have to go that far, she says, though she still sounds unsure, but still. It's fine, he tells her. Her father's drunk enough he probably won't even remember. Oh, and he got his phone back too. Got a call from an old industry contact, he adds. Looks like they'll be meeting up again next week. She blinks, caught off guard, suddenly. It just happened, he says simply, don't worry about it. I'll make sure I don't upset you like that again, he promises softly, and she just looks at him, quietly stunned. After that day, everything about Sian started to change, and not slowly either. It happened all at once. Walking to school, someone can't resist teasing him for how often he's been hanging out with Jiangmin's friend group lately. Sian just smirks, playing it cool. Along with the others, apparently. Jiangmin just gives a non-committal her eyes on his phone, clearly with something else on her mind. Then, casual as anything, Seon mentions he's meeting up with a guy named Sale later. Jeongmin's jaw drops. Cut to later that night, back at her place she's still stuck on something, blurting out "what did you say?" like she can't quite believe it. Turns out Seon already talked his parents into letting him stay here for the time being, promising to swing by home every now and then. Smooth. Anyway, it's solved, he says, breezy as ever. Jeongmin just stares at him, speechless. For a second, even Seon looks a little thrown by his own nerve, rubbing his head like he can't believe that actually worked. Later, he checks in on her, resting a hand on her head. "You're not feeling sick anywhere, right?" She can't help stealing another glance at a photo of him on her phone, still turning everything over in her head. At the lockers the next day, she admits out loud that it's genuinely good to see him working this hard on himself. Her friend isn't totally convinced. Sure, that's true, but isn't it also kind of like he's turned into a completely different person? Cut to the classroom. Yoonju and Jeongmin land in the same class again, while Sora gets stuck alone in class 3 and she is not letting anyone forget it. The gossip keeps rolling. Yoonju can't get over how Seon even made peace with the parents he swore he'd never speak to again. Her friend presses gently, "Didn't Jeongmin say they'd actually fought that day because he did something wrong?" None of this is adding up. Alone with her phone, Jeongmin can't shake the feeling that something underneath all this still isn't right. A text comes in from Seon. He's off to see his parents again, might be unreachable for a while. Ever since that day, this new version of him has felt like a stranger. She has no idea what's actually going on in his head. Meanwhile, across town, his mother is fussing over him at a painfully stiff family dinner. Seon eats in silence. The tension in that room could cut glass. His father wastes no time, thanks him for showing up, then presses him on what exactly the plan is now, for a kid who dropped out of school on his own. "Are you out of your mind?" His father suddenly snaps at his mother, who tries to smooth things over only to get accused of spoiling Seon into turning out like this. His mother shuts him down with a sharp "honey," while Seon, unbothered, calmly announces he's going to sit the GED the moment registration opens. He tells them he understands why they're worried and promises he'll do better from here on out. Then comes the question everyone's been dancing around about the accident. Nothing's happened since that day, right? He admits he kept quiet because he didn't want to worry them, and honestly, he was embarrassed about failing before. Now, he says, he finally understands what they'd been trying to tell him. No more chasing pointless dreams. He vows he's going to live the normal way like everyone else. His parents look thrilled. His father isn't finished lecturing, though, clearing his throat and settling in for round 2, because nothing says moving on like a good stern speech. "And there it is, dye that gangster hair black too, it's unsightly," his father adds. Seon says absolutely nothing. He just picks at his food after that, appetite gone. Later that night, we cut to a dark, empty room. Something in him has clearly cracked wide open. Alone in the bathroom, he's suddenly, violently sick. It doesn't stop there. Shaken, he wipes his mouth and says nothing at all. We flash into Jeongmin's own thoughts for a moment. She says she knew, from that very day, that her mistake was the thing that broke their trust all over again. The sky burns orange over the school as the day winds down. She lingers by the gate alone, lost in thought. Then her whole face lights up. She smiles and waves at someone walking toward her. In his own head, Seon admits he doesn't know how many more chances he's got left. One more mistake and this whole thing could fall apart. Still, he walks up to her with an easy smile, like none of that weight shows on his face at all. This, he tells himself, will be the last time he ever has to ask her for forgiveness. Walking together, Jeongmin wonders out loud if her grades will even be good enough for university. "Yeah, I really need to start thinking about it," she admits right before he pulls her in for a selfie. Scrolling through school listings, Seon spots one that's actually pretty well known and half-jokingly wonders if he could get in too. "If it's you," she tells him, "you definitely can." He can't help smiling at that. Time is running short and it shows. A single drop of blood stains his study notes. Jeongmin spots it first. "Hey, your nose is bleeding." "Ah, it's nothing," he brushes off, wiping it away like it's no big deal. She's not buying it. He's looked exhausted for a while now, and she tells him he really needs to rest. He waves her off. He already told his dad he'd nail the GED this time, and he's not backing down now. She tells him gently that he doesn't have to rush, doesn't have to be this nice to her all the time. It's exactly why she can't help leaning on him so much. She admits she's always been the one who needed things. For a moment they just stand there together, close, not saying anything at all. Everyone's carrying something. She reminds him softly, pain, hardship, it's just part of being alive. He laughs it off with a tired smile. He was probably just being too dramatic about the whole thing. All he wants now, he says, is to get his head back on straight and live like everyone else. He's been doing a lot of thinking since that day. Even he was surprised by himself. He admits quietly from now on he only wants to show her his best side. Jiangmin, I really believe I can do this, he says, reaching for her hand. I can do it, he repeats, so you won't leave me. She doesn't answer, she just watches him, worried. Alone in his own head again, she's given him everything he could ever want. And still somehow he can't manage to change. Because he admits bitterly to himself, he was a complete mess back then. If only he'd just done something instead of freezing up, that would have been so much easier. That night lying beside her, sleep won't come, his mind is somewhere else entirely. Restless, he finally gives up and gets out of bed quietly, careful not to wake her. He slips out into the dark alone. A little after midnight, he ends up outside a convenience store, glowing under the fluorescent lights. Inside, the timid new clerk works up the nerve to squeak out that he can't bring in food from outside. He just complies. Later, a very different kind of customer shows up, a drunk man getting loud and aggressive at the counter, and the clerk is visibly terrified. All she can think is, what if he actually hurts me? Then out of nowhere, a hand closes around the situation. The clerk barely gets out a stunned huh before she asks Sian to hold onto the guy while she calls the police. Sian's already got the man by the collar, flashing a grin that's more warning than friendly. Let me go, the man sputters, it's not happening. She hesitates, though in her experience, the police showing up won't actually help much anyway. So Sian just shrugs and offers a different plan entirely. All right then, I'll take him outside myself, no need to worry about it, he says breezily, already hauling the still protesting man toward the door. He strolls off with a cheerful "have a nice day, Tilda," the drunk man still yelling to be let go. The old man doesn't recognize him at all, too busy demanding to know why they keep crossing paths here, then mocking Sian's white hair like he's some kind of geezer. What are you, a grandpa? The man slurs. Sian just stares back, ice cold, completely unimpressed. He can barely keep his own questions straight, sputtering out whether Sian's even a student before dissolving into a drunken sigh. Sian grits his teeth and coaches himself through it. Hold it in, just hold it in. He backs off and offers an apology for being short with him earlier, and the drunk just blinks, no idea what he's even talking about. The man proudly points to a fresh gash on his head, a souvenir from some street brawl he clearly started himself. I'd have killed the guy if I wasn't wasted, he brags, but hey, I got a hit in too, so it's fine. Casual violence tossed off like it's nothing. Watching him ramble, Sian can't help but wonder just how bad it's gotten. Is this guy drunk around the clock? Then the man suddenly remembers he was supposed to grab snacks. As he weaves toward a convenience store, Sian cuts him off. Walk in like that and he'll just get himself reported. What do you know, there's still alcohol left. He snaps back and Sian realizes he's just going to keep hearing the same excuse on repeat. Muttering under his breath now, he trails off about the people waiting for him at home. Then the real venting starts. Mijung, he slurs, once told him she loved him, that he was the only one who ever truly enjoyed their time together, that he swore he'd be a good husband to her. How could she do this to him now? Sian listens in silence, already getting a very clear picture of exactly what kind of man this is. The man wanders off, still muttering about leftover booze, and something about the sight makes Sian's stomach turn. Sian steers him away before he can stumble into the store and land himself in real trouble. Instead, he presses a bottle into the man's hands himself. Let him drink, let him talk, and see exactly what spills out. Now Sian thinks taking a pull himself. If he wants the truth out of this man, he's going to have to match him drink for drink. Night settles over the quiet neighborhood, the same streets about to spill secrets that have stayed buried for years. Slumped on a bench, the man howls with laughter at how much this stranger can drink. He has no clue what he's just walked into. Seon's already regretting every choice that led here. You remind me of my childhood back in the good old days, the man slurs happily. You've got a real talent for this drinking thing. Seon just stares back, speechless, as the man drunkenly advises him to go find himself a good woman. He keeps rambling. If you don't want to end up suffering like him, he says, you'd better find someone who really listens. Seon decides to test the waters directly. No matter the reason, he says, you don't put your hands on your wife and daughter. What do you know, huh? The man snarls, all his easy charm gone in an instant. His judgment so far gone he doesn't even stop to wonder how a stranger knows this much about his family. The drink's hitting Seon too now, the whole scene going hazy at the edges. If only he'd stepped in himself sooner before any of this. That would have been so much easier, some cold, tired part of him thinks. He lets out a long, exhausted breath, bracing for whatever comes next. He already knew this man wasn't worth listening to, and yet here he is, listening anyway. Feel free to speak, Seon offers, voice thick, his own limbs suddenly leaden, though whether that's the alcohol or something else he can't quite tell. The man's off again, wondering aloud if his wife just wasn't satisfied with the money he gave her, then spitting that she used to work at a bar like that alone proves everything. He mimics her old excuse in a mocking whine, housework all day, so of course she needed something to do at night, then scoffs that it was obviously just a cover story. Seon's eyes narrow, watching this whole story unravel in real time. She treated her own husband like he was useless, the man spits, fist clenched. She was cheating on me behind my back. That woman got exactly what she deserved, he growls, so why, he demands, is she the one filing for divorce now? Don't make me laugh, Seon cuts in flatly. Did you actually see her cheating with your own eyes? Yes, I did, the man insists. She keeps doing it, he swears over and over. His so-called proof turns out to be this. She smiled at male customers at work, was friendly with a few young guys, and in his mind, that's all it takes for a man to get the wrong idea. The memory itself plays out plainly, just an ordinary woman doing her job, nothing more. Even a customer casually calling her honey gets filed away in his head as evidence. In that very same memory, she's lighting up, genuinely happy to see someone waiting for her. But even her happiness gets twisted. She must be enjoying it, he sneers, reading betrayal into a simple smile. Bullshit, Seon mutters, and it's not hard to see now, this whole affair lives entirely in this man's head. Seon pushes further, so why then did he treat his own daughter that way? The man goes quiet for a second, caught off guard. My daughter, he finally says, she looks just like her mother did. Same face, same warmth, same easy smile, back before any of this poison ever set in. And that terrified him, he admits. What if she turned out just like her mother? I don't even want to say it, he mutters, but you already know, right? She needed to learn to fear men. You'll get it once you have kids of your own, he says, like he's dispensing wisdom. Sometimes you just have to teach them the hard way. Can't be helped. And look how well she turned out, he says proudly. If she gets married, gets loved by some man, isn't that a successful life? Seon's jaw locks, every muscle in him screaming to move. All he can think is her name. Hold it in, not this time. Something in his grip finally gives way, glass shattering, blood welling up in his palm. He doesn't even flinch at the cut. Every ounce of restraint he's got left is barely holding the rage behind his eyes in place. The man just keeps talking, oblivious. After that, he says, he started teaching her lessons. She wouldn't quit her job when he told her to. Hitting her, he admits flatly, just got easier after a while. Seon goes completely still, the silence somehow louder than anything the man said all night. Even if it comes to this, he thinks, some dark, quiet part of him has already made peace with it. As long as Jeongmin ends up safe, right by his side, none of the rest matters. This, some voice in his head insists, would be the easiest way to end it. He forces himself to stand, forces his face back into something calm, and keeps walking. No, he tells himself, I'm not doing that. Before the thought can go any further, the man beside him yawns, already fading. Ugh, I'm sleepy. He half collapses onto Seon for support, completely unaware he just confessed to years of abuse to the one guy who might actually make him pay for it. I had a great time, the man mumbles sincerely. Been a while since I talked to someone about myself like that. He waves goodbye, cheerfully telling Seon to go find himself a good woman, completely oblivious to who he's really been talking to. Alone now, Seon just sits there in the dark saying nothing. Disgusting, he finally mutters, so disgusting. He can barely stand it, and it's not just the man he just left behind. Back home, Jeongmin's drifting in and out, murmuring that she really should get some sleep, completely unaware of what Seon just walked through. She finally settles, peaceful, with no idea he's about to lie back down right beside her. He slips back into bed and pulls her close, holding on like she's the only solid thing left in the world. But sleep drags him somewhere darker, a nightmare that's already waiting to pull him under. His eyes snap wide, sweat beating, some unnamed dread closing in fast. A voice, cold and certain, whispers that he should kill this man, that he deserves to die. In the dream, Seon's hand closes around a collar, his fist already stained red. Then the voice turns on him instead. Someone like him should disappear from Jeongmin's life, it hisses. He's the one causing her pain. Better to pull the whole root out before it does more damage. Seon lunges, grabbing on with everything he has, refusing to just stand there and take it. You won't get to stand in front of her again, the voice promises, and blood is already dripping from somewhere in the dark. Really? Seon grits out, tightening his grip, refusing to let the threat land. Everything in the dream is screaming now, and he's screaming right back at it. The thing wearing a familiar smile just grins wider. That's right. Pull this root out with your own hands, it coaxes. You want to so badly. You want to kill me, it says, the one who made your woman suffer. Do it, the voice dares him. Every part of him is shaking with how badly he wants to. For one terrible second he almost does. Then something inside him wrenches loose with a gasp. The whole dream shatters around him in an instant. He reaches out one last time, grasping at whatever's left of it. And then just like that, it's gone, leaving him gasping in the silence. He can't stop shaking, can't catch his breath. In the fading dream, both figures collapse to the ground, spent. Beak Seon, Jeongmin's voice cuts through everything and his eyes fly open for real this time. Drenched in cold sweat, he can barely process that it's over. Are you okay? She's already asking. She wipes at his forehead, worried sick. He was sweating so much it soaked right through. He just stares up at her, still catching up to the fact that she's real, that he's safe, that none of it actually happened. A single tear slips loose before he can stop it. Wait, he breathes, still shaking it off. Before he can even finish the thought, a phone starts buzzing on the table. Jeongmin moves to grab it, telling him she'll just take this call for a second. Seon tries to stop her. Jeongmin, wait, but she's already picked up and her face shifts the second she hears the voice on the other end. It's her mom. She steps away to listen and Seon watches her back, unable to shake what he now knows about this family. Whatever her mother just told her hits like a gut punch. Her face goes slack and all she can get out is what? He's drenched, chest heaving, the nightmare still clinging to his skin like sweat. What? She gasps, hovering over him. You're soaked in sweat. Did you have a nightmare? She asks. He blinks, dazed like he's not even sure. Dream. A tear catches in her eye, something in her goes still. Wait a minute. In the dark, her phone buzzes. It's him, she murmurs, though we don't yet know who she means. I'm going to answer it, she says, already moving. Jeongmin, wait, Seon calls after her, uneasy. She picks up. Hello, a pause. Hey mom. Whatever her mother just said, it drains the color from her face. What? Seon watches her from the bed, still shaken from his own nightmare, sensing something's badly wrong. Come directly to the funeral home, her mother says. I'll call the school, okay. She goes numb, phone still in hand, then calls out weakly, Seon. Her face crumples, worry and dread fighting for space. Her eyes go glassy and distant, like the floor just dropped out from under her. Seon leans in, hand at his mouth, worry etched all over him. Seon, what's wrong? She asks, then remembers, you had a nightmare before. So she pushes, gently but firm. What kind of nightmare was it? Tell me what happened. And the dream itself starts playing out before us. In the dream, the two of them stand face to face, the air between them thick with something unspoken. Dream Jiangmin grips his hand tight. Xian, I want to believe you, you didn't do it, did you? My father, she says, voice shaking, you didn't kill him, did you? Sweat beads along his jaw, the question just hangs there unanswered. A red glow bleeds into the frame around him. Did I? He asks himself, and he genuinely doesn't seem to know. He sits frozen on the bed as, behind him, she turns to walk away. I'm sorry, she whispers, tears sliding free. A heavy thud echoes through the dark as her back turns fully away from him. Behind her, he's collapsed on the floor, completely undone. Hands clenched tight around fabric, something in the room snaps taut. He's on his feet now, a blade catching the light in his hand. Jiangmin, he says, and it does not sound gentle. She's on her knees in front of him. Listen to me, please. What do you have to say? She demands, standing her ground. Speak. He just stands there frozen, saying nothing at all. See, she says coldly, looking down at him, you have no excuse. A scream tears through the dream. Jiangmin, please, he begs. He grabs her arm from behind, desperate not to let her go. Everything goes black for a beat, like the dream itself is bracing for what comes next. I overlooked everything you did, Dream Jiangmin says. You crossed the line countless times, but I forgot it all and stayed with you. Just because I loved you, she says, I guess I was crazy. I didn't even try to see things rationally, she admits. You won't change. They walk down the hallway together, the silence between them louder than any argument. You're the one who broke our trust, she tells him, flat and final. Let's break our relationship now, she says. I can't trust you anymore. A jagged scrawl crosses the frame, like something is being crossed out for good. His face crumples completely, tears spilling before he can stop them. He grabs for her hand, holding on like it's the only thing keeping him upright. Please don't go, he sobs, it's all my fault. I'm gonna live like a real rat now, he pleads. I won't go against what you want. It'll be as if I don't exist, he begs. Please stay with me, I'll die without you, please help me. Help me, tell me it's a lie, he chokes out, but she just stands there silent, her back to him. The room goes eerily quiet around them, like the dream is holding its breath. He drops to the floor, grabbing at her ankle, refusing to let this be the end. She walks off anyway, and his eyes just brim over with tears. You promised to stay with me, the memory needles him, no matter what. I can't let you go, he says, gripping her arm as she shoulders a backpack. I won't let you go. It doesn't matter if you're happy or not, he says, smiling in a way that's honestly unsettling. You have to stay by my side. My side, he repeats, the only thing I care about now is keeping you by my side, he finishes. You think so? She asks, cool as ice. Something sharper flickers behind her eyes now, done playing along. No matter how wrong you were, she says, I wanted you to be happy. But none of that mattered to you, I was so stupid really. Let me go, she says, I don't want to be caught by you anymore. She walks away, growing smaller and smaller in the frame. Something in him finally breaks. He chokes, coming apart in real time. A scream rips loose from him, raw and unfiltered. He curls into himself on the floor, arms locked around his own legs. She lied to me, the thought loops through the dark over and over. It was a mistake, he whispers to no one. I have nothing left, he thinks, I'm going to die. I am going to die, and in the distance she just keeps walking away. He turns his back to us, small and alone in the emptiness of the dream. Barely more than a shadow now, he sinks deeper into the dark. You have a place to go back to without me, she says, still walking. You can go on living. Even if my legs were torn out right now, he thinks, eyes wet. Nothing could be more painful than this, I wouldn't mind at all. Everything, he screams, and the dream finally shatters around him. The dark lingers a moment longer, refusing to let go of him just yet. An empty room sits in silence, the last of the nightmare, finally draining away. Jiangmin, someone calls out, and just like that we snap back to reality. This is the present and it's really happening. A door slides open at the funeral home, and Jiangmin is pulled straight into someone's arms. Manhwa, the grief finally catches up with her. She sobs into their shoulder, unable to hold it back any longer. It hits her all at once, and she screams into the quiet of the funeral hall. The sobbing quiets to soft, worn-out sniffles. Down the hall, mourners murmur among themselves in low, careful voices. Later, she sits alone on a row of chairs, the memorial wreath looming behind her. Aren't you going to eat? Someone asks gently, but she barely reacts. Sunhwa, a familiar face, calls out warmly as she arrives at the door. An older relative studies Jiangmin. It's like seeing you when you were a child. Oh, hello, she manages, I knew this. Nearby, two men mutter low, what happened? He was drunk, let's go over there and talk. What happened to him? Fortunately, the driver wasn't badly hurt, but that's all I know, drunk. Jiangmin catches fragments of it, injured, drunk, what? She strains to hear more and then it lands. Wasn't it Sion who killed him, in his dreams? She rounds on them instantly. Wait a minute, can you tell me more about that? The relative flinches, caught red-handed. Oh my, I must have spoken too loud. Please, she begs them, I don't even know how my father died. Nearby, her little sister tugs at their mother. Mom, why did Dad die? A truck hit him, someone finally admits, and Jiangmin sinks straight to the floor. What the hell is all she can manage, the words barely making it out. That rumor keeps surfacing in her head, Sion's stricken face bleeding into the thought. Wasn't it Sion? Somewhere else entirely, Sion's face carries that exact same dread. She dials him with shaking hands, Sion. After the signal, please Sion, she begs into the ringing silence. The phone you are calling is turned off. Please leave a message is all she gets back. Answer the phone, she pleads to no one at all. Somewhere dark, a trash can holds a rolled-up workbook, tossed away like it never mattered. Sion sits alone in the dark, slumped over, completely hollowed out. His head hangs low, shadows swallowing what's left of his expression. Down a dim hallway, a sliver of red light cuts through the silence and he still isn't answering. His room lies wrecked around him, furniture overturned. Whatever just happened here, he's the only one left in it. Jiangmin steps up to the door of the funeral hall, hollowed out and numb. Her father is gone and the grief hasn't even caught up to her yet. A knot of her classmates comes storming in anyway. Of course we came, one of them snaps. You weren't going to tell us anything, were you? Jiangmin insists she never wanted to trouble them. Fighting back tears, she thanks them all for coming and tells them to go eat first. She'll join in just a minute. More mourners bow their respects, including Jaehyun Ha, her once ice-cold childhood bully turned genuine friend. Jiangmin manages a quiet thank you. She keeps thanking each new face that shows up, running purely on autopilot. Jaehyun lingers a beat longer than the rest, watching Jiangmin with quiet concern before stepping back to give her space. As everyone heads off to eat, a friend hangs back to check if she wants to talk. She waves them ahead, insisting she just needs a minute alone. It's Jaehyun who actually stays behind, closing the distance to speak with her one-on-one, right in front of the memorial altar. Jiangmin, Jaehyun says, snapping her out of the daze she'd sunk into. She startles, tears already welling up. You should eat something too, I'll be right there, Jaehyun tells her gently. Are you all right? Jaehyun opens up a little herself. Honestly, I never had much of a relationship with my own dad. I still haven't figured out how I feel about any of this. But don't worry about me, she adds then, almost offhand, come to think of it, your boyfriend couldn't make it today. Jiangmin had quietly assumed that on a day like this, the two of them would be leaning on each other more than ever. I can't even reach him right now, she admits. It's my fault, she thinks, the guilt written all over her face. She'd said some genuinely harsh things to him during their fight and now, if she could, she'd run straight to him. If only I'd cleared up every misunderstanding between us a long time ago, she thinks. Things would be so much better between us right now, all because of my habit of judging him before I even listen. A memory surfaces. Sion, holding her close, once told her he'd already lost the most precious person in his life. She refuses to be a second one. I should have just listened to him, she thinks, the tears finally spilling over. And then she catches herself, wait, why is she even telling all of this to Ha Jaehyun of all people? I hurt him, I ruined everything, she admits, but I feel like I'm going to lose my mind if I don't tell someone. Jaehyun looks a little sheepish herself. Sorry for dumping this on you out of nowhere, she says, I guess I'm just frustrated too. The real reason I couldn't bring myself to trust him, Jiangmin starts. Honestly, some of that might be on me, Jaehyun admits quietly. You can't go on blaming yourself for everything. You always try to do your best, Jaehyun tells her. If you hadn't reached out to me first, Sora, Yoonju and I would probably still be using each other and calling it hate, so don't rush this. Jaehyun gently tips her chin up. You'll work it out, you always have. How many days has it even been since you two fought? Has he really not reached out at all? Jeongmin freezes. It's only been 1 day. Only 1 day, she repeats, and can't help but flush at how hard she's been spiraling over less than 24 hours. His faded image lingers in her mind. Seon can't live without me, she thinks, remembering something he'd told her once. And she realizes with a small ache, the same goes for her. Jeongmin, we're heading out, thanks for having us today, someone calls. Yoonju and Jaehyun trade a confused glance, clearly noticing Jeongmin has gone somewhere else entirely in her head. You can't just skip high school forever, a friend teases. It's fine, don't worry about it, Jeongmin laughs weakly. She and Jaehyun share a quiet, wordless moment before parting ways. Thanks again for today, Jeongmin tells her. I'm really glad we're finally on good terms. Jaehyun suddenly looks nervous. Jeongmin, actually I ran into Yihyuk earlier. She hesitates, clearly working up to something bigger she hasn't said yet. A voice cuts through the dark. Jeongmin, Jaehyun winces. I'm sorry, she blurts, I told him you were here. He's here, Jeongmin realizes, heart sinking. Jaehyun looks anxious. Is it even okay that we ran into each other? I mean, isn't he your ex? Jeongmin waves it off. It's fine, we're just friends now, thanks for telling him. Yihyuk jogs up, drenched in sweat from running. Yihyuk, you're soaked, Jeongmin blurts. Why didn't you just tell me, he asks. I didn't want to bother you, she admits. Running yourself ragged for nothing, and here I am perfectly fine, he teases, then backtracks. Kidding, sorry, that came out wrong. He grins. I'm kidding. Is it even okay that I came? Yes, thank you for coming, she says. But how did you even find out, he asks. Jaehyun looks sheepish. I asked around, she admits. You asked? Yeah, she says. Something about the way he was acting just felt off to me. Yihyuk explains he'd gotten off work early and swung by her school, hoping to catch a glimpse of her boyfriend just to check on things. Jeongmin tenses up, bracing for whatever's coming next. When I didn't see him, I figured you'd skipped school entirely, especially once I ran into Jaehyun at the gate in a totally different uniform. Oh right, Jeongmin realizes he must have transferred. Are you doing okay? Yihyuk asks Jaehyun quietly at a vending machine. Yeah, honestly, I'm not that broken up about my dad, she admits, then turns the question right back on him. Things are actually good between us now, he says. I ran into him completely by accident right when Jaehyun showed up, he asked me what I was even doing there. Yihyuk finishes with a wry look. You too, huh, he laughs. That's the same conversation where I found out you were here. Yihyuk, Jeongmin starts. Yeah, he answers. Are you doing okay now, he asks her gently. Yes, of course, she says quickly. I'm sorry, I really am. Don't apologize for that, he tells her. There's really no need. Yihyuk looks off, thoughtful. You don't seem to know, he says quietly. Honestly, I was scared, he admits to himself. He flashes back to the moment Seon showed up out of nowhere to make things right and to the punch he'd thrown as a cover story. He never imagined the guy capable of a move like that. Really, Jeongmin echoes, still processing, but he continues. It was nothing like the person I thought I knew, Yihyuk admits. In that moment, I could actually feel how sincere he was. So, it's okay, he decides, managing a small smile. I was a little shaken up, he admits, but I've decided to leave it all in the past. He remembers Seon's parting words to him. Thank you for that. I promise she'll never come to harm again because of me. But didn't he come see you today? Yihyuk asks. Jeongmin's face falls. It's not that he hasn't changed, she thinks. If anything, he's done more than I ever expected. He's been working himself to the bone lately, somehow, she reflects. I have to find some way to talk to him. I at least have to try, she thinks. But I can't just leave this place right now. Her call goes straight to voicemail. Things are still so complicated between them. Then it hits her the only real way to actually talk to Seon right now is to see him inside a bright dream. Lying awake in bed that night, she wonders if maybe she can find him there. She's not even supposed to have that ability anymore, but a memory flickers the night they first managed to link their dreams together and actually pulled it off. It worked once before, she tells herself, reaching out in her sleep. Please, just once more. Time, she murmurs, calling his name as sleep finally pulls her under. Seon. She snaps awake standing inside a hazy, empty dreamscape. I'm in a dream, she realizes, breathless. I actually pulled off a bright dream. Okay, she tells herself, now how do I actually reach Sion? Her hand trembles as something shifts in the dream around her. She calls out into the void, Beak Sion. A voice answers softly yes, and there he is. A hand closes gently around hers. Jiangmin, he says. Sitting up in the dark, she wonders out loud if there's any way she could actually reach Sion tonight through a dream. I know I don't have the ability, she admits through tears, but that's never stopped her before. She remembers it's happened once before. Somehow, they made it work. Eyes shut, she begs the dream itself for just one more shot at reaching him. She whispers his name into the dark, reaching for something she can't even see yet. Then it hits her, she actually did it, she's really here. In the dream, her hand finally closes around real fabric. Someone's actually standing in front of her. Beak Sion, she gasps, barely believing her own eyes. Yeah, comes the answer, calm as anything, it's really him. He looks back at her with that same easy, confident smirk she knows so well. Jiangmin, he says softly, I'm right here. She throws his name out like a lifeline, grinning through the shock of finally finding him. Is it really you? She asks again, needing to hear it confirmed, and for a beat he just goes quiet. Sion, she presses, yes that's right, he finally answers. Out of nowhere he brings up his father's death in a car accident, and she immediately insists, you didn't do it. What exactly happened that day? She asks, and his answer stops her cold, it's true that I killed him. Her whole face goes pale, his words about killing his own father still hanging in the air. Whatever it is, he starts, and that easy smile suddenly looks a lot less comforting. What will it change now? He shrugs like the truth doesn't even matter anymore. She goes quiet, unsettled, and he just tilts his head, amused. Oh. Without warning he grabs her, saying her name like he's claiming something. Stay with me right here, he says, and it doesn't sound like a request. What is all she can manage, completely thrown. Beak Sion, she starts, but he cuts in first, brooding on why these things only ever happen to the two of them. But if we only stay here, there's no one to disturb us, right? He murmurs. If we just stay inside this dream, then we can live happily ever after. He finishes a fairy tale line that lands like a threat. Look there, he says, and whatever she sees makes her go rigid with fear. Something else is lurking in the dark corners of this dream, and it's watching them both. A single eye glints out of the shadows, unreadable and unsettling. Can you see it? Comes a voice with a grin that's way too wide to be friendly. She flinches back, completely lost. What? Her own eyes go wide, darting for anything that makes sense in this place. Then, impossibly, another face appears in the dream and someone stammers out a name. Haha, Jahyun. Did you summon her? Jiangmin demands, and he doesn't even try to deny it. Yes. I'm thinking of hurting her, he adds, casual as ever, and Jiangmin's blood runs cold. If you don't like that idea, then stay with me here, he offers, dressing up a threat as a bargain. Then I'll send her back right away, he adds, like Jahyun's safety is his to trade. You're not thinking straight right now, Jiangmin pleads, won't you be miserable too? Don't do this, let's just talk, alright? What's there to be miserable about? He asks, almost genuinely puzzled by his own darkness. I've always been like this, he says flatly, like it's just a fact she should have already known. I wouldn't be like this if talking could fix it, he mutters right before someone else asks, worried, what's wrong? Across the dream, Jahyun suddenly bolts upright, shouting no, at something only she can see. She spots Sion holding someone small and familiar in his arms and blurts out, confused, Jiangmin. The real Jiangmin grabs her wrist in shock. Ha, Jahyun. While Jahyun just stares around, dazed. Where am I? Is this a dream? Jahyun asks herself, still trying to piece it together. A dream, she repeats, the word settling in slow and strange. Then it all comes rushing back to her at once, and her whole body goes tense. Ah, she breathes, the memory finally clicking into place. I remember now, she says quietly, dread creeping into her voice. Her eyes lock onto Sion across the dream. That guy, she murmurs like she already knows he's trouble. He pulls Jiangmin in tight, muffling whatever she's trying to shout. I can do anything I want in here, he reminds her, smiling like that's supposed to be comforting. There's no way she can beat me, he scoffs about Jahyun, then wonders aloud, almost bitterly, why her of all people. You really? Jiangmin starts, struggling against his grip. You have no idea about these things, he cuts her off, dismissive. Off to the side, Jaehyun admits under her breath that something's always been bothering her about him. A memory surfaces inside the dream. A smaller Jeongmin once begged him, "Seon, let's go out again." "Okay, I came here to get back with you." "What do you want me to do?" he asks now, worn down. "Just tell me whatever you want, all right." As expected, he sighs, "You're not gonna stay here with me." He tells her flatly to wait right there and turns to walk off with Jaehyun. Jeongmin grabs for him, desperate not to let this go sideways. Then her whole body locks up. "My body," she gasps, unable to move a muscle. "It won't move," she realizes in horror, frozen in place while he walks away. Tears spill down her cheek as she watches, powerless to stop any of it. Seon leads Jaehyun off into the dream, leaving Jeongmin rooted to the spot. Somewhere else in the dream, a quiet, troubled face watches it all unfold. A blade appears in his hand, and the mood shifts instantly. "I'm sore," he starts before the words are cut off entirely. "I'll have to scratch you a little bit," he tells Jaehyun, chillingly casual about it. He presses the blade to himself instead, and Jaehyun's breath catches. "If you get hurt," Jaehyun starts, panicked, unable to finish the thought. "Jeongmin will agree to live with me forever," he reasons, then adds, cold and pointed, "You've also lost someone you love. You understand why I'm doing this, right?" he asks, like he needs her to agree with the plan. The blade edges up toward his own ear, and there's no turning back now. His hand trembles, sweat beating, but he doesn't stop. Blood wells up, and his eyes go glassy with pain. He turns away, breathing hard, the damage already done. The pain finally catches up to him all at once. He staggers, barely holding himself together. Someone nearby reacts in pure horror at what just happened. Blood streaks down as he grits his teeth through it, Jaehyun frozen right beside him. The wound keeps bleeding through his shirt, worse by the second. His face is streaked red now, jaw clenched against the pain. Blood keeps spreading down his clothes, impossible to ignore. It runs all the way down, staining everything in its path. A single drop finally lands at his bare feet. But somehow the blood isn't only on him anymore, it's on Jeongmin too, and she has no idea why. Everything blurs and warps, like the dream itself is glitching out. Why is Jeongmin?" he stammers, staring at the blood that's somehow shown up on her instead. Jaehyun claps a hand over her mouth, horrified by what she's witnessing. Jeongmin breathes, looking down at her own bloodied hands in disbelief. Her knees buckle, the whole dream starting to spin around her. "Jeongmin," he screams as she crumples to the ground. Jaehyun lunges forward, desperate to catch her. The two of them go down together as the dream collapses into chaos. "It can't be," someone whispers as the whole scene distorts and falls apart. A scream tears through the static as everything unravels. And just like that, the real Seon jolts awake, gasping for air. His heart's hammering, the dream still clinging to him like static. He's up and moving before he's even fully awake. "Jeongmin," he chokes out, eyes already welling up with dread. He bolts out the door, not wasting a single second. His hands are shaking, fear written all over his face. He finds himself at her hospital bedside, whispering her name, still trying to make sense of just what in the world happened. A sound at the door snaps his head up. Jaehyun steps hesitantly into the room. "Jeongmin," she calls out, rushing straight to the bed. "You're Jaehyun, right? You really grew up a lot." Seon says, "Hello," she answers quietly. "Thank you for contacting me," she says, then gets straight to it. "How's Jeongmin?" She's not heard enough to explain why she's unconscious, Seon admits, but she's still not waking up. "Do you have any idea what happened?" Someone calls softly to her sleeping form, hoping for any flicker of response. "Wake up, Jeongmin," and for the first time she actually stirs. "I got your call just in time," Jaehyun says, relief and something darker both flickering across her face. In her head, though, she's already piecing something together. It wasn't a coincidence she got hurt before either. "I'm sure of it now," she thinks, watching Seon. "That guy is a very dangerous person. It might be hard to believe," she admits to herself, "but I already saw it happen with my own two eyes." She knows nobody would believe a story like that so out loud. All she offers Seon is a quiet "I apologize." "I don't know anything either," she lies smoothly and steps away to think. The hospital hallway sits quiet and still, the calm feeling anything but reassuring. Jeongmin sleeps on, unaware of the storm being planned around her. What should I do to get Jeongmin away from that guy? Jaehyun wonders, already scheming. While Seon lets out a heavy, exhausted sigh, Jaehyun watches him with eyes that have already made up their mind. Her mind flashes back to another moment entirely, and she flinches like it's happening all over again. Confusion and dread mix together on her face as the memory replays. In the memory, she's standing in front of him again, his hands stained red just like before. Blood pools at his feet in the memory too, the image she just can't shake. He's crying and bleeding in that memory, the same as he was in the dream, proof enough for her. Across from him, a version of Jeongmin looks just as lost. How did I even get here, she breathes. Someone murmurs her name, Jeongmin, like just saying it out loud hurts. He blinks, thrown, wait, what? A voice that sounds exactly like his own levels a warning at him, stay away from Jeongmin. He lets out a short, bitter laugh at that. You're the last person who gets to say that to me, he snaps back. I want to hear that from you, the other him fires right back. How are you any different from me? The scene shifts to a hospital hallway and someone's furious with him. Look at her state now, she spits. Inside the room, Jeongmin lies still in a hospital bed while Seon sits at her side, unable to say a word. He's being watched hard by someone who's already made up her mind about him. You already broke up, she tells him, like she's reading out a verdict. You think what you're doing is real love? The question hits him like a slap, his whole face going hollow. It's just insanity, she says flatly, and the word hangs there in the air. She admits it half to herself that she'd noticed something off about him for a while, but Jeongmin seemed to really like him, so she stayed quiet and just watched. What are you talking about? He asks, then colder. Look at what happened now, his smile turning unsettling. You're the one who's going to end up in jail, she tells him, if you can still say with a straight face that you care about her. Back in the dream haze, he and the pale-haired girl just stand there close, staring at each other. How odd, someone murmurs, as a shadow looms in a doorway over a girl dressed in red. This isn't how it's supposed to be, the thought echoes, as the scene dissolves around an empty bed. How did I become the bad guy in Jeongmin's story, he wonders, staring at a reflection he barely recognizes. It's you, she says right to his face. It was you. It lands harder than any of the shouting did. He opens his mouth, and can't get anything else out. Should I really just disappear? The question swallows the darkness whole. A figure turns and walks away into the black, not looking back. Somewhere else, someone collapses onto a bed with a hollow thud. Do not appear in front of her again, the version of him holding him says softly. That's what's good for her. Jeongmin will be unhappy at first, but she'll heal with time. The thought trails off. He can't argue back, the tears already on his own face say enough. It's really none of my business what happens to you, the voice adds, cold and final. Back at her bedside, for real this time, he just sits there, saying nothing at all. I was the one who did that to her, he admits, and the memory of hurting her is unbearable. The one who hurt her, I should get rid of everything that hurts Jeongmin, he tells himself. The thought won't loosen its grip on him. The things I do, he mutters, disgusted with himself. Something in him finally stops denying it and smiles like it's already given up. He crumples in on himself, alone in the dark. The one who should disappear from Jeongmin's side. It is actually me, he finishes, and it doesn't feel like a thought anymore, it feels like a fact. He moves through the dark hallway toward the door, barely aware of his own feet. The door lock beeps quietly under his fingers. It creaks open onto an empty apartment. His bare feet cross the cold floor. His phone lies on the ground, glowing forgotten. He pulls up an old contact and hovers over delete. His thumb almost presses down. His mind drifts back, blue sky, a rooftop, someone calling his name, Seon. Bro Tilda, one of his old bandmates, waves him over, grinning. What should we eat for dinner? Someone asks. I can have anything, Seon shrugs. Then how about pasta from Rolling Pasta? Again, someone groans. You should have suggested something then. Fine, anything but pasta. Wasn't it beef noodle soup last time? Someone laughs. Now it's pasta's fault. If he likes something, that's all he eats. What's wrong with the same menu every time? You said anything works. Then you should have said something from the start. The bickering carries on, easy and warm. Actually, there's something I've been curious about, someone says. No way, another blurts, what is it? I've been hearing you went back to the company after all this time. Was it true? No, I didn't, Seon answers, his easy smile flickering just slightly. I didn't go back, he repeats more firmly. Those are just rumors, he says, brushing it off like it's nothing. That's right, I didn't think so either, someone chimes in, relieved. Even if you did go back, it wouldn't be to this company. We're leaving the second our contracts end. Why does it even matter? Another cuts in, as long as we're all back together. Right, Seon, and in the memory, his face is a mess of feelings he can't quite name. Present day, fresh out of that memory, he looks up at the same sky, alone with it now. His phone rings. Is this Seon? A voice asks. Yeah, he answers. Yo, I'll do better from now on, the voice says, then hesitant. Can we still be friends? What are you saying all of a sudden? Seon asks, caught off guard. I'm the one who should be saying that. Thanks for keeping in touch, Yul says quietly, sounding close to tears. I'll call you often. Looking back now, what Yul said that day feels like it meant everything. Like he was holding on to something, like he was being chased by something, but when they actually met again, he acted like nothing had happened at all. Back in the present, Seon straightens his collar, and the smile doesn't quite reach his eyes. He arrives at a door marked 1201. The doorbell rings under his hand. A woman answers, surprised and clearly pleased to see him. Oh, Seon, you're here, she asks warmly. Have you eaten? Yes, I already ate with friends, he says, then quieter to the man behind her. Father, I'm home. You still haven't dyed that hair, she asks, the concern dressed up as a complaint. You still haven't come to your senses, his half-brother mutters from another room, not even looking up. Seon, go have some fruit, I'll slice it for you, she offers, trying to smooth things over. How's your GED prep coming along? Someone asks, and it doesn't feel like a friendly question. If you fail because you're off playing around, don't expect me to take care of you afterward. Seriously, please don't worry about it, Seon answers flat. Our son's really grown up, she says elsewhere, half to herself, listening to his father so well now. Go eat, she tells him, setting food down. Let me know if you need anything else. You know your father cares about you, that's why he's like that, she adds gently. Try to understand him. Yes, thank you, Seon says, and the smile doesn't reach anywhere near his eyes. He slips out into the hallway, unnoticed. He pauses at the door for a moment before stepping through. He walks it alone, slower with every step. The apartment he comes back to is dark and empty. He just stands there a moment, not bothering with the lights. He lies down on the bed, fully dressed, and doesn't move. The evening light fades around him, he's still there. Morning comes through the blinds, he hasn't moved an inch. The light shifts again, hours sliding by unnoticed. Another day bleeds into the next. Golden light, then gone again, he's lost count by now. Still on the bed, still staring at nothing. Night falls again, and he's exactly where he was. Finally, his eyes open, is all that comes out. He gets up and wanders through the dark apartment, past the kitchen, unfocused. On the table, his phone lights up, buzzing. He doesn't pick it up, it just keeps buzzing against the wood. His feet carry him down the hall while the phone rattles on, ignored. He is all he manages, staring at nothing in particular. The buzzing doesn't stop, neither does the fog in his head. His hand closes around something on the counter. The apartment stays dark and silent, except for that one insistent buzz. He's somewhere no one can reach him right now. His bandaged hand trembles faintly as the phone keeps buzzing behind him. He doesn't move to answer it. Standing at the kitchen counter, all he manages is. He just stands there, back to the room, not doing anything, and then he is. His bandaged hand tightens around the knife at the sink. What happens next is hard to watch. Alone in the dark, everything he's been holding back finally breaks through. For a moment, everything goes still. The silence afterward is worse than any of the noise before it. It's over almost as fast as it started, and the kitchen is left a mess in the dark. He's down, and the room stays quiet except for one small, distant beep. The beeping keeps going, unanswered, insistent. Somewhere a door bursts open. Footsteps rush down the hallway toward the apartment. The kitchen light is still on, empty, waiting. And there he is on the floor, not moving. She stirs awake in a hospital bed, blinking hard, completely lost on where she is or how she got there. She bolts upright with a start, and someone's already shouting her name. Her friend Jaehyun rushes to her side, breathless. Are you all right? Her mom's supposedly out at work, so how is Jaehyun even here right now? Oh, right, it's the weekend. Jeongmin's still catching up on reality. The weekend? How long was I even asleep? Jaehyun doesn't sugarcoat it. She got hurt badly because of that guy and Jaehyun wants her to really sit with that. I'm sure you're in shock, Jaehyun says gently. Jeongmin just goes quiet. One name floats up in her mind, unbidden, Siyeon. Something hardens behind her eyes. She's already made up her mind. I should go to him, she says. Jaehyun's head snaps up. What? Then she lunges to stop her. Wait. Jaehyun hauls her right back down like she's wrangling a toddler. Where do you think you're going? You've been out cold for days. He's completely alone right now, Jeongmin murmurs, like that settles the whole argument. Jaehyun's had enough. Choi Jeongmin snap out of it. That guy is manipulating you right now. The accusation just hangs there in the air. Jeongmin stares back, stunned into silence. Jaehyun's voice cracks. I've kept my mouth shut this whole time, but you have officially gone too far. She pulls Jeongmin into a hug anyway. You need to break free from him. Let me help you, okay? Jeongmin can only whisper back, am I really being manipulated? It doesn't matter anymore, Jaehyun says flatly, watching her get ready to leave regardless. Jeongmin's mind is already somewhere else entirely. She is so worried about Siyeon right now. He must be heartbroken after everything that's happened to her, she thinks, then turns to Jaehyun. When mom gets back, can you explain for me? I'll go and come right back, she promises. And I'm sorry about Siyeon, about all of it, I'm really sorry. Jaehyun just watches her go, saying her name quietly to herself. I'll be right back, I just need to check on him, Jeongmin says softly. Okay. Alone now, Jaehyun lets out a shaky breath. No matter what she says, Jeongmin's too far gone right now to think straight. She can't help but wonder, watching her go, is this guy really worth all this? Left behind, Jaehyun sinks down at the now empty bed, worry etched across her whole face. She wipes at her eyes, hoping to God she made the right call letting her walk out that door. Outside now, Jeongmin's got the phone jammed against her ear. Why isn't he picking up? She just needs to hear his voice, just needs to know he's okay. The worry is curdling into something closer to dread with every unanswered ring. Enough waiting, she decides right there, let's go check his place. She sets off down the street, still limping from her own injuries, telling herself she can still catch him at home. The door creaks open under her hand. Siyeon, she calls into the dark, cluttered apartment. Nothing answers back. Something in the air stops her cold. What is that smell? She steps further into the dark, dread crawling up her spine with every footstep. Whatever's around that corner knocks the breath clean out of her. She freezes completely, unable to look away. Every muscle in her body locks up, she cannot move. Her eyes go wide with horror as the shape of what she's seeing finally lands. The full, sickening weight of it crashes over her all at once. Blood is smeared across the fabric in front of her. She's found him and he's badly hurt. Yun, she breathes, staring at his pale, still face. Hey, she says, reaching for him, blood already smearing onto her own hands. See, she starts, voice shredded with panic. No, the word just keeps falling out of her. Her bandaged hands are shaking, soaked red, her breath coming out in ragged huffs. Please, she begs to him or to whatever's happening to him. Just stop, please. No, Siyeon, she keeps repeating his name like it might anchor him to her. Hey, Siyeon, she forces her own voice steady. I need to pull myself together. You're going to be okay, she tells him, hands trembling. Don't worry, all right. A bloody knife lies forgotten on the floor as she gets someone on the phone. Hello, please come quickly. There's so much blood, he's dying, the address as she rattles it off through tears. Siyeon, the ambulance is almost here. Hang in there, she says, holding him close, you're going to be okay, okay. It's all my fault, she chokes out. I'm sorry, so please stay with me. Sorry, I'm so sorry, she keeps whispering over and over. His face suddenly goes slack, and her whole body seizes with panic. Siyeon, can you hear me? She screams. He pulls her into a bloodied, desperate embrace. It's all right, he manages. I'll stay with you, she can't find any words to answer with. His trembling hand finds her face. She finally breaks, sobbing against him. A held breath passes between the two of them. Blood still stains the fabric between them as they cling to each other. Foreheads pressed together, both of them still bloodied, they just hold on. Neither one lets go. The room stays dark and quiet around them. He pulls her impossibly closer, something tender passing between two people who nearly just lost each other. Still tangled together on the floor, neither one wants to be the first to move. Blood pools nearby, forgotten now, as their faces stay just inches apart. His thumb brushes gently across her cheek. Tears cut clean tracks through the blood still on her face. They just hold each other, both of them quietly crying now. "I'm sorry," he finally says, "for being with you." Her face crumples all over again at that. "You're really free now," he tells her softly, so. His eyes drift shut, a small, strangely peaceful smile settling on his face. Her fist clenches, still streaked with his blood. Light seems to scatter off him, like something in him is slipping away. Silence swallows the room whole. A ragged breath scrapes its way out of him. His breathing keeps going, faint but there. A raw anguish scream tears out of the room. Another cry rips loose right behind it. "No," someone screams, and it doesn't stop there. "No, please," the scream that closes out the chapter. Outside, an ambulance screams up, lights cutting through the dark. Cut to a quiet hospital room in the aftermath, dim and still. Monitors hum steadily beside the bed. Room 888, Seon rests there, an oxygen mask over his face, alive. He drifts awake in a hospital bed, tubes taped across his face and both hands wrapped in bandages, barely able to move. His eyes flick open behind the oxygen mask, sharp and alert despite everything his body's just been through. The world tilts sideways as he's wheeled down a sterile hallway, ceiling lights sliding past overhead. "I'm here again," he thinks, staring blankly at the wrinkled sheets like he's lived this exact moment before. He lets out a hollow little scoff behind the mask, like the whole situation is almost funny. "I didn't change anything," he mutters into the haze, and somewhere in his memory, a voice keeps screaming his name, "Seon, Seon." Footsteps hurry up the hall as two visitors slip into his room, Trouble's about to walk through that door. The monitor starts beeping and the woman at his bedside panics, screaming for the doctor. He's crashing. Out in the hallway she breaks down, sobbing his name over and over, barely able to stand. Back at his side, she grabs his bandaged hand and demands to know why he did this to himself, insisting everything was fine before. He just stares back at her while she asks quietly what exhausted him this badly in the first place. A man at the bedside wipes sweat from his brow, clearly bracing for a hard conversation. "Tell me everything that's happened so far," he presses, then turns to Seon and asks flat out if he'll actually listen to a word he says. The woman jumps in, promising she'll do anything their child needs and begs everyone to keep pretending, just like before. "We have a son," she says, and the words land like a grenade in the room. Seon goes rigid. What did you just say?" She warns that if anything like this happens again, things will have to change. A man nearby, sweating and desperate, begs everyone close to him to just stay calm and hear him out. Seon explodes at him. "Are you out of your mind? What are you telling your parents right now?" Someone snaps that he's saying things that should never be said in front of family, while elsewhere a mother quietly begs her husband not to yell at Seon today. The group walks the corridor together, heading toward another room and toward a girl waiting near the door. She watches them approach, her face carefully unreadable but her eyes anything but calm. Seon studies her from a distance, something unreadable flickering behind his eyes. His mother pulls someone close for a steadying hug, then explains, "This girl was the one who found him collapsed and called the ambulance." "Thank you so much," his mother says, bowing. "If you hadn't been there, Seon would be in real trouble right now." The girl just shakes her head, embarrassed. Later, his mother sits beside him and gently asks if he really meant the harsh things he just said. Then it's just Seon and the girl who saved him, face to face, the air between them thick with tension. "Please," he says, "just speak up." She hesitates, barely getting out an eye, before trailing off. He looks her dead in the eye. "You," he starts like he's about to accuse her of something. "What exactly are we to each other?" he asks bluntly. His mother blinks, totally lost, not following where this is going at all. The girl freezes, stunned he'd even ask. His mother pushes him. "Seon, don't you recognize her? She's the one who called the ambulance when you collapsed." He just stares through her. "I don't know who she is." As the visit wraps up, his mother thanks the girl properly and asks her name. "Choi Young-min," she answers quietly. In the hallway, his mother explains gently that it looks like Seon's memory has a real problem. He'll be tested, and she'll share the results. "Go home and rest today," she tells Young-min, and the two of them walk off together in heavy silence. Alone, Young-min can't stop replaying it. Did he really say he couldn't remember her at all? She sits frozen in the waiting room, staring at nothing, the question eating her alive. There's no way, she tells herself, refusing to believe it. Back in his room, Sion's expression shifts into something colder, almost smug. And that's why, he murmurs, leaving the thought hanging. A strange thought drifts through his head. You must be happy, right before a shocked voice cries out, "Oh my God," from somewhere close by. Footsteps echo down the corridor as his mother and Young Min head out together, the tension between them impossible to ignore. Young Min freezes mid-step, blindsided, clearly not ready for whatever just happened. "What?" Sion asks, almost annoyed. "I already told you I don't know you." She marches right back in. "There's no such thing," she says. "You might not remember anyone else, but you cannot forget me." She grabs his collar and yanks him close, done playing nice. "I am your lover," she declares flat out, and Sion's whole face goes slack with shock. He just sits there frozen, the words still ringing in his ears. He looks down, clearly wrestling with something he can't quite process. "I don't remember anything else though," he admits quietly, then almost gently asks if she got hurt too. Before she can answer, his mother bursts in and freezes at the sight of her. "You." He tells her flatly he needs to rest, and Young Min's face falls like she's just been slapped. Tears spill over as she chokes out, "You're such a bastard." She can't hold it back anymore, crying openly right there in the room. "You're really a bastard," she mutters one more time, wiping her face as she storms off toward the elevator. The elevator doors ding open, and his mother steps back in to check on him. "Sion," she says softly, leaning in close, clearly worried. "I'm fine," he insists. "I just want to rest a bit, my head's killing me." "All right," she sighs, "get some good rest," and slips out to give him space. The hallway falls quiet around him as everyone finally clears out. Night falls, and alone in the dark, one word drifts through his mind: really. Everything is so annoying, he thinks, eyes half-lidded and exhausted. His thoughts drift to her, and just one word surfaces: she. Lying there in the dark, he can't help but wonder, won't she come back again? And just like that, she's there again, ordering him to get up and eat already. He just blinks at her, completely thrown. She's brought him food and wants to know how the hospital meals taste, while he just wants to know why on earth she's back. "Why wouldn't I come? I'm your lover, obviously," she teases. "You literally told me you don't know me," he shoots back. "If you don't know me, does that mean there's no relationship between us?" She needles, grinning. "You're funny," he mutters. She just promises he'll remember, step by step. She casually mentions his father will stop by once he's done with work, then floats an idea. Let her take care of him herself, since she can't visit during school hours but will always come by in the evening. As she feeds him, he protests, "Even if you're my lover, why would you?" And she cuts him off. They're not just dating, they're getting married the second they're legally old enough. Why not? She grins wider. "Wouldn't it be nice for your parents to see this for themselves beforehand?" Sion can only stare at her. "You really?" he starts and can't even finish the sentence. Across the room, his mother watches the whole thing with a knowing little smirk. "What the hell are you even thinking?" he finally blurts out, and somehow that's exactly the reaction she wanted. Chaos breaks out the second Sion collapses. His old bandmates catch him, and one of them chokes out a broken brother as the room scrambles. Someone else skids in, stunned he even made it this far. Clearly nobody saw this coming. Sion's name gets shouted down the hallway as the group half carries, half drags him toward help. Old grudges are the last thing on anyone's mind. One bandmate rushes in late, breathless, apologizing that his packed schedule kept him from getting there any sooner. He says he sprinted over the second he was free. Sion just stares back in silence, too wrung out to even respond. Someone asks the wrong question at the wrong time. "How did you even get here?" and gets snapped at for turning a hospital bed into small talk. Turns out someone close to Sion tipped them all off. He blinks, dazed. Close to him, he genuinely can't place who that could be. Then a bandmate clocks the dark-haired girl standing quietly nearby and blurts out the question everyone's suddenly thinking. Isn't that his girlfriend? Later, alone in his hospital room, Sion gets a visitor, one of the old crew, hovering awkwardly in the doorway. The guy pulls him into a hug and just says he's sorry, plain and simple. He admits he never clocked how exhausted Sion really was and owns up to freezing him out for years. He second-guesses himself out loud. Is this an apology, or is he just shamelessly trying to worm back into Sion's life now that it's convenient? Deep down, he says he always assumed Sion would never really vanish on them, so he never worried enough to check in. Cut to the night it all went wrong, him staring at his phone in the dark, replaying the moment he found out. His call log is just Sion's name over and over, unanswered. It finally hits him what his silence actually cost. Sion just listens, unreadable. He figured the guy's recent quiet was generosity, not distance, and that clearly wasn't fair to assume. But I'm stupid, the guy admits. For once, nobody in the room disagrees out loud. He tells Sion straight up, whatever's weighing on him, he needs to actually say it out loud from now on. They'll listen this time, he promises, all of them, whatever it takes. He mentions, almost offhand, that another old friend broke down crying the second he heard what happened. A single tear slips down Sion's face as he wonders, quietly, why that's the first thing that actually gets to him. He realizes, almost surprising himself, that the resentment he's carried toward these guys for years has just quietly drained away. He used to tell himself he'd only ever been a burden to them. That was the story he'd settled on. So why, he wonders, are they suddenly so desperate to squeeze back into his life? He catches himself spiraling and shakes it off. Meanwhile, down the hall, Jeongmin heads straight for his door. She squares her shoulders outside room 1305, that familiar, too confident smile already creeping onto her face. She sits down and tells him plainly, more people care about him than he ever gave them credit for. He's caught off guard, and she admits she spent half the week fighting back random tears over him. Then the other shoe drops. She casually mentions she called his estranged father too, and he demands to know how he's even supposed to talk to his own friends now. Turns out she did all of it straight from his phone, reaching out to everyone on his most contacted list without asking a soul. He's floored she even knows his password. She just smirks that it opened on the first try, his birthday guess being hers, which, she points out, means he remembers her just fine. She leans in, daring him to actually deny it to her face. He splutters that he's telling the truth, he genuinely doesn't remember her, not that she looks even a little convinced. Then how, she asks sweetly, does he keep unlocking that phone if he supposedly has no idea who she is? His fingers move to the keypad anyway, the code going in without him even thinking about it. She leans in close, teasing that she'll tell him more if he wants to know. He bristles right on cue. He grumbles, asking what she's even after. She just tilts his chin toward her, humming like she's thinking it over. Neither of them looks away first. She flops down right next to him on the bed like she owns the place. Personal space, it turns out, was never really her thing. Their faces end up close enough that his brain short-circuits a little. Her hand drifts toward him, unhurried, like she's got nowhere else to be. He rubs a hand over his burning face, clearly losing whatever composure he walked in with. The silence stretches, thick with everything neither of them is saying out loud. He stammers, genuinely rattled, asking why she's doing this to him. She drops it flat out, she wants to kiss him. His brain just short-circuits completely. She shrugs it off like it's obvious, says it's just been a while since they last kissed, like this is a totally normal thing to announce mid-recovery. He fires back, flustered. Does she really want to do that with someone who doesn't even remember her? No, he declares, way too loudly, I will not do this. She can barely hold back a snort watching him unravel. Turns out it was all a joke, she was just messing with him. She admits she used to be the one falling for that exact prank back in the day, and honestly his reaction was just too cute not to try it herself. Now I finally get why you loved doing this to me, she laughs, very funny. She goes in for a hug next, sweetly asking if that's still allowed. He manages a weak no that nobody in the room believes. She wraps her arms around him anyway, and he doesn't actually push her off. He yelps, hands flying up in full panic mode, completely overwhelmed. She just settles in closer, unbothered by the noise he's making. His face goes fully red, eyes glassy, every last bit of his usual composure gone. He swallows hard, clearly out of his depth. The curtains do their best to give the two of them a little privacy. Whatever this is between them, it's clearly a lot more than just friendly concern at this point. Neither of them is in any hurry to pull away. Eventually he manages to find words again, flustered and scrambling to reset the moment. He tells her to stop and walk away. She backs off immediately, only half joking about whether she went too far. She circles right back to the phone password like nothing happened, and he says fine, but only under one condition. She balks, bracing for whatever he's about to demand. He tells her she's banned forever from telling him to leave or not come back. She goes quiet, caught completely off guard. She immediately parrots it back as a joke, "Go home, don't come back," and he explodes, reminding her that's literally the exact thing he just banned. She just grins, holding up a finger, already plotting her next tease. He mutters something about just chucking his phone out the window at this point. Then she turns serious for a second. His mother thinks the memory loss is only temporary, and until it comes back she's not going anywhere. She'll be right there taking care of him the whole time. She tells him to get some rest and slips out, leaving the room a lot quieter than it was a minute ago. The door clicks shut behind her. Sion sits up slowly once she's gone, the room suddenly feeling a size too big. He reaches for his phone without really thinking about it. He just stares at it for a long moment before doing anything. His thumb finds the keypad and taps out her birthday again, easy as breathing. The screen lights up to nothing more dramatic than the weather, and somehow that's exactly what gets to him. He just sits there with it, lost in thought. Stupid, he mutters to himself. It's not entirely clear who he means. Sion's mind drags him back to it, blood on his hands and one disbelieving thought looping over and over. There's just no way Young Min could really have been there with him. Light scatters through his hair like the whole memory's dissolving. It felt, in the moment, exactly like a premonition before death. Blood streaks her face as she looks up at him, and one thought cuts through the panic. Maybe it's all right if the person you love is the last thing you ever see. Then came the kiss, blood and all. Can something like that possibly be a good thing? He wonders, still shaken just remembering it. It's only once his head clears that it truly sinks in. This wasn't some fever dream. It actually happened. Back in the present, Young Min slips quietly down the hospital corridor, still rattled by how close they'd come to losing each other. In his hospital bed, Sion goes quiet, still stuck on one fact: she was really there. Finally, someone at his bedside just asks it outright. "You didn't mean what you said, did you?" He breathes out, already sensing he's in real trouble here. Because it wasn't his imagination, after all, it really was Young Min in that dream with him. He can still feel it, vivid as anything, her bandaged hand against his bloodied mouth. But a colder thought creeps in right behind it. He's shown her a crack in himself now that he can never fully seal back up. So he figures it out cold. A girl who's already seen him almost die once will cling to him now out of pure guilt, whether she actually wants to or not. Real romantic logic, that. Because you have to save a human life, he reasons, guilt-tripping 101, courtesy of a guy in a hospital gown. Sure enough, Young Min just sits there shaken, telling herself she can't possibly ignore someone in that much distress. Exactly the soft spot he's counting on. By his own admission, he laid it on a little thick, exaggerated excuses, all to keep her close. So he settles on a plan. Pretend he barely remembers any of it, just to spare her the guilt of feeling responsible. Wouldn't that actually make it easier for her to walk away from him? Part of him wonders. He checks her injury with his own eyes and feels a wave of relief. It's nowhere near as bad as he'd feared. Which just raises the real question nagging at him: how was she even able to move at all in there? Because by every rule of that dream, she should have been completely frozen. It clicks for him mid-thought. I got it, he thinks, going very still with the answer. His dream ability, the one that lets him slip into other people's heads, fades a little more every year slowly, and then even slower still. There have already been stretches where he couldn't even steer his own dreams anymore. Is that why she could move when she wasn't supposed to be able to? He wonders, smirking faintly. Funny thing about losing your superpowers, suddenly you're just a regular guy in a hospital gown, and that stings almost as much as the actual bandages. First through the door, a long-haired bandmate, all smiles, waving like they own the place and hollering "Beak Sion" for the whole ward to hear. Same relentless energy, still yelling Sion like it's a full-contact sport. "Sion, I'm here," as if there was ever any doubt. Sion just stares back, utterly done with this day already. Then the rest of the crew piles in behind. Hee hee, we came today too. Apparently hospital visiting hours are basically a group hangout now. Somebody can't resist needling the group's resident pretty boy Yol about his old reputation. Did you truly think Yol was a girl? Turns out that exact mix-up is how Yuhan first got close to him. I was under surveillance the whole time, Yuhan groans, still embarrassed just thinking about it. Thanks to that misunderstanding, things went well. We've been dating ever since, someone points out, prompting a very smug weren't you two already dating? Someone teases Sion about idle life. Do celebrities even get free time? Turns out yes, even chart toppers need a nap between activities. Yuhan gets right in his face, cheek to cheek, teasing him about being too embarrassed to hear his own love story. Sion just endures it with a dead-eyed stare. Album recording kicks off soon. They remind him though they still burned their one real vacation just to come check on him first. There's no fun here, Sion deadpans, apparently immune to all this hospital charm. It's so much fun with Sion around. The whole group choruses, piling into a group hug he very much did not consent to. I'm sorry, but regardless of whether you're a man, you're a little annoying. Yol deadpans right at Yuhan. Tough love, apparently, is just their whole thing. It's very simple, Yol adds unbothered while Sion just gapes what? Then a full, at the sheer savagery of it. Why can't everyone just stay away from me? Sion groans, to which someone deadpans, I've had this exact experience once too. What kind of partner were you? Someone hollers at Yol, who just shrugs, I'm confused too, honestly, before somebody wisely changes the subject. Ah, it's time to eat. The joking stops cold the second his mother walks in. It's nice to have so many friends, Sion, she says, and the whole room goes quiet. Not much, Sion answers flatly, though he admits if he really were close with them, he'd genuinely love that. Slicing an apple like this is the most ordinary visit in the world. She says her son grew up really cute and energetic, then asks if he even remembers that. She recalls his whole elementary class throwing him a surprise birthday party once, how mortified his parents were, how she'd never seen so many kids in one place. She insists she was proud, actually, while in his own head, Sion's just quietly counting down the minutes until she leaves. I don't even know who I am right now, he thinks, spiraling while she rambles on about him once being student council president. Then she drops it, Sion, do you really not remember that girl? And for once he actually flinches. We don't have anything between us, he insists, though she warns him if he ever does remember, he'd better tell her. So stop caring about her. Think about it again, she presses, and Sion just blinks, caught completely off guard. Yet in the same breath she scolds him for being cold to the one who's actually stood by him through all this. You cannot act rudely towards her, she warns. There's nothing your mother did for you growing up, she admits, quietly telling him to finally learn to lean on his parents. Your father was shocked too, he sincerely apologizes, she adds, while Sion just smirks back, thoroughly unconvinced. I know, so am I supposed to just understand then? A beat, no. He just keeps his face carefully, deliberately blank. I really don't want you to understand or accept our position, his mother admits. We should have understood you more. Our family wouldn't have fallen apart like this, she says. I'm truly sorry, will you give us another chance? From now on I'll actually listen to what you say, she promises. So please stop thinking such dark thoughts. Truly, he echoes silently to himself, not quite buying a word of it. Still, he lets her keep peeling that apple for him a little while longer. Alone again, he can't help but wonder, why is everyone suddenly being so nice to him? Easy answer, he decides bitterly, that's because not everyone actually knows him. If there really is someone out there who'd love him even knowing the whole ugly truth, it's got to be that crazy girl, he thinks, picturing her leaning in close. Right on cue, Young Min's there in her school uniform, asking if he actually managed to get outside at all today. His answer is a sudden coughing fit, instead not exactly the smooth reply he was going for. What's wrong with you? She panics, telling him to slow down and just breathe. Once he catches his breath, she circles back to the real question, did he actually manage to talk things out with his mother? Ah, yes, he admits, a little caught off guard. There's a real tenderness to how she reaches for him now, like she's just checking he's actually okay. For a second they're just close, foreheads nearly touching, neither one in any hurry to pull back first. "Do you want to go out with me?" she asks, then immediately backtracks. "No, wait, let's take the stairs instead of the elevator." Sian just about short circuits on the spot. "Oh my god. Why would we take the stairs when the elevator's working perfectly fine?" He sputters, genuinely baffled by her logic. Her actual reasoning: "This way I get to spend more time with you," and just like that, he's got nothing left to argue with. Suddenly the mother hen himself, he starts fussing right back. "Don't look at me, watch the stairs, this is dangerous," then can't resist teasing her about hiding under a blanket every time he visits. She just laughs it off with a little "huh," leaving him wondering what's actually going on in that head of hers. Then her foot catches wrong on a step, and everything tips sideways. Sian lunges with a full volume "ah," catching her before she hits a single step. For one gut drop second, the entire stairwell seems to hold its breath. "God," he mutters, exhaling hard, crisis very much averted. He just scoops her up the rest of the way, visibly rattled. "I was surprised" might be the understatement of his entire year. For a beat they're wrapped up together, breathless, way closer than either of them had planned. "I told you to look straight ahead," he snaps, flustered, while she just goes bright red and says absolutely nothing back. Something in the quiet between them shifts his, answered only by her wide, searching look. Whatever happens next is apparently enough to make someone nearby yelp, "Oh my god." A very red, very flustered bystander bolts with a hasty "excuse me" for a moment. Because Young Min just went for it, and Sian's brain has completely short-circuited. She's got both hands fisted in his shirt, fully committed, not backing down an inch. Eyes closed, cheeks burning, she leans all the way in. Why are you doing this?" Sian manages, voice cracking somewhere between panic and disbelief. He slaps a hand over his own mouth like that'll somehow undo it, completely and utterly undone. It hits him mid-spiral. They haven't even been together all that long, but he could pick her face out of 1,000 others without even trying. But just once, she whispers, cheeks flaming, clearly working up every ounce of nerve she has for this. "If I kiss you, maybe you'll remember me," she admits, and he realizes he's genuinely never once seen her this bold. "No," he breathes, hands pressed to his own burning face, bandages and all, clearly not doing okay. It opens on Sian again, hands pressed hard over his own face like he's trying to hold himself together after everything that happened in that shared dream. His fingers drift to his neck, right where the wound crossed over onto her instead of him, and all he can manage is "what am I even thinking?" Cut to Jiangmin staring up through her own tangled hair, caught in the same spiral. "Why do I always get carried away?" she finishes, replaying the dream where she let herself fall right back into his arms. Her heart pounds twice over the memory of that embrace, a moment that felt far too real to just be a dream. Fragments of everything that led here come flooding back in flashes: the running, the reaching, the blood. More broken pieces of that night flicker past, faces twisted in fear, a hand stretched out that never quite closes the distance. Then the dream turns ugly again, hands grabbing at collars, a startled gasp cutting through the haze. She's yanked back, hard hair whipping through the air, the same nightmare replaying with no mercy. It finally breaks. She blinks awake, calling his name, and for a second neither of them says a word. Someone calls out sharply on a stairwell, snapping the moment the real world's clearly been waiting to interrupt. Jiangmin rubs her head with a groan, muttering to herself that of course that's exactly how it would go. Weeks later, she's drawing a hard line. "Please, don't come anymore," she tells him flat out. If he keeps showing up, she warns, she'll have no choice but to switch hospitals entirely, and she wants the rest of his crew to get the memo too. She says his name once more, quiet and tired. She's slowly running out of patience for all of this. She accuses him outright of playing dumb, of pretending he doesn't even know her anymore. Sian just looks away, jaw tight, not exactly denying it. She softens for a second, arms crossed, offering to work through whatever's confusing him together. It's not like him to dodge things like this, she presses, and they both know it. Words are easy to fake, she snaps back. Anyone can lie with their mouth. But if he's really trying to trick her, she says, he should start with his eyes, because they're not lying nearly as well as his mouth is. "What are you even talking about?" he deflects, and something about his tone makes her flinch. The air ripples like a bad memory resurfacing, and all he offers is a hollow "I don't know." Her face swims in that same reality-bending red haze from before "I really don't know," like the dream never actually let go of her. Now it's Seon's turn to push back, bandaged hand raised like a wall between them. "Please, don't come any closer." The scene cuts away to an ordinary street at golden hour, life outside the hospital just continuing. Jeongmin heads home from another visit, backpack slung over one shoulder, alone with her thoughts. She lets out a long, tired sigh into the evening air. Her expression doesn't match someone who just had a normal visit. Something's clearly gnawing at her. She lingers on the sidewalk a beat too long, clearly not ready to just move on yet. "It's not easy," she murmurs to no one, half admitting how much this is wearing on her. At school the next day, a friend catches her at the window and asks if she's headed to the hospital again. Yeah, Jeongmin admits, and her friend teases that she's impressively committed, apparently going every single weekend. But something flickers behind her eyes mid-conversation, like a shadow passing over a clear sky. A dark, half-formed image bleeds into her thoughts, something she can't quite place but can't shake either. A stranger's face swims up out of the haze, staring back at her with an intensity that feels anything but friendly. The vision lingers, a silhouette she can't quite place, watching from somewhere just out of reach. Jeongmin's hand flies to her mouth, badly shaken by whatever just flashed through her head. Her friend grabs her shoulder, alarmed. "Jeongmin, what's wrong?" She waves it off, blaming her lunch for the upset stomach, while her friend offers to walk her to the nurse. Alone with her thoughts again, she tries to talk herself down. "Don't think about it. Seon's okay now, that's over." But somewhere out there, a very different voice is making a very different vow, and "I'll win him back," it promises. Looks like this chapter's got a wild card we haven't met yet. Jeongmin's back at the hospital, hesitating outside a door marked 1302. She finds his name posted outside the right room, knocks once, and announces she's coming in whether he likes it or not. But the hallway numbers don't add up, and she's left standing there confused. His room's empty, bed made, no sign of him anywhere. Where did he go? She heads outside, calling his name across the courtyard, first sharp, then almost sing-song. She sings songs for him to come out already. Meanwhile, he's crouched around the corner, silently losing his mind over how relentless she is. Is she a moth that just flies straight into fire without thinking? He wonders, why does she keep trying to get tangled up in his mess? He barely finishes the thought before he nearly jumps out of his skin, caught red-handed in the act of hiding. Before he can compose himself, a pink-haired stranger crashes right into him, apologizing on the spot. She looks up at him and her whole face lights up. "So it was really you?" Like she's just confirmed something huge. She says his full name like she can hardly believe her luck running into him. A memory flickers in, black and white, a nervous girl in a school hallway, a boy who once stepped in for her. More of that same memory surfaces, classmates whispering, and a single flower left behind on an empty desk. Back in the present, she explains she clocked him instantly by that hair color of his, and asks if he remembers a certain incident. The time he dragged a drunk customer off her at the convenience store. She's still grateful, she says, beaming at him. Seon suddenly grabs her wrist, staring like he's seen a ghost. "Song, Yeren," he chokes out. "How come?" he starts, voice shaking. "I was sure you..." He can't even finish the sentence. She lets out a small, sad laugh. "Of course he'd be shocked," she says. "She's not Yeren, she's Yeren's twin sister, Song Yeju." Seon can only manage a stunned "what?" Her sister talked about him constantly, she explains, so meeting him felt strangely familiar, and yeah, they're identical, so the resemblance checks out. She holds his gaze a beat longer than she needs to, studying his reaction. "A lot," she repeats softly, and the two of them fall into step together down the garden path. Meanwhile, Jeongmin's still on the hunt, wondering if maybe he wandered off this way. She rounds a corner and freezes. She's spotted something she clearly wasn't expecting. Her whole body goes rigid mid-step. Because there he is, crouched behind a wall with a strange pink-haired girl, both of them clearly trying not to be seen. Seon tenses up, sensing trouble before he even sees it coming. Yeju, for her part, just giggles behind her hand, completely unbothered. But Jeongmin's stare could curdle milk at this point. "So why exactly are you hospitalized?" she finally asks, voice dangerously flat. Yeju answers easily, appendectomy, discharged tomorrow, then turns the question back on Sion, who suddenly can't find the words. Yeju's eyes go wide, pointing past him. "Sion, behind you, behind me." And there she is, radiating an aura you could probably see from space. Sion lets out a scream that could wake the whole hospital wing. He's reduced to a trembling mess in about 2 seconds flat. Some things, apparently, scare him more than nightmares do. The chapter closes on Jiangmin's face, unreadable and simmering, and just who exactly is this girl who looks exactly like a ghost from Sion's past? That's the question we're left with. Jiangmin turns a corner and finds Si-yoon standing way too close to a pink-haired stranger. Her first thought isn't relief that he's okay, it's 4 ice-cold words. Who is she? Si-yoon trips over his own words trying to explain, hands up in surrender. "Jiangmin, please don't misunderstand, she is smooth, real smooth." The girl herself asks it point blank, "Is she your girlfriend?" Jiangmin just stands there, arms crossed, saying absolutely nothing and radiating everything. The stranger backpedals fast, insisting there's really nothing going on between her and Si-yoon and begging Jiangmin not to misread the situation. As she turns to go, Si-yoon jogs after her, insisting the two of them still need to talk things out. Jiangmin's expression does not improve. He calls out again, more urgent this time. There's still something he needs to ask her, and it clearly matters way more than it should. Then he blurts it out, "Give me your phone number." Jiangmin goes rigid. If this is his idea of damage control, it is spectacularly bad. Furious, Jiangmin demands to know why he'd want her number if she means nothing to him. Then it clicks. This girl is the little sister of the friend who was bullied to death defending Jiangmin. This was never about romance. We cut back to the raw wound underneath it all. Si-yoon flatly insists he feels nothing for her anymore, and Jiangmin can barely choke out the words, "How could you?" Something isn't adding up, and she calls it out. Saying you lost your memory is a lie, isn't it? He's just hiding behind it so she won't misunderstand his feelings. Shaken, she admits to herself she was so scared she just blanked it all out. We watch her walk away in tears, and honestly, who could blame her? Later, cooler heads try to prevail. They agree it's finally time to talk, and Jiangmin asks the question that's been eating at her, "Why pretend not to know me at all?" Si-yoon exhales, heavy and tired, and lets the truth start to surface. He'd planned to cut ties with her completely. The two of them walk together in tense quiet, an unfinished sentence about their relationship hanging in the air between them. Then the real confession lands. He feels guilty for everything she's suffered because of him, so he faked losing his memory just so she wouldn't keep holding on to a lost cause. If she believed he'd truly forgotten her, he reasoned, she could walk away without any guilt weighing her down. A noble idea, also a terrible plan. Jiangmin, tears in her eyes, throws his own logic right back at him. What if she doesn't want that at all? Si-yoon looks almost wounded by that, quietly asking if she hates him for it. She repeats his own reasoning back at him with a small, disbelieving smile, like she's testing how ridiculous it sounds out loud. Breaking up is the right thing to do. She reminds him she was the one who confessed her feelings first. So who exactly gave him the right to unilaterally end things? "Why would you get to decide if we break up or not?" she demands. Si-yoon has no answer for that one, just silence. He just stares off, guilt written all over his face, clearly not ready to say what's actually going on in his head. She softens slightly, asking what exactly he's so worried about. His answer is simple, almost stubborn: he hasn't changed. It's her turn to look hurt as he says it plainly, "You don't trust me anymore, do you?" She waves it off, promising she'll trust him completely if he just focuses on recovering. He shakes his head. That's not what any of this is about. The real fear finally comes out. He doesn't trust himself, and he's terrified he'll only end up hurting her again. A grainy flood of memories washes over him, every bruise and bad day she's had traced right back to him in his own head. He admits these same painful situations just keep repeating, and honestly, even he is exhausted by his own baggage. So he says it again, quieter this time. He wants them to stop. Jiangmin doesn't respond. Her eyes just go wide and glassy, the words landing like a physical blow. They stand apart near a window, autumn light pouring in, neither one willing to close the distance first. She finally says his name, soft and searching. He answers with a quiet question of his own. What if he says he's okay with all of it? That catches him completely off guard. She rallies fast, insisting that even if the same painful moments happen again, it would still be okay as long as he just stays himself. That's all she's asking for, she says, smiling through tears. She'll accept every bit of it, baggage included. Inside, Si-yoon quietly resolves to carry all of it himself. Because honestly, he admits he can't picture breaking up with her, not in this life and not in any dream either. He says her name again, barely above a whisper, like it's the only anchor he's got left. Don't be like this, he pleads, not for someone like him. And then he just pulls her in, holding on tight in the warm afternoon light like he's finally allowed to. He admits this is genuinely new territory for him, their very first real relationship, and it might get a little rocky along the way. But he's hopeful too, pointing out that the awkward parts fade with time, because every couple stumbles through this exact same mess. Jeong-min blinks, caught off guard by the sudden mid-hug philosophy lesson, asking what on earth he's even talking about. She admits she doesn't fully understand any of it, but there's something hopeful in the question she asks next. Are we really just like everyone else? Si-yoon doesn't answer with words, he just smiles, and somehow that says enough. Thank you, she whispers, for not leaving her in the end, simple words carrying a mountain of relief. Inside Si-yoon's own head, an old belief resurfaces. He used to think he was the most unfortunate person alive, practically convinced the universe had given up on him. He lets that old bitterness sit there for a second and then quietly lets it go. Looking back now, he realizes he might actually be the happiest person alive. It's a small, private kind of happiness, the kind he clearly never expected to feel. Every moment he spent with her, he admits, was genuinely, truly happy. He pulls her close one more time and just says it out loud, thank you. But something about how final that gratitude sounds sets off alarm bells in Jeong-min's head. All she manages is a shaky no. She tries to laugh it off, insisting it's fine, that there will be plenty more moments like this one in their future. But her voice cracks as she says it, and she finally just begs him to stop talking altogether. She doesn't want to hear another word. The mood swings playful again, as she teases that he's the one who made her like this in the first place. So naturally, she informs him he's obligated to take full responsibility for her from now on. He answers by dropping to one knee right there and quietly tying her shoelace for her. No big speech, just a small, quiet kind of devotion. Then, with an infuriatingly smug little smirk, he drops a joke that lands like a live grenade. Let's break up. She doesn't even blink, deadpanning right back that technically she's the one who got dumped by him. He admits, half joking and half serious, that he probably should have been dumped by her a long time ago, purely because she's the one who actually made him happy. Now he tells her it's her turn to be happy. A hand reaches out across the space between them, closing the distance one more time. And just like that, they're walking side by side again, silhouetted against the sunset like nothing ever happened. But Jeong-min can't quite shake it off that easily. Her mind keeps replaying every contradiction from that whole roller coaster of a conversation. None of it lines up, she realizes. His words keep contradicting each other over and over. No, she corrects herself, it's been like this from the very beginning. How exactly, she wonders, was she supposed to be happy through any of this? Without him, she means. The question answers itself, and it clearly terrifies her a little. She catches herself, jaw tight, silently ordering her own tears not to fall. It's not over yet, she tells herself, and this time she actually believes it. She calls out his full name across the courtyard, sharp and unwavering, Baek Si-yoon. If it's not really over, there's no reason for either of them to be crying. Her expression hardens into pure resolve as the sun sinks behind her. She is not letting him quietly slip away. Si-yoon stills, caught, clearly not expecting her to chase this hard. He admits it might look like she's forgotten something, only because he deliberately hid it from her. And honestly, staying with her at all probably makes him a little crazy too. He was scared, plain and simple, that the truth would make her want to avoid him, so he buried it instead. She teases back, reaching for his collar with a playful glint. If she were just as reckless as him, none of this would even be a problem, right? He just lets her lean in, the tension finally easing out of his shoulders. As long as they get to know each other all over again, she says, it's fine by her. See you tomorrow, Si-yoon. She heads off with a wave, leaving him alone in the hospital hallway, watching her go. The second she's out of sight, his easy smile drops completely, jaw clenched so hard you can practically hear it. His mother notices immediately, asking if he's really okay because his face says otherwise. He lies straight to her face too, I'm fine, Mom. Not long after, his mother drops a bombshell out of nowhere, saying he needs to prepare himself mentally. Si-yoon has no idea what's coming. Turns out his father's company is relocating him, and the whole family might have to move far away because of it. They want to take him with them, his mother explains gently, watching his reaction closely. They're not rushing him either, she adds. If he's not mentally ready yet, they're willing to wait as long as he needs. Si-yoon doesn't hesitate for long. Quietly, resolutely he says it, I want to go. Please, he tells them, move as soon as possible, but the real reason has nothing to do with his parents. In his head, all he's thinking is that as long as it's somewhere she can never find him, anywhere in the world will do.